Flatbush. This is it's an Irish, German, Italian Catholic church, Irish bar, Italian bakery, German bakery. So this is and so it's everybody's on this warm, beautiful night. Everybody's out on the street. What is the pictures? So it's a whole scene out of what the public is, right? And again, so I recognize that. I find Neil involved in Neil is finding it's a strapping Italian kid. And there's no Robert English. And then I went into my Winky who is a tough Irish kid. And I thought this, yeah, like, we grew up with the Robert but it's really tough. Winky, he's like, Christ, he's a really tough Irish kid. Like, he's saying, yeah, punch me in the stomach, yeah, in the ass. When I went to Cornell at age 16, he joined the Marines. Okay, he's in the Marines. What's cool? This is 56 here. And he got out of the Marines with an exam, and he became a very well-known New York City NYPD scientist. So these are like, so we all, so the flying sauce is coming to get me because so the four of us can go up to my place. We have a 10-minute period. And that's the purpose. Nobody showed up. So did you think about that after? Was I being right? And then what happened? But then I was in all this army stuff happening. So then I'm going to high school, and I got involved with this kid, Johnny Gilbert, who was a year younger than me. He's a quiz kid. Like I talk about videos of quiz kids. And he also was went to Juilliard, the United Juilliard School of Music. He's a very talented music. So he was a student of violin at Juilliard. He was a quiz kid on the radio. You know, he was kind of famous. And he was also reading extension shield tapes of calculus and nothing was old, 12 years old. This is, mathematics by Einstein, and in fact, they took him his kid shows, his old ridiculous thing. They take this boy genius, like an old sort of, it was famous, a celebrity person. And they took him to meet Albert Einstein. And so I'm the only kid that joined the team. And so during middle school, actually I spent a lot of time being a John, science, potential calculus, and then there's this other kid, his name might be Greg, his father was the physics professor at Brooklyn College, which is right next door, right, that's my neighborhood, very close to Brooklyn College, Visual High School. And so we also spent, by this time I was already in high school. I think so.
There she is.
So,
how are you? I'm lovely. Ready to play some bowling? All right. I'm going to play really hard. I just know it. That's right. Ready. I don't know if I'm going to do that well. You got this. You got it. You got it. Nice spare. Yeah. Not what I wanted. But I'm going to get this spare without a doubt. Got it? That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, true. A strike. You got a spare. Oh, you're playing amazing. I'm trying. I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm going to get this spare. Got it. Got it. Look at the ball. It's still rolling back. Never seen that. All right, get another strike. Ooh, you did it. Boy, this Aquarius. Okay. Wow, we are both playing well. Get another one. 3 in a row. Here we go. All right, that's still really good. Oh, you got a big score. Get it here. Get it here. You got it. You got spare. Strike, strike, spare. Wow. Got it. Oh, no. Thought I had it. Missed the cup. Oh, I'm done. Come on. Oh, I missed out. Oh, man. This Aquarius is like amazing. Get it, get it, get it, get it. All right. 92. You're up there. Get it. Get it. You got it. Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get your all-time high. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. You missed it by one. You played amazingly, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. I mean, I thought I was going to play pretty well, which I did, but no one's touching you tonight. 103. That's the second highest you've ever had. Amazing. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in red chip. You and I would, I'll take the privilege of winning. You put up a score of 103. Mr. Chris, that was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. Oh, no doubt. This one's mine. I think. Wow. It's coming out with the strike right away. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. This is wow. Go, baby. Okay. Get these two. Yes, you do. That's one. That's one. All right. How's it go? Okay, I'll take it. Good. Good. Yeah, you're tough. Shoot, on fire tonight. I'll take that. Because I'm going to get this. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Get it. Oh, for sure. No doubt. Got it. That's what I am talking about. Get it. tough split here. All right. Get. All right, I'll take it. A win's a win. Undefeated. You win, I win. I win, you win. That's right. Good job, Mr. Darius. Wow, 103. Bravo. Bravo. I wasn't touched you that first game. Good on you. Undefeated and gold, undefeated and friendship. Great job, Mr. Darius. Yes. Ma'am. Sweet dreams. Take care.
So we would also be hanging out, Johnny going down on 7 p.m. His name was Father was a professor, he was a professor of physics with regards to the physics laboratory at Whitney College. And then there's other things that put this Robert Dashley is at my age. Russian teacher. And he's also a junior. And he also was making thousands of dollars at the age of 14 in the coin market in New York. So he owes her money. And this ice cream. And he could play anything. We would hang out with his parents and Facebook and stuff. Now we can play game shots, Galani, flawless. You know, like a concert. Okay? So one day he says, hey, listen, I'm going to meet Johnny Gold, me, and Mark takes us up to Germantown, 86 Street next to people talking about it. And we meet this guy, he's got 30 years old. So we start taking weekends. And it turns out Walter Green, this is Walter Green is running a program for gifted children run out of Columbia University by Professor William Sheldon, which is studying the county. So Green's a part of the beautiful father, actually, yes, but sculptures and books, really you can have a great show it's kind of a chapter spirit. So it's like a full and we were part of that scene. And then, by times, these guys, United States, that the living come up to Albuquerque, which is Mexico. They look to us, this is the coffee with it. Eisenhower's president. And then we get to us, the Russian, right? Soviet, red companies. And how support physics. And then we're talking about how it's going to figure it out. And then also they would test us. It's like was like the scoundrels, okay? And then so this was going on my whole high school. Once I was in the civil air patrol. And then, so when it came time to go to college, Walter, they wanted to do this charges. We wanted to agree. So, school, this expert.
They have a name for that program.
Well, there's a guy you may want to talk to him. There's a guy named Bruce Folger, just as younger than me. He was part of that program later, after I left it. He's part of it. But he's the literary, he has all of the manuscripts. So he knows a lot about it. If you want to actually do some investigation, probably let them out, give you his phone number to call. And so,
And then, sorry, just going back to those guys, what, when you talk to those guys who showed up from Alpha, did you ask them who they were, where they were from?
no, the kids, they're very secure. Well, no,
They told you that? They said,
no, but consider it. Or FBI guys. Yeah, they're both. Yeah, with the FBI dresses and just like that. They really walk around, we go out to eat with them. I remember one guy, Walters, some other kids, friends, just talking to this new guy, he's talking about patriotism, pep talk, anti-communism. And I did remember, well, one time they're saying that, they're saying, like the teacher said, I one of the guys said, Walter, why can't you get these kids into going to see yards and stuff like sculptures and something more? And Walter would say, well, I don't know what to do, son. So it was Alan Greenspan, not my really, but Alan Greenspan was the head of the Trinity Church. Other guys, Rothschild, a lot of people, they were like, obviously, creating projects like for the ruling class, the intelligence community, to sort of take just probably some kind of project. And I think they were from Sandia, but I don't know if it's called Sandia or this particular reference of it. But, from the end. But, I don't know if that area is actually called Sandia, but whatever was left of the enterprise, that's where they were.
God.
And, okay, so it comes time for me to go to college at 16, or 17, with my senior year at Midwood. And, they wanted me to go to Chicago, because I had some programs in Chicago. But I also applied, my mother didn't want me to go to Chicago. I also applied to MIT and Plymouth. I got into Rothschild. But my mother said, go to, well, I got quite a nice course in New York, 20 and also there's a beautiful girl named Rabbi, at the high school. And I said, but I was kind of lucky, she's getting lovely. And so I decided to go to clinics. And they were kind of unhappy. Walters, they were really disappointed. So they had some reason they wanted to just try to who's wrong with them. So in any case, time for you to go to Cornell. Oh yes, and Walter said he had written a 10-page analysis of the college. They arranged for me. And I just say, the 10-page thing, I'd say what's up from young, you know, that's true. But you could be another nice group created up entire business. That's what I was told. I actually see that. In fact, this guy Bruce Bowen is looking trying to see it. If it's anything about the brain, it's much better than hearing. And so, okay, but there's another strange thing about this guy over there. He was in the Army Air Force in New Mexico in 1927. And in 1947, he was now, I'm going to say to you, was it a plane crash because of the flying saucer? He never said that. He never said that. But he was a tight guy. He was hurt. He was in the Army hospital with many bullets. But he said, after he saw after thank her, the son got superpowers into it. If it's connected to it would suggest that it was connected to pharmaceuticals. And he said that, in fact, he talked to Bruce over about that, and he said I guess they have a correspondence course for the military. He did 30 years of college undergraduate work at Johns Hopkins University, 1 year got a bachelor's degree, and 1 year work as five people. They're probably all the kids that they selected. So, there's a point of so I go to Cornell, and my professors are the guys who give me comments. You'll see the film behind it. These are on stick. So it's arson and arson. And then, so now you see that's the guy who's in the front. I'm supposed to say that, so I have music too. And after high school, I was in the city chorus. I was at St. Madison's graveyard. I took Tuskegee, 1,000 kids from all the high school. So when I got to Cornell, I got into not my freshman, my sophomore year. I got over to Cornell Building and Summer Society, Saturday. And I had a blues teacher, Keith Faulkner. And so he used to suit and stuff like that. So one day I'm there, and there's this widow with the piano there, and his close friend was Benjamin Britten. Benjamin Britten's 1957. And Benjamin Britten just written his children's album, Noah's Flood. Noah's Flood. And so I was Keith Houston. I was in the American Premier of the British brother. I was half his kid, and the son of Noah. So he's the American Premier of this opera by Benjamin Britten. But also I told you about this is that years later, okay, when Keith and Faulkner left Cornell, back to England, he was made head of the Magistrates Royal College of Music in London. But I only found out fairly recently, years I checked on Wikipedia. Well, turns out, during World War II, he was the first Royal Navy pilot, combat pilot, off the terrorists. And he was an ace. He shot down a lot of, in the Battle of Britain, he shot down a lot of, infantry stuff. So he's a hero. So all these guys, now it turns out so why are they talking about this? There's a movie called Good Shepherd. So the point is that, okay, back then especially, Rhodes Scholars, very tight connection between the British intelligence establishment and the American intelligence establishment and the Ivy League schools. Ivy League schools, right there with Germany, I got to Cornell, we met by Rothschild that night by Governor Abel Harris, Governor Clint Bidden, the ambassador said, we were going to have to have the future of the trade responsibility. The central, okay, the origin of central intelligence is very interesting. In the film Good Shepherd, which is about James Jesus Anderson, right? Whose grandson is a friend of mine. James Henson. So, in any case, it's a movie which has Matt Damon, and I think the real place that's the series. And the opening scene of this movie at Yale, it's a Gilbert and Sullivan production at Yale. Then obviously D10 before Yale, Gilbert and Sullivan Society, which is directed from England, the Gordon Park agency has English. And Gordon Park, those people are connected to the British intelligence system. Well, no. If you don't look at those. In fact, the Central Intelligence Agency was created by MI6 by the British intelligence. It's whole history of that. Back beginning of the World War II. The Americans were very naive. Americans didn't have much of intelligence. So the CIA,
OSS.
yeah, the OSS. Yeah, this whole I could go into the history of the OSS. And I should also mention, the project at Columbia University was financed by a guy who's connected to the OSS, Eugene McDermott. Eugene McDermott was one of the in fact, one of the founders of Texas Instruments was a close friend of William Shelton's, funding all this stuff to create, the genius kit for the military industrial complex. So it's all very tight. So, in any case, in the opening of the movie, Good Shepherd, Matt Damon is dressed. He's playing Buttercup, and he still do that. They allow women, especially ladies, but the same idea. This is Skull and Bones. The sickness society. Right. The movie. All right. And so in the movie, after Matt Damon is backstage, uh, one of his English professors like Keith Faulkner was but basically recruits him into the Atlantic Science Services. This is how, and this setting up. The Brits are actually setting up the OSS, the war stories, the OSS. The whole story that takes two. So the Brits are setting up the OSS, while we are the whole story that we got, and eventually becomes the CIA. And Edmonton, is one of the people not OSS, James is
So you were at Cornell, you were with the guys who were on the Manhattan Project.
on Spader, Carson, Bryson, and Wilson. And yes, and one thing there is that the intelligence agencies go, they have watching everything, right? So, because, for example, one of my close friends in Google was Ronnie Carlos, whose father was a neuropathologist, maybe a movie there, would it be on the top, I guess, a German Jewish physicist, Facebook people, and they said, he was part of the Manhattan Project. But Ronnie was Ronnie's older, so in the early 1940s, he was old, and his movement, his father's house was Klaus Fuchs. Klaus Fuchs was the assistant, but also German, was the assistant of his father, and so it was Klaus Fuchs who allegedly gave the secret of the atomic bomb to the Rosenbergs to Joseph Stalin. Okay, so of course, Ronnie's in the Gilbert and Sullivan Society. He's in his forest. He would find close friends. He was actually living at Glenn Skater's house. They just keep that. So of course, and plus, this was always the time in the middle of the thing whether Oppenheimer was going to lose his security clearance. But this all happening around. All my professors were very upset. But they didn't like Edward Teller, and these were all guys who were very close to Oppenheimer. And And like Phil Wisely, one of my advisors, he was under investigation by Joseph McCarthy, the House Un-American Activities Committee, for being a communist agent, being a Soviet agent. So of course, Cornell was infiltrated by the CIA and by the Brits, everything. You know, it was all sentimentalist, like kind of Cold War thing going on right around me. And we were, you know, the guys building atomic bombs. So of course, the intelligence agencies are trying to keep a close watch on everything that's going on in Cornell. Obviously. I don't know today.
And how long did it take after you started going to Cornell and working with these guys that were involved in the Manhattan Project? How long did it take for the CIA to contact you?
Oh, first, no, they never did back then. They never did back then. Yeah, but they're still a kid. And then, listen, then I have some, okay, so I kind of had a tempestuous, I went to, Brandeis. Brandeis at that time, the event that graduated, graduate school. I could have gone to Stanford, but Leonard Schiff, the head of the physics department at Stanford, told me to get and I invited me to go to Stanford. But I was married at the time. I was married to the president of the Consultant Society. And, you know, we didn't really want to go far. I got what's called the Title for the National Defense Fellowship for Brandeis. Brandeis was a brand new campus, created by rich Jewish money, but closely connected with Harvard, Boston University, and MIT, Waltham, Massachusetts. It was a brand new campus. And I got a big from it, a lot of money to actually go to the site. And also my wife was giving me a fellowship. So we went to Brandeis. And, but it was really part of the, you know, the better classes that I thought it was just Harvard and MIT. It was like everything was kind of, you know, it's like Cal, it's like UCLA, but Claremont College. So, you know, close that way. And then what happened? So then oh yes, all right, well that would be something physics. Now this is important because last year, guys who I know, Alan Aspect and John Carlos, they also get to examine the Nobel Prize in Physics for quantum entanglement. Okay. So now we go back to summer of 1951, back at Cornell. It's the summertime. And I don't want to go back to New York, summer, and I'm offered a job being the night operator of Cornell electron, 1 billion electron volt synchrotron. And the nuclear laboratory for stuff at Cornell to operate the nuclear. And so I take that job, and not much to do with that. You know, it's come like this book console, and we have actually shower and take a car. Night watch myself. But I'm reading this book, and at the time, this book called Quantum Theory by J.P. Ball, who had worked with Einstein and Princeton. Ball had been at Berkeley in Oppenheimer in the 30s, along with Philip Morrison, one of the professors. And because Ball was considered to be, at the time, the heir of Albert Einstein. And he was at Princeton working with Einstein. And when he was there, he said, "You have assistant professor. There's a lot of political stuff that I'll just give up there." He said, "Probably Oppenheimer." So there was a lot of political turmoil going on there. This was around 1950. And Ball was teaching a course in quantum theory based on what he used in Copenhagen interpretation, which is kind of the, that was like the main, that was the thing that Oppenheimer had to learn. And so I was reading the book. The book I was reading in 1958, summer 58, this book was from David Bohm's lecture notes to the Princeton. It was traditional and beautifully written. Bohm was not a good lecturer. He's not a very good shy, but he's a very, really good, clear writer. Good writer. So I'm reading the book, and in the book there were two chapters instead of stuck out. One was a chapter in which the quantum wave, or these quantum waves, the quantum wave function, is likened to the mind wave, like the mind. If the mind was a field, it's a physical field, the quantum wave. That's the idea. And this is an idea Niels Bohr first had at the beginning of the 20th century when he was creating quantum theory. Because Niels Bohr, his father was a psychologist and involved all these philosophers and mental stuff and consciousness and all that stuff. So the connection of the quantum wave to the mind and conscious processes was already part of the very beginning of quantum theory. And David Bohm, in his textbook, Quantum Theory, to Dover, with Dover publication, points out his whole chapter on the analogy between quantum phenomena and mental processes.
Can you give me, for myself and people listening, can you give me a very sort of general idea of what quantum theory is, like for the layman to understand?
Okay, basically it's this. Okay. I'm going to use the whole David Bohm's analogy.
Okay.
Mind, matter, right? Mind, matter. Just their duality. According to Bohm and Niels Bohr, very rough, the mind is this quantum wave function. You hear now about quantum computers? Mm-hmm. Okay, quantum computers.
And they operate on atoms, right?
Yeah, they could operate, or even on, yes, on electrons. Yes, but it's like a wave thing. It's an information field. It's an information. It's like a wave as opposed to a particle. It's a wave that has very strange properties. Okay. And in the book, in the Bohm book, he points out certain properties of consciousness correspond to these quantum waves, these weird, spooky properties of these quantum waves. It's like they're like coders. So the point is, basically, you just make the intuitive guess. The mind is a physical field, like the intuitive guess. Our minds are a physical field, but it's a quantum wave.
Okay.
It's a quantum wave, which is kind of, let's put it this way. The universe itself is split into matter and mind. With the mind, all the quantum properties of the universe are the intrinsically mental properties of the atom. Right now, Jack Sarfati is a quantum wave. Danny is a quantum wave. Steve is a quantum wave. You have quantum waves, but they're called giant quantum waves. It's kind of like superconductors. But we are room temperature superconductors, organic molecular superconductors. And what's talking to you now, I'm a waveform. I'm like this giant waveform. That's my mind. It's the of my mind, which is interacting with the electrons and the molecules and the atoms in the brain. This is two extreme. Okay. So mind, actually, it's technically called further consciousness. We know it's okay. Let me just talk about that. It's very non-linear, but we'll go as it comes. In 1975, up at the top of Mount Hill, there's this facility that Lawrence Rockefeller is funding this. For the Rockefeller Foundation. And with this guy named George Cooper, young guy, older kid. Oh no, not that age. In any case, he's on the Army School, CIA stuff. He comes from a wealthy family in Connecticut. He's connected with the New York Times, the Salzburgers, like the cousin Salzburgers, and he's also he ran a defense contractor called Inns Group down in Irvine, California. he's funding us. He's one of our funders. This is in heaven, interstate physics. Physics. Right. Okay. David Kine, MIT professor for both of that this whole period. And I'm up there with this guy, Paul Sirag, with this right across from the Race Cathedral. This great. And George says, Jack, the CIA was formed as a important source. That's what he said. And one of the reasons the CIA was a considered threat. I know this is true because I know from James G. Zagree's answer that James G. Zagree of the OSS, one of the early pioneers of the CIA, was very scared of the conversation. He had all stuff. I can tell the whole story.
What evidence is there that he was actually aware of the UFOs?
No, from his grandson.
Did he just told you that, or did he actually have notes and documents that?
Well, that's a whole other story. That's a whole other story. Yeah, that's a whole story that is. Okay, well, James Jesus, there were three generations of CIA.
Right.
Yes. James Jesus Anderson's grandfather. That was a whole suicide joke. And then his son, my friend's father, the second, Anderson the second. And all three of them, James Jesus got them into the CIA. So there's three generations of CIA. It's like it's a very understood. When James Jesus died, all the Anglican papers went to the sun, including all the UFO files. Okay. And then, when my friend's father died, my friend, these papers were locked in one of those storage units in Miami.
So he's allowed to just have that.
Well, he wasn't allowed. He had them, but Trump had them too. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what the classification, whether he had them legally or not legally, he had them. Okay? At least some explains. I don't know firsthand. I only know secondhand from the news. Right? The story told me. Okay. So then when my friend Jim comes to the storage room to get the papers, he just told me that apparently the feds had come. They said the federal agents came in and took it. Right at his father. His father was they were born. Okay. So he only had a few things there. But this is how I met the grandson because of the farms, because of it's a farm set. That's how we were connected. That's the common connection. Right. So I believe so, and also fits in with like Cooper said, Jack, the CIA was formed because of Roswell. And there are two things the CIA wants to know. One, how does consciousness work? And it's all about book.
How would they say that?
Yeah. MIT professor, Harvard PhD. He's a full professor in charge of science, technology, stuff that touches his technology. We'll talk to him. Guys, it's this. And
how old is he now?
What?
How old is he, Kaiser?
Oh, I don't know, he's 40s. Oh, he's older than you. Maybe he's 15. Because this was like 10. Yeah, he's probably late 40s. He has young children. And so I said, we want to know how does consciousness work? It's a whole big story. So that's what it's about. There's videos about it. Oh, my goodness. Also, a Nova. I didn't know Nova on how to say there's a Nova thing, PBS Nova, and they show my picture twice, but they don't mention it. But they should. They don't mention it. But I'm there. I said my images there, but nothing with it twice. And so Georgia says it's around Christmas time, 75. Stone Cold Surrender. I thought Frank Wolf was this guy Stone Cold Surrender is still alive. And George said, yeah, CIA was created with the flying saucer, and wanted, I guess, the parody of all this weird stuff connected, that was telepathic communication and all that stuff, right? And so CIA wants to know how does consciousness work? Physics, the physics of consciousness. Right? How does it work? That's why Rockefeller is funding paying for us, and so is this guy being one of the hard these guys in studying for these bills. And how to define something. So those are the two things. I was basically pulled out of academia to build things, which I've been doing for 50 or 60 years. Well, this is what they want to know. And now, see, now it all makes sense because of what's happening. You understand? Now this is real. It's not like this is real. Skeptics look at it. You should have the audience sometimes skeptics. That's not real. There's a reality for it.
So how old are you when they pulled you out of university?
Well, actually, I was like 1970, 1969,
69, 71. They pulled you out of it. What university?
Okay, well, wait. Okay, well, I have to. Okay, we use a lot of flashbacks, right? Let's go back. I was Brandeis. Oh yes, and I had told you I was reading the book on quantum entanglement, which they got the Nobel Prize for in 2020, the Nobel Prize for all this stuff. I was reading back in 1958. But hardly anybody knew. People at Cornell did not know really about it. They didn't know Einstein, Podolsky was in Hans Vader. It really wasn't it. These guys always considered some kind of fringe thing. It wasn't mainstream at all. So I was just a big role was considered material. Even Einstein, boy, Einstein was so great. He's a little bit bad. Einstein, he doesn't really quantum mechanics. There's all this stuff going on. So I was like carrying the torch already. 18 years old, 19 years old. In quantum entanglement, this was really important stuff. Let's keep it on because it sounded weird and spooky, And I could see the connection between consciousness and telepathy and this weird stuff. Okay, so I get to Cornell. I get to Brandeis from Cornell. It's like 1964. And I'm in the library and I'm reading a journal called The Computers of Modern Physics. It's a paper called Tau Fate Puzzle by a guy named David Inglis. And he starts talking about EPR, just like this. I didn't read it. As I said, Einstein Podolsky Rosen experiment in 1935 for the particular entanglement. Just back in 1930, Einstein Podolsky Rosen entanglement. But they also did another paper where they did about wormholes. So two things. I don't know if there's this guy heard about ER equals EPR. Big problem is quantum gravity. How do you relate quantum mechanics to gravity? That's called quantum gravity. That's the big deal. That's walking. Ken Rosen's got to go for the black holes, evaporation, black holes. That's just the frontier of physics today. But I was already there with the entanglement part back in 1958. So it's now, read this paper, 1961 Brandeis, and about the entanglement, about how high energy physics does. Mesons split, connected to each other. And the way the paper is written, it is what Ray Chow was a retired physics professor, semi-retired. I kind of worked with the Berkeley professor, and he calls it creative tension, or creative tension in physics. The things we don't quite understand. We don't really understand how can this quantum entanglement seems to allow faster light communication. Seems to that somehow you could be on Mars and I could be on Earth, and so minds are entangled, that instantly you can sort of know what mind I just think, like your work is thinking. It turns out the other quantum mechanics is a fly in the ointment because it's noise factor, so it can't really happen in standard quantum mechanics, but we extend quantum mechanics, you can't have. That's a good thing. So, but the connection between the mind, consciousness, telepathy, Einstein called entanglement spooky quantum optics. Einstein called it spooky telepathy, which was actually existence. when Einstein discovered, well, Schrodinger actually discovered what the I said. Einstein in 1935 wrote this paper with Steve Podolsky Rose, was the EPR paper that the guys got the Nobel Prize for that. Those yes, Einstein didn't like it because it seemed to contradict relativity theory and nothing go faster than light. They see that if the speed of light at 300,000 meters per second is accurate, if that's the fastest you can communicate, we get this antenna, seems to get this influence, faster. So what's going on here? Quantum is creative attention.
Can you explain briefly what the theory of relativity is?
Theory.
GR. Explain.
Okay, there are two theories.
People who may be listening who might not know.
Okay, it's very good. Okay, these are that is an example. The special theory of relativity. Okay, here's what it's about. Let me do it about. What's it about? You're there. I'm here. And there's Steve over here. There's Steve. Hey, Steve. Now,
Music can.
yeah. But however, we're out in space. We're not space. We're all in space. This has to be done in vacuum. The whole theory of relativity only really works in vacuum. Inside matter, there are problems. So here's the thing. We're floating around in our space. So we have we can use our life free floating. Okay, we're floating out in space. We what are called inertial observers. Inertial frames is very important. A weightless, for gravity. Just floating around in space, right? And you see over there, he's doing something in space that we're looking at him. Actually, we got telescopes. We can light signals from Steve, right?
Okay.
And we're measuring. Let's see what it's where it's not measuring. We're measuring this thing, whatever. We're like getting data. I'm getting my data. You're getting your data. Okay. But then we're moving relative to each other. But we're free flowing. We don't we're both inertial observers, but there's a relative velocity between us. We assume that relative velocity between us is no acceleration. So we assume there's a uniform velocity difference between us. But we're both, with our light, the light feed, we're both measuring what he's doing, what Steve's doing. And by the way, light has a finite speed, right? Mm-hmm. So what I see, it takes, it's coming from his past, right? Light has that was very fast. Yeah, what is the speed of light again? It's 300,000 meters per second, which is 186,000 miles per second. In vacuum. This is only in vacuum, but you gotta know. Okay. So, now, here's the thing. The first principle of relativity, of special relativity, is suppose you and I would observe, we're what are called inertial observers. It's very important, inertial observers. We're free floating in spaces. But suppose I want to somehow have a device, I measure the speed of light in a vacuum, and I get a number. And you also measure the speed of light in a vacuum. You get a number. But we're moving relative to each other. So normally you think of cars, like the two cars with different speeds around, and it's like subtract the velocity, the relative velocity, what's called the Galileo velocity addition. That we should all, if we're both looking at a light signal, and you're moving relative to me, we should see different velocities of light. We should see different light speeds. If you think light like a car, okay? So if you think, okay, if there's a car and you're moving parallel to the car at a different speed, and you measure the relative speed of the car to you, and I'm moving at a different relative speed, we get different relative values in the car. Right. But guess what? When you light the vacuum, you get the same number. Interesting. Okay. That's the special principle of relativity. Okay. Now that's what Einstein in 1905 made everybody understand. Actually, other people was this guy Lorentz, even before him, who actually had it, but didn't have quite the right idea. And it turns out that, okay, there are two things in physics at the time is what's called classical mechanics. Mechanics, motion, automobiles, stuff like that. Rockets, steam engines, that's also older than that. And that's the Newtonian theory of gravity. The 17th century to 18th century physics, mechanical universe, clockwork, universe. And then, but then at Maxwell, at the time of the Civil War, well, beginning of the 1970s, early 1800s, got all this stuff. So wavy, microfaraday, and all these guys, Thomas Young, that did electricity, magnetism, light, all this stuff, optics. Well, we know he was doing optics. But what happened around the time of the Civil War, James Maxwell, who's a Scottish guy, they had been London, but they didn't Scotland. And he was a mathematician. He took all this stuff before Maxwell, which was before the American Civil War. Physicists, they knew this electricity, they knew this magnetism, they knew this optics, but they were all three separate branches of physics. Right? Okay? With different, they didn't agree with it. But Maxwell got this great idea that he created the speed of light in a vacuum, what's called the magnetic permeability of the vacuum, and the electrical permittivity. So Maxwell was able to this is the first unified field theory. First of all, okay, mechanics had to do like quantum field hard messy billiard balls moving around through space and time colliding, right? That's mechanics. Playing billiards. Playing billiards is the blonde, and you become Newtonian classical mechanics. Right, okay. Okay, conservation momentum, energy, and all that makes sense. But how does quantum keep it? Well, this is pre-quantum. So quantum. This is all quantum that's 100 years later. This is before quantum stuff. Nobody had an inkling of quantum. What Maxwell did was what are called Maxwell field equations, which unified electricity, magnetism, and light as one unified phenomenon. And field equations, there are four field equations. One is called Gauss's law. Gauss's law relates the electric charge to the electric field. Then there's what's called Ampere's law. Ampere's law relates electrical current to the generation of a magnetic field. And then there's what's called, there's a thing that says that there are no magnetic monopoles. And then there's what's called Faraday's induction law, which is how time changing magnetic field creates an electric field. But then actually listen to something very important. Going back to Ampere's law, which is steady flux, it's like solar coil. He also showed that changing electric field also generates this is called Maxwell displacement current. When you put all these things together, you get a wave equation where things they predict electromagnetic waves, which is the television wave, which is more totally so the electromagnetic waves hurts, and that's the beginning of the modern technological revolution. But the whole point in 1905, see, the Maxwell, there was like a contradiction between quantum mechanics and Maxwell electromagnetic field theory. This is sort of analogous to today. There was like plain attention between gravity theory and quantum mechanics. So you go to zero, this was a problem. So what I say that you have to be reconciled. You showed that if you now just realize that in vacuum, the speed of light is grounded. It's the same number, 300,000 years a second. Then he has exactly space, the weightless. He's almost too weightless. Okay, that's what that version for you. It works approximately on the Earth because we're not really universal things. With correction, speed of light so big, so yeah, we can kind of swap forget about this. And then, but they make mistakes. Chapter 3, so yeah, okay. So that's the special paradigms pretty bad. Speed of light the same all different people, what are uniformly relative to each other. They all measure the same speed of light. But as a result of that, certain things happen in terms of something called time dilation speed. Okay. And so for example, you're going to put cosmic rays, and cosmic rays have resonance, certain particles that if you take up the resonance sitting in the laboratory, it takes a certain, it's like radioactivity, a certain half-life, a certain amount of time, or half resonance decay into electrons. Now, but these cosmic rays come very fast. Okay, cosmic rays come very fast. And you look at rate decay, that decay rate is much longer. They live longer. It's called time dilation. Okay, and this is a result of the fact that the speed of light is the same as the universal information. So there's that, and you also led to equals MC squared. Also, you guys, Einstein, that's what the energy is fast. And that's the atomic one. So just that one realization that the speed of light is the same for all vertical terms. But now we have to get the general general. Oh, and also so some of our special relativity unifies classical mechanics and movement or generalizes it so that it's consistent with Maxwell's electrodynamics. Everything's not consistent. But the mechanics, you modify the chain, you modify the now what's called some special relativistic mechanics. Fits very nicely with Maxwell's electrodynamic field. Because Maxwell's electrodynamic field equation turns out are already demand that the speed of light be the same for you and me uniform relative to each other. So Maxwell's theory, and it was when people didn't realize it was Einstein and I guess to some extent maybe Lorentz, they realized that in order for Maxwell's theory to make sense, the speed of light cannot be different from two different dimensional relative to each other. Right. Well, what happens if we accelerate? What happens if we switch around and operate around space and accelerate? Now you'll get a different speed of light. That's the big difference. Relativity has to do several things. So it has to do, well, you can do accelerated frame, what I call non-inertial frames. That's where you go out in space, the fire, you rocket, so feel G-force. So we're getting that from the followers. Seeing the followers of 5,000 G's. 10. That's 7 equals 8 or 9 G's for a little period of time. These are hundreds of G's, 5,000 G's. Right. Okay. Did you watch the Senate congressional television? Yeah. Okay. If you see what Commander Fred is reading files, you understand the physics. Yeah. I talked to Brian Gray from that podcast. All right. That one you should have. You should try to get explain it to people. See it on the radar. You never actually saw it. No, but I'm not trying. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to explain. So it's because on how it works. Explain it how it works. Simple. The elevator That's all. They don't understand the physics. So to them, well, understand it. And the point is, nobody understands it. They don't understand it. Those numbers understand it. These guys understand it, but they could understand it. They listen to me. It's very easy to understand. We understand it perfectly. It's elementary.
We understand it theoretically, but we don't necessarily know. We don't know if anybody has been able to actually back engineer that.
Well, that's a different story.
Right. We don't know if we can actually create that. We know how theoretically how anti-gravity works, right? Like bubbles are.
Bubbles are, it's not a physics. Bubbles are is what's called the instability of the military industrial complex. Who's been given a certain amount of information. Actually, that company stuff I was just like the 70s up as well. Some of them, they took the gravity A, gravity B. That's what it's called the slot. Store short gravity. Yeah, that part has some truth in it, but we doesn't explain the properties.
He explained that there was a reactor inside of the saucer. That was a saucer from horizontal to vertical in belly first. And what it did was sort of displace matter in front of it so that from the left to right it sort of falls.
Okay, so okay, number one, I don't think that's what the rules are. I don't think it says that. It says it displaces that displaces itself.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yeah, not that. Yeah, but that's Rothschild. That's what I'm talking about. So he has part of what he says is true, but it's sloppy. It's not done properly. Okay. But when he gets to the usually the point team, he don't do anything. Yeah, that's true. But he never explains it. Suppose I have a big statements of a note which team to show me how that how does that work? Show me that.
That's a jam.
That's a story for idiots. But that's a story he's been given. He's been it's like Netflix. I was like a woman. Well, I was looking back in the movie, and actually, he was like the one guy before others. So somebody told me, I was only later, but I so somebody, but that's there because it's a time travel. So I think what's happening is that
It can be unexpected. I love this fucking
it's
song.
not that good really so far it's going to pay. Some of that stuff was sent back until the 80s.
Gotta do a practice one folks.
Whereas Brazil,
Man out at the old Send your camel to bed.
one of the guys are in the they
What did she say?
I'm spending, I'm not suspecting it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it would make sense. This is
Man out at the old
and so the guy from the future came back
Send your camel to bed.
or told some of the guys that the scientists were told them. But they wanted to gave them what's called disinformation. What you call it? Limited help. So I did a little bit of slip or something. Yeah.
Shining.
Also, they had this like,
Let's go.
like, you might discuss it. Just like, stick with the whole thing. You know, the Russians, so I was actually surprised because that's kind of what piece of it. The different levels of community college, associated, 4-year college.
Be your belly dancer. ransom, and you can be my sheep. I fucking love this song. Why? It's fucking.
That's what his job was when he was
I like pop art, you bitch.
Right. But there's an argument to the MIT thing. There's an argument that if someone was out wanted to acquire some sort of specific knowledge, they can accept him to MIT covertly to sort of develop something as part of some other problem.
That's possible. That's possible. It's clear to me. It's not as a it's not good. See, people that's got equations, and I can tell in a way, but he's just getting the script. He's reading off a script. This is not he's reading off the script that somebody
I want to get back to the point when the CIA actually reached out to you and wanted you to look at some of this consciousness stuff.
That's what
That's also how does that? Can you walk me through how that works? How do they show up at your doorstep? Do they send something? You're 35. I want to know what it's like to be a guy like you in your 30s, to be contacted by this CIA and pulled out of academia and start working on stuff.
Sick.
But like conscious, like what is consciousness? Telepathic.
Let's go back. Back. The work stuff. Okay. First of all, back. I have to start now.
Just so much. Just let it go. Perfect.
Like, it's
Perfectly imperfect, baby.
and
All right, what other stuff?
I just see like physics department.
All of
And I thought it was like the keep what the you have to check it out. He was this thing called the Jasons.
Yes, I heard of that. The Jason, yeah, I actually just finished reading Ken Jason's book called
do that once.
The Great
So my guy I was working for, he was the head of the Jasons.
Oh wow.
And, at least part of they would have meetings in the Jasons with some of the business.
They created like the first computer, right?
No, I think that was what we did. This was back in the 50s. That's what I wrote. Phone calls. That's Princeton. That's Indiana.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
No, I don't think there's no Jasons. That's good for them. That's right after close after Rothschild. So
the Jasons are around the time of Vietnam.
yes. And this is 60s. Okay, 65.
Right.
66, 67. And I would go to the pub, I would sit in on some of the Jason meetings on a couple of these things and go keep looking as like chair. And also, the point was, everybody went to television. So, John Reader was here, Frank was here, a lot of it was a beautiful place. Beach. That's the oceanographic scripts. Oceanographic is part of it. So in fact, okay, there's a very good book you should read actually by the Bedford twins. Gregory Bedford, one of the science fiction novel. I actually did the book with this compass of being it was part of the Bedford twins were all graduate students.
Okay.
And he writes this story. It's all about what's really happening. He writes a story about the future creating the past.
Yeah.
It's in time because that's part of Fred Hoyle. See, Fred Hoyle used to come here. This is Fred. What I'm working on is Fred Hoyle's theory. Fred Hoyle wrote a book, The Intelligent Universe. Fred Hoyle. Fred Hoyle was the Isaac Newton Professor of Astronomy at Cambridge University. I Okay, when Fred Hoyle retired, Stephen Hawking took Fred Hoyle's job. Fred Hoyle used to come all the time to Stephen Hoyle for Cambridge.
Okay.
Read Fred Hoyle's book. He has everything Jack Sarfati talks about goes already in Fred Hoyle's book, The Intelligent Conscious Universe, in which the future is influencing the past. Okay. This is now part of quantum theory, what's called the Yakia Aharana. It's all what's called weak measurement theory. Today, all of quantum entanglement, yes, we talk about dimensional distance, can be neatly explained, consistent with Einstein's theory of relativity, that there's no single fast and speed line, but things can go back in time. Everything is now explained. We have a unified conceptual picture connecting relativity, resolving the creative tension between relativity and quantum entanglement, with other calcs, good reactions. We understand that. It's still much true than today, but just you have to take that word for it. So we said, and that was probably from Fred Hoyle. But Fred Hoyle coming to the Hoyle, influencing being and Benford Twins wrote a science fiction novel based on Fred Hoyle's theory. So everything I'm telling you now, you want to get into it, it's time spent by Jim Benford. It's set in La Jolla in the 70s, and it's very much like that. It's what? Everything that's happening now is kind of like that's the time skip. So you need time skip. That's the same. It's not talking. But it's a fictional story that's all it's all reality. Right. So where are we now?
So I was trying to get to the point where the CIA actually contacted you.
Right. Okay. So wait. So first,
I want you to walk me through that. I never moved out.
So it's the mid '60s. So I'm involved in the program, and it's called CIA. Jason's, yeah. So they're all the head of it. I was really, I guess Booker was probably fun. We had to took there a couple of things. Somehow, it's super So, okay, so, and then I was using going to Caltech, which is
Yeah, you got
and so, it's in the summer of '66. Okay. So I go to Gateway Summer School in physics. And Werner Heisenberg's nice and I was also that's like I was invited there too. So at the beginning of summer, every day,
Yeah.
I'd be tea, and cookies and ice. I bet we went to theater, afterward. Every day, 5 days a week, I'm in Schwabing, which is great for like beach, Schwabing, to the monkey, by this big park, in the morning, woke up, take the trolley across, try to go to the wine, that's the next one, that's the
You got some cheese. There you go. And you do.
and then after And some of these guys from the early are still there.
Don't even watch it. Just fucking send it, baby.
So,
That's what makes them sick. Yeah. Like, people proofread their shit. They edit. No edits. Wrong. This motherfucker is wrong. Yeah, I love this motherfucker is wrong.
and while there, also this very nice place. I was in theoretical physics.
Dude, now you need to get low by Bill John.
And I sort of Rothschild, I go down to the University of Rocky. We've gone down to Imperial
Was one of the biggest ones in the North.
Salon. And
Really?
Old Stone.
Dude, you can
Okay,
put this
so
on
it's a lot of these guys.
the whole fucking day. It's crazy. What
What
was the biggest song? They're like,
Go back to the farm where I talk about like doing the
yeah.
the Marshall Stone. It's a solid state. So as a result of my going down to Imperial, Marshall, and I wrote this paper called Gold Stone Theories Beyond Television, which was published. This is 1966. Was published with the proceedings of the Pacific Society.
Yeah, you do a test run.
And what it does, it shows how the stuff that they're doing in Imperial is sort of the things making plans and how things can take
No, just do it wrong. Yeah, do it wrong.
Distortion of the lattice, it's crystal lattice, distortion. Kind of creates the way that you can exactly. The connection to all this content, something that says L90 doesn't work, but the claim doesn't sort of take it. It sounds to me like maybe they're talking about
369. You will miss me one more time. Get low. Get low. To the wall.
I think so the back of this book.
Just send it. Just send it. Going raw, kids.
It says, thriller, true story
It was so sick.
that was left out of David Hunt's book, Physics, how Sarfati, asked by the CIA if the Russians watch to solve the hard problem of consciousness, remote viewing, psychokinesis, and how the time-traveling work-done UFOs the U.S. Navy is defenseless against really good. Yes. So I guess what I'm getting at is how does the CIA ask you to do this? Well, the second one is just one. So what I'm well, you were basically just surrounded by military intelligence people.
Yes.
And so the CIA never actually said, hey, can you do this for us?
No, but they did. I was telling you, this guy George Cooper, he was on it. My CIA was told. That's true. And, but this boy was actually later on. Many. There's this guy Harold Chapman. This is now in the 1980s. Was chief station of the
Hey,
CIA.
Bezos, how about you stop? Like, what are you, fucking 50? Like, making a big deal of your fucking wedding dog?
But he previously
It's It's not even your first.
The religious station.
Nobody makes a big deal of your second or third.
Whatever. 60s and 70s.
Anyway, fuck you for what you did to Mackenzie, Scott.
And he was involved with MK Ultra back in San Francisco.
No, listen.
Yeah, so I was looking at special walking up the trail, something he had
Well,
You still have
the Ashbury Clinic's like 5 minutes down the road from me.
no, that's not good. Okay, that's good.
Oh, really?
Send it directly to the president.
It's about 20 years.
Oh, okay.
It's all the it's not that far. So, tell me again, who is specific out of the universe?
Yo, Dylan.
Well, that's we have to go to.
Just real quick,
Well, no, because that's the world.
that's how put off. Okay.
That's all you have. Okay, so I'm teaching at San Diego State.
So much talk about.
Assistant professor.
Make my fucking
Here,
night.
this guy frequently.
Bullshit.
I'm also doing, split between
Boring.
singing set to the civic opera and also the local singing in the state. People in the Sullivan Society again, doing a bunch of shows. And also trying to be an assistant professor. And my wife at the time, Berger, she
Check out the
professional. She said, in any case, I had a pretty full schedule, and she didn't like that was she thought I was having a full day. So I like that. So I like it. 7, 6, so around that
and have you
and this guy, this guy, he's an associate professor, I'm assistant professor.
what's going on?
He
This
likes to
bitch.
take so we move in together, let's educate. So that kind of swab it. Frank Wolf, and vacation camps. And it's like the Christmas time of 70. It's Christmas. And Frank gets a phone from his friend Bob from Chicago. My friend was at high school. And Bob and Fred were on the football team together. And Bob has made a lot of money. He won his mortgage. He's got his name on his side. So Bob says he wants to come to San Diego. So I'm like, so Bob shows up. And this strange thing happens. He says, this guy is it's really exciting. This thing really
It's really psychic.
yes. Turns out he's a Mossad agent.
Okay.
This is the Mossad. So that's
Yeah.
we didn't know at the time. Eric, the drunk driver, so what we know today is back in Israel. He's close confidant.
Okay.
They were in America in 67 boys.
Right.
But we didn't know who time this is now. 1970. But we didn't know what it was. So in any case, so he said he's got a lot of them. He says, don't have to take time off. You don't have to teach. So you don't have to teach. And
Three.
Bob Tobin comes from Chicago.
Got it.
And wants to know, he wants a friend. He wants a trying to explain is quantum mechanics, how consciousness is, how paranormal, how what tells you the magnetic response, psychokinesis. It's the verified piece of the mind. Well, claim a lot of psychokinesis and it's a magic trick, but because for some reason, if magicians can go to magicians can do what magicians can do some of what they can't do everything.
It's so copy of
Now, it is a magician in time. He did do the tricks that was caught about, but he didn't always do that because they always controls. So in any case, we didn't know. We didn't know it. So and Bob is in touch. Nice to see you. So Bob says, "Please be in too." So okay. So Bob leaves, and then a couple weeks later, Fred Wolf gets a call from Paris from a friend of his, a French university physics supply. Fred worked with them. It's I'm a French student, nuclear explosion. And French friend says, "Listen, this guy's leaving for a couple of months. You want to come to Paris, teach a course, just one day a week, teach English." Okay, that sounds good. Especially since you have to say most of this extra money. And then Fred also then gets a call from John Heston, head of physics department in London. Similar offices that we want to come, and you could also teach, go back and forth between Paris and London. I did. Up is still up. It's the head of the college, I mentioned that. But it's and he says he's running an institute in Trieste, called the International Center for Physics in Trieste, which is where the Russian physicists, African, Indian, Chinese, and South American international UNESCO.
Look at this.
Working on what Zara calls having but that's the thing. I've been working on that thing. And Abdus Salam was later got Nobel Prize. He was also the one country that's so suddenly, a few weeks after Bob leaves, you have to stay here. I got plenty of people. That's explain consciousness. Yeah, because I mentioned the flying saucer. It's just consciousness. Paranormal. Tell that. And so, here we are. So we're getting ready. So, okay, so I have a girlfriend at the time. But yeah, like there, she had previously worked in the Office of Naval Intelligence at the government. Wow. And she, it's now 1973, it's 20 years after my girlfriend.
Well,
And I had
I
this.
skipped this. I just
And so I'm scheduled to fly to London in Rothschild. And it's now the weekend before my flight is leaving San Francisco on Wednesday. It's now Sunday before I'm flying out, and I'm with the stay
What happened there?
mother's house.
Yo, oh, I know it's a record, but
And it's Sunday morning. It's that time. Sunday morning. Sharon's flight brings me to San Francisco on Sunday morning. I open up San Francisco Chronicle magazine search. I think multi-color pages spread on Stanford Research Institute testing Uri Geller for his paranormal powers. Just what Bob told me.
Yes.
So I say, this is weird. So Monday morning,
That was so sick.
Oh,
Just send it. Send it. Don't even watch it. Be crazy.
I like that you don't know
Send it.
I didn't know that.
Psych bitch. Why is everybody talking about me? Talking about invisibility codes, except for machines. Sucks.
About the CIA. So that's what I taught. Have you ever?
Look at this.
He's still alive. He's 90.
Russell Todd.
So
Todd, did you ever see the film Ghostbusters?
that's enough.
Wow, that Ghostbusters. That's Russell Todd.
Oh, wow.
That's Russell Todd. Yeah, yeah. Right, okay.
That's how I do it.
So, anyway, so Russell's still alive, but 80 years old, so he was contacting Paul.
Okay.
Because he was there. And so this sponsor, Jacques Vallée, is a great comedian for Jack. So we go there, but Jacques never showed up for some reason. Hey, Jacques, the range is leaving. The Jack's up running further away. That's all right. I said, hey, how come we get to leave?
But when I leave here, I'm going to straight to the department, so I'll ask him.
You have to do well, you should have. So, yeah, the important point, this is a CIA number. It's down the books. So you have everything. But the point is, part of that meeting, you can listen to it, was the CIA attended the entire meeting.
That's okay.
And that's together. And somebody said, I have like hours, I don't know, a couple hours, where you can hear me talk about content. Really? How do you switch to this environment? It's fine, just jacks off like SoundCloud, CIA. Right?
Jack's like body, CIA meeting, SoundCloud.
Yeah, whatever. I'll take it. Find it. Okay. Find it easily. Okay. And it's and you can hear Russell Todd, something from this rabbi. This is almost like this rabbi is this crazy rabbi. He's still alive. Jim Hertek. He's a UFO rabbi. Flying stars and
UFO rabbi.
Oh, yeah. think he's still alive. So Russell Sons had that Jim Bricktown area. And the UFOs is time machine coming back from the future. Russell Todd talks about it. Now, you'll hear it. And then he said, hey, listen what happened to me. I tell the story. I told Neil, I tell the story.
On Mullet.
And then they're amazing. Oh, yeah, we have just in the cases of kids. We have data. Okay, so there you go. So what's going on here? You can hear it yourself. You don't take my word for it. And you can talk to Hal Porter. He said, you should definitely get Hal Porter and Russell Todd before they die. They're almost 90. Hal Porter is not going to last that much longer. You know, he's fine. He's going to be 89, maybe 70.
Story because he's interesting to me because he was a Scientologist.
No, that's bullshit. He
admitted he was. There was a
No. That's exactly. I understand the context of that.
Well, here's the interesting thing about the Scientologists. We talked about this last night. Jack Parsons.
Yeah, this
is like the father of rocketry or whatever.
Yeah, it was like
around with L. Ron Hubbard and Alistair Brown.
I know all about that because I watched something I connected that. No accidents.
How about this?
Let's help him. Oh, Hal put off, and he never told me details, indicated that what happened to me with the phone call happened to him. He may not have got the phone call, but he's that. Hal put off, I was told by Christopher Green, Hal put off at times has held the highest possible security. He was the officer of Naval Intelligence, PhD, which one here, and from Stanford. And you have to talk to Russell about what they have to do history of the CIA. Portoff himself was already. Portoff told me that as part of the project, he went to Scientology meetings, just because of Scientology. He made a joint officially because he wanted to see what they had. We know all about the Jack Parsons.
Randy, what's up?
If you read about Jack, if you read Silent Day, A Strange Angel, it's in the book.
It's
Jack
so
Parsons.
funny.
It's a book, Strange Angel. Strange Angel, it's all about it.
There's no direct contact.
Jack Parsons worked with
They make a fucking hilarious joke in that show.
back in the 1930s. All this rockets. They started with the Aerojet, Aerojet. Yeah. There's actually a Aerojet base. Yeah. This was all Frank. And Jack Parsons supported financing crowd. And Ron Hubbard was there. I knew some of this one he was working on. Plus it's a science fiction. All these guys knew it's a small world. Why are all these guys they're so intelligent? They're all part of the OSS, that sort of stuff. But why are they so into the
I'm a 69-year-old guy who loves this fun so much that I named my daughter Rick.
Okay. So answer the course angels and the Bible.
I could almost try. My best friend and I would ride on ship
real.
smoking some of God's finest computer. I told my daughter I would give her this name. He passed away before ever meeting her. I fucking love this cry. She's 39 now, and I lost a both of them more than he do, and he will ever know. It's Hagelton, Maryland. 58 rescue feet, one friend and my friend. Shout out to his 69-year-old black dude. I didn't say that. I was just a 69-year-old dude. He said I'm a 69-year-old black dude. Which is an exercise that. Last time. some of these things, right? YouTube comments are so sad. Sometimes I listen to and they took her in this Harvard town. Laying the skids down, so bad, you know that. But your mother's bound. Say the same Brandon, Rothschild, Rothschild, you worship the Bible.
That's a special thing. They have to go all over the place. It's just chemistry. It's quantum mechanics. It's not even equation. It's just like, oh, that's so special. We don't have any evidence. Yes, we do. So you don't understand how physics works. I know from the laws of nature. One word for that, go on. I don't think that you don't know. It's a word. That's the center of the universe. You're just like heaven. Physics for life is so it's universal. Interplanetary yes, of course, if you live in physics, even people just speak out the aliens. That's your job. Yes. What's the point of learning something? Kids explain it. Yeah, but what I was saying, you can't do everything. You can't do a full 30 minutes. But the thing is, what I'm saying to you is, and this is not just me, this is how almost every scientist called every the mainstream will say, we believe this life already. So it would contradict everything we know about science if it wasn't. In other words, we're going to be strongly rock, Earth-like planets. They may not look exactly like us, but there's going to be DNA forming because we know how it forms. It's inevitable. So here's my point. Let me make the point. Okay. I'm just going to make the point. I don't want to argue with you because we don't want to waste.
No, this is great. This is fun. I love it.
But the point is this. What we know is story. The physics stuff is so deep. And life is universal. It's just quantum physics. So it's relative, but it's just by its chemistry. It's a simple chemistry. And so the stars, because all the stars, let's say carbon, we understand stellar structure. We got stars from the elements that lead to life. We
don't have a.
Oh, I do. That's what the forever showing. That's what these guys writing pages on.
Yeah, but there's so much disinformation.
No, forget that. Okay.
Who knows what's real?
No. Well, yes. Safari, take it from me. I know what's real.
How do you know?
I know because I'm a genius. That's how I know. I know because I'm in direct contact with the aliens, with the time travelers. I know. Okay, that's how I know. I know because of the physics that I did. It's exactly what they said it was going to happen. And I know because what I'm telling you is how I met these guys. How do you explain that? Okay. Oh, you were hoping guys to the CIA themselves. They're not they're useful idiots like real puppets. They're not the puppet guys, they're the puppets. Maybe a little puppet to the levels. Some puppets pull the strings of other puppets, you know what I mean? So that's how so I need help a little. Let's get back to this either tape or a meeting.
Everything in my life revolves around it. You might probably learn.
So how I'm claiming that is evidence. Time travel. In other words, what happens to be 53, you can decide to beat these guys in half of the time you went to. There's no other way to explain it. And it turns out that with the CIA, what's involved?
Stop. You're saying this guy's like a hierarchy.
What are your opinions about this? Because if they suck, there's the door.
The top levels they next level's intelligence.
I didn't say, okay, depends on the
Hey,
there's a higher
everybody.
intelligence. They're more advanced, and they master time travel. Now, I'm working on the equations of time travel. That's what I'm doing. That's what all this stuff is. That's what they're doing at Rothschild level. They're testing my time travel. Okay? It's elementary physics. They just got to take my Ellen Screen. Just take my word for it.
I just want to understand. That's it.
You won't be able to understand until you want to know. It's not easy to understand. It's the big, what's 16 is the smartest people don't still understand. But I'm saying more than they do. So the point is this. This is being, that's what the destiny reaches. I wonder if it's hard. Chick checks, for instance, they say that the Russians are saying they neutralize that.
Yeah.
So this is superior technology. I am developing basically new agents for this technology. Time travel to neutralize nuclear weapons, war threat, to go to Mars, in 10 minutes, get to Mars.
So, okay, going to the Tic Tacs. What do you know is controlling those Tic Tacs?
The same people who contacted me in 1953 were control.
Who are those people?
I don't know who exactly they are. I just know they're there. I don't know everything, but I know enough.
Are they people from the future?
Well, yes, from the future. I don't know if they're people.
Are they?
They said I was a conscious.
Are they from?
I'm like, wait.
Yeah, so
You don't hear the sense.
they're from the center of one case, the guy with the whole size. It said it was.
Oh,
they said it was 100 years.
Randy.
Which makes sense. That's about so, but this gets back to the Florence issue. So I say that the alien and the sulfur smell.
That's not Bob Lazar. So yes. So
Oh, that's a friend of yours.
my friend James Fox and their documentary.
James Fox, the satanic, the demon.
No. So James Fox made a documentary called it's called the Roswell Brazil, and it was in the early 90s. Two creatures that were discovered by these girls that were walking through a field. We saw this creature that reeked of sulfur, and it was sitting there and it was like hurting, and it like was like telepathically communicating with it and help. And later there was another one captured the same day, maybe later today, by the military, by the police, captured alive, brought to a hospital in Brazil, and James interviewed the X-ray technician of the hospital. They all said that the pictures, illustrations of what they saw, and they said people wanted to take photos, videos, and that's what released. And they said that the hospital being raped and the hospital smelled like sulfur for like weeks afterwards. You didn't have the U.S. military to look it out.
This is exactly what all these things before this is so does any single thing anywhere.
man,
Don't develop
he
this.
came.
So this is exactly Star Trek. This is Star Trek is real. The Gene Roddenberry was part of I didn't know
He came
much
from
about
far
it.
away.
The same
He
knowledge
came.
about Star Trek. Knowledge.
He came there somehow. He like it from far away.
I knew Francis
Far away,
Ford.
but he made it clear. They could have stayed.
Everything is all these science fiction things that don't line up with the whole condition. During the public, the actual context. So there is no more science fiction. Science
Yeah, Brandon,
everything, all these movies, oh, really? Actually, some of them, it's a complex story. So you can't tell that complex story.
but
All
always
typically,
Try LSD.
yeah,
Brandon,
well, that's a whole other story. Strategic defense.
It's like what?
The strategic defense.
How so?
what is it?
Well, because at that point, see,
I'm part of these. Are you working? Maybe. Maybe. And Brandon, anyway,
His father was already, I guess his father, yeah, what's his father? His father in the 1890s, San Francisco, other countries, Nickelodeon, and his father's friend was G&E, Bank of America. It was then called the Bank of America. Bank of America. So it's back like before World War One. Okay, and so Giannini gives money to Marshall Navy's dad, and they formed the United Artists Students back in the society. Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, this and so this is so they're one of the primary families in Hollywood. Okay. And okay, when Marshall was around 20 years old, right before the war, 1938, his buddy Gary Cooper, you don't know Gary Cooper, kind of darkness in the
Who was he?
Gary Cooper was the guy like you know Cary Grant. God, he's a famous 1930s, 20s Hollywood.
Who he is?
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. What am I doing on this spot? No, this is not my plan. Okay. Carrie, I know Gary Cooper's daughter is pregnant. She wrote this show.
Sorry.
These are all famous Hollywood movie stars. Okay. Marilyn Monroe. No, she jumped to the actually. She's here. So in any case, so Gary Cooper and Marshall and kids they go on a tour of Europe. And they're invited to the Queen of England, take a Denmark, and they did a picture of when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came to San Francisco, he stayed at the Navy's house. There with Nancy Pelosi and Feinstein. And so, in any case, so it's now the early 1980s, and Marshall, he's kind of like, he's like a shadow. He's kind of very psychic. That was good. Back then, yell at Stephen Rothschild. It's time to go back in. I don't know if that's it. It's interesting. I was back in Washington. That was experience. That was at night. 10 hours in the Mercedes. The sort of stuff you read that you spoke about there, that book, with David Gladstone. David Gladstone. Yeah. What Gladstone talks about in this book, I actually had those experiences. So that's very hard. I had some of those experiences. I had some of those same kind of experiences that Gladstone talks about. That's how easy. With Marshall Navy, built there from the Ronald Reagan. So what happened was, this is the backstory of the Strategic Defense Initiative. And Kim Garfunkel confirmed it was the Marshall tell you with this. So and yeah, they were look, he was too. So there's many witnesses to it. And so I challenge anybody who wants to say Jackson Farmer is lying. Because we discuss. So that's another challenge. If I want to do it with somebody, so now, Ronald Reagan. Okay, let's get to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the governor of California. This guy named Warren Chickering just died. And Warren Chickering comes from the Chickering family, the old boss man of the college, but the here in San Francisco. And Warren's brother is high up. One of his brothers is already high up in Secretary. As he goes to Yale, Scott Bones, all that stuff, and he's a close friend of William Buckley Jr. I don't know if you know National. And Warren comes back to San Francisco, and he is involved with who became Reagan Secretary of Defense. Rick Scola, General, who became Reagan's National Security Agency. And was Milton Friedman, economist, Chicago. Milton Friedman. Donald Rothschild. Right guy. And just go look at the guy. Donald Rothschild and what's the other guy? Maybe somebody important now. Come on to the company. And they set up a think tank where Reagan's still the governor. Except in 1979, for the Institute for Contemporary Studies down here on Kearney Street, right near Francis Coppola has his building. And they're the main thing that connected the Hoover at the State Institute. And I was kind of like the informal science. In any case, they had the main thing, they engineered one of the main think tanks that engineered Reagan getting into White House. So Reagan is the president. Before he shot was a really shot that I shot. And it's like around 1980. And Reagan's a close friend of Washington. He's going to call White House. And all these guys had to get free trips, right? So everybody's hanging out there. The rest of the club, because of anybody from all the company, that's the hang out. And another place was like people in the street.
What if the sandwich was crinkled? And Brandy was wearing a.
So, in any case, yeah, Marshall, like, for example, the guy named Oprah wanted to make a movie. In fact, Marshall's like that. You know, a big movie, Hollywood movie.
What if the sale was Popeye?
Okay.
You know,
James Bond.
what if Popeye is Prince?
Okay. James, Sean Connery. Okay. Well, Marshall was Al Bundy. Marshall Baker was Simon Clark. Was like more like Texas or something. That's production. We had Marshall had one movies and had the Black next to one. Yeah, there were four of those. Four of those. We had one Marshall movies. Oh wow. Okay. So Marshall's a powerful kid. So I just got nice. I'm smoking open. Drive around. So we go to downtown, get stalled, and there's a piece of evangelical Christian who tried to raise it. Right. And you don't feel jackal. Jesus is going to save you, man. So, and that's what, we try to understand. And time travel. And it's really it's now running his different times. And for some reason, he wants to have lunch with Marshall History Project. They want to do lunch. Can you arrange to have lunch with him? We just roll through these stuff. And so I went to lunch, and we were having lunch, sitting around this round table. And we places right there, cooking pasta, and everybody's like, right out of there. Sitting there. And Marshall was stoked. Maybe I was stoked too. Probably still too much. But Marty was straight. Everything, this stuff. He's a very straight, and but we didn't know Rothschild just made a movie without watching the Sean Connery called Beating. It's here, bro, 1980 or something. So Marshall's talking, they say, So he's thinking this video. The mother says, what if there's just Cold War or something? Like, hey, so we knew. What if we had to get together in Russia to fight laser missiles and shit down. Get the kinds of missiles and missiles with the laser beams and all that stuff. And he was talking because he had just made a movie with kind of something to do in science fiction movie. And he was just talking. So, since this is all being reviewed, so some nipple watch. Marshall, so you already set up like, what do you always look at
Why is it on by
listen. So, bitch. Hey, Jack, that was my answer. Can you write up what Marshall's talking about? So that's the whole thing. And I was working on stuff too, about neutralizing nuclear weapons. I was working on that stuff. So I put some of my stuff. And then also in there I say, hey, this is the technology. So how to explain it. But I didn't have it. This is the technology. We can render nuclear weapons infinite and obsolete, which is what the Tic Tacs are doing already. I already had that back in 1980. It's memorandum. Okay. So it's a short thing. I give it to you a few weeks ago. I'm walking into the carriage, yes, I took you to Kim last night. Oh, he comes up to me excited. Jack, Well, he's talking about Christopher. And he says, I gave a report to Paul Nietzsche. Look at Paul Nietzsche, NYTCB. He's the main arms control security guy for Reagan advising him on how to deal with the Russians. Okay. And Nietzsche really liked it. So we went to Reagan. This report, and then when Reagan found out that Marshall Mayfield was his buddy from Hollywood, damn, awesome. In fact, okay, now Edward Teller. Edward Teller was pushing for this stuff. This is the defense, this. Okay. And then Marshall's talking about it. Says, why do they have known about that?
Didn't they have some sort of program they're working on with DARPA where they wanted to create some sort of like dome around the United States?
No, wait, let's stay on this thing. That's what we're doing. That's what Sci-Fi Space.
I read about this though, not DARPA. They worked on this kind of thing.
Yeah, but they didn't have, because that was me. I was buying people. They didn't have.
Sometimes.
Thought about it. It's psychological warfare. Thinking about it. Yeah. That never happened. Well, the Iron Dome, that's it. The Iron Dome system. That's something else.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I was talking about some sort of like force feed. Yeah, exactly.
Let me finish this.
Okay.
The answer is yes. Right? Okay.
Okay.
Right, so now, and anybody wants to challenge me, I don't think
You heard it here, folks.
we'll talk.
Get the octagon.
We'll talk about this in front of the movie. Let's see. So now, let's get back to so at the same time, Paul Nietzsche is taking this memorandum and then Edward Teller has autobiography called Dark Matters. And Teller's talking about how he was trying to get Reagan to go for strategic defense initiative. So I found out later, Reagan did not trust Teller. Reagan thought, because Reagan always was wondering, well, maybe he's a double agent, they were paranoid about Teller. And Teller says in his book, he was out of the loop. He doesn't know. He was totally shocked when Reagan finally went to rejected all it was for strategic defense initiative. That's the stuff that with Marshall Mayfield's name on it. That, it's really spoke to Marshall. Marshall says, well, he trusts Marshall. Right. Yeah, they would drink, they socialized together. And so, but also at that time, Cap Weinberg, who was then the Secretary of Defense, I already had a following. And Cap Weinberg's son, Cap Jr., was, like part of my family. So I was writing a bunch of crazy stuff about UFOs and EPR, communication with submarines and untappable. It's all in the book. I have to say this. And so all of my writings was also going directly to the Secretary of Defense, Cap Weinberg, and to his son, Cap Jr. Cap Jr. was too. It was like Hunter Biden, Joe Biden. Okay, but it's like Hunter Biden was Cap Jr., but he wasn't diplomatic, so he straight down. And in fact, he's still alive. She tried to find him. I don't know what happened to this. But Cap Jr. can confirm, he actually confirmed this guy, like Bill Birds, the History Channel. Bill Birds.
William Burns, the director of the CIA.
No, that's the talk.
Okay.
But see, Jim Anderson wanted to find Cap Weinberg. He's probably still alive. I could actually find him. Okay. But you should try to find him. He can confirm all this stuff. And Cap Jr. told us that he would fly to Camp David with his dad and the president. And they would spend weekends at Camp David and he would go over some of my stuff. Okay? was writing to him discussing, and also, and then in Reagan's, I think it's his 1984, maybe 1986 State of the Union, he talks about it. Yes, physicists, they've touched the face of God and showed how God is outside of that stuff. And about Star Wars and all this stuff that he did. He's very inspiring talk based on Jack Sarkozy's information that he was getting. He even have a letter from Captain Weinberger thanking him for his work. So we have to so okay, so if the Russians were following all this, the Russians, see, the Russians were involved in this.
How so?
Because we had back channels, we were talking to Russians. The Russians were already at Estes. The Russians were already doing back. We were already. The Russians first contacted us in the early 1875, about the same time because we did a book. I really get called Space Time. It sold a couple 100,000 copies of influenced Hollywood. That's how I get the Coppola. That's how John. Well, there you go. See, it's all being orchestrated by this higher power.
Okay.
Yeah, this can't happen. It's not a random thing. One strange, what you would call synchronicities, one strange coincidences happen. It's all kind of connected. Like I know Jack, I know Frank Molina, who was Jack Parsons' father, but I stayed with Frank Molina in Paris at his place. That's a beautiful place. So it's all everybody's connected to everybody. And it's an everybody we're like 1, 2, or 3 connections away. It's like if you were doing a web of who knows who, it's a tight web. I describe it like destiny. I call that the destiny matrix. It's not random. It's being orchestrated.
Why did you told me that the Russians came here and interviewed you about some stuff?
Yeah, well, that's more recent. But let's go back. The first Russian thing is this book, which is basically a CIA book, which I was so recently sort of suspected, but not known for sure. There's a thing kind of publicly that what they were doing with the CIA and Mossad until much later. Now it's in that book, it's in their books. These are books that they were spy. Uri Geller has books. Yeah. So now it's all public information. Then it wasn't. And I wasn't sure. I suspected that for sure. So the book comes out. So things that we always read over in Paris, and E.P. Dunn. And in there we have this thing about biography. It's some crazy thing that Bob told us. So I kind of went a little bit excited about it. But then we get a call of what's this guy? Like Dan Whitehead. Dan Whitehead was the editor at Dutton Books. And Dan Whitehead gets a call from I guess the Russian embassy in New York. Sir, totally lives in this book, but I think they didn't give us credit. Russian science is still credit. It's the first I've heard of that. Why did you give it credit? This book, so that's the first thing. Then I was all done. That's like, then we're ready to keep down. Let's see. So how do we do? Oh, okay. So then in the 1980s, and then like this is now after the stuff with Reagan. Right? Yeah, just when Reagan gave like State of the Union speech, 1986. So, at that point, it was no internet. It was Xerox machines. I was emails. I was doing my stuff. So I was at Dell, and Washington Square. There was a Xerox store there that was down in Victoria Bakery. And it was like Xerox and stuff from mail out. You know, it's crazy good. And I got a guy testing on the shoulder. It's a guy, Harold Chipper. Harold Chipper. Harold Chipper was chief of station of the Central Intelligence Agency office in San Francisco. This is like a well, they got go to the cafe. And he wants to. This is like now, you know, it's official. It's a CIA. I even went to the CIA office. In fact, I started to want to date a trained CIA agent woman. Well, yeah, I was dating on her. You know, this was, you know, a relationship.
Little honey trap.
Well, no, but she was a regular. Yeah, we were just friends. Yeah, that happened, but yeah, we like something. We went drinking with bars a couple of times. Yeah. But, and she's actually pretty high up. I think she still might be alive. She's still pretty high. And so in any case, so I'm involved with, you know, I used to hang with all these guys in San Francisco. So, and at that point, you know, and you have documents. And at that point, they want to set up, just like that, the Free Institute to work on all this stuff. Communication, something, entanglement, you know, like what's now called quantum information theory, quantum computing. He had all quantum spin, all had the idea of quantum computing. Right? And he wanted to set up, and so he took me. Okay, so Chipman, he's Catholic, old Catholic, they were Corridor, and he was a member of Opus Dei, which is like the Catholic group, back in the and also the Knights of Malta. And he was a member of the club, the Explorers Club in Washington, D.C. Like the Bohemian Grove, sort of type thing in Washington, D.C. And that turns out he was also involved in the MK Ultra experiments in San Francisco.
How was he involved with that?
He was running it or something. He was in the CIA. He was one of the guys in charge of it.
What?
Yeah, yes. And then he also was the guy behind the CIA operation at the state, but he would help put off all these guys. Okay? He was behind this guy there again, Harold Chipman.
Harold Chipman.
Harold Chipman. You look him up. He was he was a real James Bond. He was like a guy. But
someone say something about
he was with Russia, and they attacked the Euro rounds. This stuff. They went in and they did an operation trying to get secrets of some bioweapon that they were working on in Euro rounds and something wrong. And hundreds of Russians were killed inadvertently on the team that got screwed up. And he felt very guilty about it. It's not meant to happen. It's not that they don't make anything about anybody know it. Something like that. As a result, hundreds of people, thousands of people died in this secret Soviet bioweapons that ultimately, Hal was assassinated. Whatever. Because it was payback. They said, and he kind of accepted that he was cold that way. And as he was dying, he got a cold from Soviet cuts. So, they could put, but at that point, he felt so, he was perfected.
How do you know about all this stuff?
What?
How do you know all this?
Because he told him.
He told you all this?
Of course, I'm not making it up.
So, like, when he was dying from this poison, he called you up and told you?
Well, we already know what. Yeah. Well, it's another guy. There's another guy who's part of our close to him. And this is the most ironic concept, weapons deals, and all kinds of stuff like that. all everything's about this. On the edge of all that stuff. And this is guys thinking that good to be sleeping. But in any case, so what was happening, he wanted to, Hal was trying to set up, he took me to the University of San Francisco, Father Joseph Petzio, who was the head of I guess the Jesuit order. University of San Francisco, I met Father Petzio, Joseph Petzio, and they were going to set up this institute. Think tank. It was stuff that was doing now, actually. Back then in the 1980s. And if you look, I can show you, he's had Rothschild, one of the Rothschild guys, one of the sons of FDR's and all. I actually have stuff. I know all these guys, Ray Klein, all these top guys from Wall Street, all the board directors, all set up, set up. And it would have happened, but then he suddenly, they look at it, he died. So I said, it's happening again now. So, back then, it was supposed to happen. It didn't happen. So now it's happening now. Wow. All right, so, there's in fact, you get to start answer. Okay. It's actually really tough. It's a new edition that's being expanded. This stops in 2002.
Look at that. What a cover.
Yeah,
What is that little guy in the front there? Time traveler.
So this is my chip here, and this is the same. Yeah, let's just see. The Sarfati Institute. This institute, proposed to be located at the University of San Francisco, will be funded by the Sarfati Corporation. Goals of the institute. The goals, and this is the official CIA. Goals of the institute to conduct basic research in the quantum physics of non-local phenomena discovered by Albert Einstein in 1935, the Einstein-Bohm effect, and to develop applications of the basic mathematics and physics research into patents for untappable, unjammable command control communications, sixth-generation quantum state correlation supercomputers. This is 1985. Okay, wait. Get this. Quantum zero-point energy interstellar rocket engines, super technology for the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, to reduce the possibility of nuclear war, pi orbital electron spin control of recombinant genetic engineering. It's like CRISPR. This is 40 years ago. Manipulation of world golden loops in time. That's the warp drive stuff. That's why it's supposed to.
I want to talk to you about that.
Okay, but wait, that's good. They always get you stuff. The other fundamental applications as they emerge from the basic research program. Okay, the style of the institute. This is the highest level. So people of all these things, okay? Top minds, both established and up and coming, should be paid to come and conduct research in an environment where they are unafraid to speculate. Now, I didn't write this stuff. This is written by the CIA.
Unafraid to speculate. That's interesting.
Yeah, okay, this is important. This is ahead of its time. Seminars, both formal and informal, shall take place. Entertaining educational media shall be developed for the public. Sounds like Two Stars Academy, right? Scientists, poets, artists, political theorists, philosophers, military and intelligence officers, politicians, captains of industry, theologians shall be gathered together for workshops on the cultural impact of breakthroughs in new physics. This is exactly like the Bohemian.
That's what happens at Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that's Oppenheimer started. I don't know if it happens in the movie. Oppenheimer gave a speech up at Chalet, right? Chalet, all these top generals and politicians, 1941, 42, saying with the Slot Negro, we have to build the tunnel. It was all done through the Bohemian Grove, through the Bohemian Grove, which is club down here. Sure. Go ahead. Just let me, okay, I'm not going to, but let me see, the people, some of the people, and this is important, some of the people, okay, thank you. Senior partner, Paul Mary Associates. He's like, you gotta look these guys up. Okay, all right, okay, that's cool. Okay, Lawrence, okay, this was okay. This is background, CIA, survival. Just some of the other people read was about, okay. Science, Arthur Shalley, who authorized lasers. Shalley. I don't know, military, E.P. Roberts, Johnson Johnson, religious father, Joseph Hutchins. It's not the religion's already here. It's everything they say. There it is, right here. This is the Vatican. Okay? Political, Dr. Ray Klein. You look up who Ray Klein is. Senior Associate, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Georgetown University. Look at Ray Klein is. This is a picture. Okay? These are friends. These Chipman's buddies. Oh, wow. Okay? Economic. Now, okay. Economic. Yeah. Archibald B. Roosevelt Jr. Archibald B. Roosevelt, the son of FDR, as part of this project. Chester Winnell, John G. Altenberg, Okay, so this is, here, this is the actual document that I used in this book that showed she went to say what was into. And it was actually ahead of a little bit later than it happened. It sort of happened, but haphazard, and it's now happening again.
It's now happening right now.
It's now happening, and that is the.
You explained to me last night when I was asking you about the Rush testimony. So what you were saying, I was explaining to you that I was highly skeptical of the whole thing. The fact that they made this big dog and pony on national television, and I always question it. When the government starts to get behind it, I always question motives and what's going on.
When you say the government, there is no such thing. There's no government. We're in a state of chaos.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of part one of my conversation with Jack Subrock. That's right, we have an entire second part of this conversation dropping next. Jack and I get deep into the UFO whistleblower disclosures, some black budget DARPA programs, and Jack's in the military is savvy how this UFO will drive works. Not gonna want it. Please hit the subscribe button as well as the bell so you can get notified as soon as the episode drops. I'll see you next time. So much for joining me today. Your book, The Worm at the Core, is fascinating, thought-provoking. It really got me excited because it's something that I've always thought about. The worm at the core, what is the fundamental, most foundational driver for human consciousness? And like I just showed that clip from Westworld, I always thought it was sex, but it seems like from what you've studied, it's more like the fear of death. Yes, so we don't have to be simple-minded about it. Sexuality, it is a rather large determinant of human activity. But yeah, we're looking for just an overarching explanatory concept. Well, what is it that
drives us. Yeah, then I'm going to cast my vote for the idea that, as a Scottish police said, it's Alexander Smith in the 1860s, it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human. And so I babble in my classes. I'm like, okay, we're going to study psychology. And then I break it up. It's psyche and ology. And of course, everyone knows ology is the study of, and I'm like, well, what's psyche? And most students, like I would have, they say, oh, that's mind. And that is how we think of it today. But Aristotle coined the term psyche, and the original ancient Greek is soul. And he defined soul as the essence of a body that is infused with life. All right, now that, I don't know about you, but I'm talking about in English. Yeah, I need English, por favor. And then he says, okay, let me give you some examples. If an axe were alive, the soul of an axe would be chopped. And if you could plug your eyeball out of your head and it was still functioning, so he says, okay, the soul of an eyeball is to see. Like the soul of a grasshopper is to hop. Right, so that raises the question, what's the soul of a human being? And the answer depends on who you ask. And so Aristotle, he was all about we're rational creatures, right? We call ourselves Homo sapiens, where sapiens means wise. And while I would want to be on the salivating team to defend that proposition, because I think while we are capable of rational thought, it is not our default mental state. But that's one way of thinking about the essence of humanity. But there's others. There's another dude who called us Homo ludens. Ludens is Latin for play. That we're fundamentally playful creatures. We're the only critters that have leagues and uniforms and games with rules. And that's one way of viewing it. Another person calls us Homo faber. We're tool-making creatures. Somebody else calls us Homo aestheticus, that we like to about grounding ourselves in beauty. Somebody else calls us Homo narratans, that storytelling creatures. And my thing, Danny, is I like that as interesting ways, interesting vantage points from which to step back, view ourselves as forms of life. But back to my point, when I ran into this guy who said it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human, in my gut, I was like, yeah, at least that squares with my experience. I've been disinclined to die since I was like 8, the day that my grandmother died, which made me realize that I too would someday die. And so that was a long-winded response to your question. But from our vantage point, the work that we do is very much based on the assumption that a defining characteristic of our humanity that differentiates us from all other forms of life that we are currently aware of is that we know that we're going to die from a rather early age, and the average individual is not particularly comforted by that realization.
So when you were around 8 years old when your grandmother died, is this like an ideal thought that sort of never left you?
Well, in retrospect, yeah.
Well, I mean, consciously.
Consciously, oh, so there you go, Danny. This is a very important point that I'm sure we're going to be coming back to. And that is when we talk about the notion that concerns about fear of death are the primary motivational impetus for a substantial proportion of human behavior. We need not stipulate that we are at least a bit aware of this. And for some people, that is an understandable grounds for skepticism. Because basically,
Freud used to say is, oh, we're all driven by sex and aggression. And you could agree with them and say, yeah, dude, you're right. Or you could say, no, that's nonsense. In which case Freud would have said, well, you're just repressing your sexuality and aggression. So am I right or am I right? And it's the same thing with death anxiety. There are some people who say, I am not afraid of death. And therefore, I'm going to stop listening to anything that you say on those grounds. But this would be unfortunate because we do know empirically that when people say that they are completely unafraid of death, either they have attained a Buddha-like serenity in the wake of the awareness of their mortality, or they're actually living with death anxiety that they repress quite unconsciously.
Now, do you think there's obviously there has to be a spectrum of people on how afraid they are of death and how that affects their life? Um, how did you begin to start studying and conducting these studies on care management?
Yeah, great question, Danny. So we're minding our own business. My buddies Jeff Greenberg and Tom Kaczynski and I were fellow graduate students at the University of Kansas. We all finished and got jobs. And in 1980, I bumped into a book by a recently deceased cultural anthropologist, Ernest Becker, called The Denial of Death, that received the Pulitzer Prize a few weeks after he died, ironically, of cancer at age 49 in around 1973 or so. And what Becker said, I just found disarmingly simple and poignantly profound. He just said, look, in many ways, we're not that much different from all other forms of life. You hear this channeling Darwin. We're biologically predisposed towards self-preservation, to stay alive and to reproduce. Right, but then Darwin's like, no, but there's a lot of ways to stay alive, right? You got the giraffe with the big neck, got the turtle with the shell, you got birds with good eyesight, and so on. Right, well, what about people? And here we are, an interestingly paradoxical species, because we're actually kind of an abomination physically, right? We do have some good stuff going for us, right? Bipedalism, opposable thumbs, stereoscopic, binocular vision, and they're all really good. Yeah, but other than that, we're kind of pathetic as isolated individuals. We're not very big, we're not very strong, we're not very fast, our senses are not very easy, they're not very sharp. And basically, a kid my students in college, I'm like, hey, you're talking shit about how you could function autonomously, give your phone, give your credit card, I'm going to helicopter you on top of a mountain on a fine day and tell you to have a good day because it'll probably be your last one. And so, well, why is it that we're not only here, but really kind of dominate and permeate Earth? And there's two reasons. One is that we're uber social creatures. Thankfully, we don't have to get by ourselves. We are, in a lot of ways, weak in being hyper cooperative individuals. But together, we're able to construct and maintain a host of elaborate institutions that facilitate our collective survival. That's like awesome. But that's not enough. Bees and termites are social creatures. And so now Becker shifts to the big brain. And he's like, all right, let's not be too arrogantly homocentric, but let us know that we have an enlarged forebrain brain that enables us to think abstractly and symbolically to the point where we can imagine things that don't even exist and then have the audacity to create them. And I just find that astonishing. Every other form of life has to accept the world in the form in which they encounter it. Right now, again, all right, I get it. Bees build hives, beavers make dams, spiders spin webs. They've been doing it for billions of years, and they haven't changed one bit. Right, but we got Leonardo da Vinci drawing a picture of a helicopter, and people are like, "You crazy dude!" 500 got Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk flying to the moon. Like Otto Ron, one of Becker's favorite guys, who just says, only humans make the unreal real. And I just find that extraordinarily uplifting as well as explanatory, because most of the things that we enjoy as humans, chairs, tacos, eat a stick, and even us being able to talk to each other today, are by virtue of the hyper creativity that emerges from an uber social cooperative animal. Right? All the good. And then Becker keeps going. He says, you know what? Here he's following the philosopher Kierkegaard when he says that people are so smart that we actually realize that we exist. And he's like, okay, wait a minute. Because a lot of us are like, of course I know I exist. But Kierkegaard's point is that other forms of life are not necessarily in possession of that awareness. In Psychobabble, excuse me, he said that it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive apparatus to render yourself the object of your own subjective inquiry. Right? English translation: a raccoon is here but doesn't know it. Rosebush is here but doesn't know it. Not going to argue today about whether your dog knows that he or she is here. We just need people to admit that they know that they're here. And so the point that Kierkegaard made is that if you're smart enough to know that you're here, you're going to experience two uniquely human emotions that he called awe and dread. And again, I'm a teacher, so I like the word.
A day that we sick as fuck.
Like awe is awesome. It is awesome to feel alive and to know it. And I say this to remind myself that in our finest moments,
Look at this athleticism.
fantastic.
Look at this
We
athleticism.
need a respiring, sentient one. Like when you wake up some days, it's so beautiful on the plane.
Oh, God.
Magnificent day.
Hold on.
People are friendly. And it's just like, it is great to be alive. I didn't need to win a Nobel Prize or $1 million.
When it took us to the
With the joyous sense of awe and gratitude by virtue of merely existing. I hold that thought. It's great to be alive. And then Kierkegaard turns right around and says, yeah, but it's dreadful. At the same time, he says, unless you're a child or an idiot, but you realize that you're here. And that necessarily entails the collateral recognition that, like all living things, your life is a finite duration, and you too someday will expire. So that's thing number one. And this is the big Ernest Becker point, and that is that deeply human awareness to death. And when I say that, Danny, I'm not saying that if you're an antelope and you're about to be eaten by a hungry lion that has its jaws around your head, my guess is that you know that things are not going well. But only humans are aware of death at a rather early age, in some cases as young as 2, in situations where our life is not threatened. And so that's what makes us unique, is the awareness of death and the absence of conditions that would typically be associated with it. So that's an unwelcome realization. Number one, that's unintended byproduct of our vast intelligence. Nobody that way. But it just happened. We got smart enough to know that we're here. And then when we extend our capacity to think about things over time, both past and future, we realize that the meter's running and will someday also be needed. Right? But that realization is compounded when we also recognize that not only will we someday die, but we could die at any time for reasons we could never anticipate or control. And so this is what puts us, Ernest Becker argues, in a persistent state of chronic dis-ease. Put a height between dis and ease. You know every time that you get on an airplane that you could end up flying into a mountain or an ocean. You know, unfortunately, right now, there's more guns in America than there are people, and on a hot day, it disgruntled motorists might blow your head off just because you've enjoyed them. You know that the next time you get a headache, it might be a headache, and it might be a golf ball sized malignant tumor on the way of exterminating you. And so it's not only that we're going to die that causes these existential anxieties, it's that it can happen at any time. And then finally, Becker, just to knee us in the psychological blind, he says, okay, you're going to die. You can die at any time. And you're a fucking animal if you're part of the language. You're a breathing piece of defecating meat that is no more significant or enduring than a lizard or a potato. And what Becker claims is that if that's what we thought about while we were cunts, just all the time, I'm going to die. I can walk outside and get hit by a comet or a pandemic, just a cold cut with an attitude that we wouldn't be able to stand up and fight. He just says we would be so debilitated by waves of existential terror that we would be functionally incapacitated. And so what he argued is that we had to do something, consciously or not, as a species, to come to terms with the reality of the human condition. And that what our ancestors did quite unconsciously and quite creatively was to develop what the anthropologists today call culture. Right? Humanly constructed beliefs about reality that we share with other people in our group that helps reduce death anxiety by giving us each a sense that life has meaning and that we have value. And these are, for Becker, this is the mother lode of psychological motivation. Underneath all of it is that we're trying to diminish death anxiety. But the way that we experience it in our lives, it is a persistent quest for a sense of meaning and value. And so let's talk about meaning and value just for a bit. Because he's like, okay, what do I mean by meaning? He's like, well, look at all the cultures in the world. They all have an account of the origin of the universe. They all have prescriptions for how we're supposed to behave while we're here. They all have the promise of immortality, either literally through the world's great religions, the heavens, the afterlives, and the souls, or the ancient Greeks said, if you don't believe in immortality, they had another flavor that they called symbolic immortality, where you're like, I know I'm not going to be here forever, but a piece of me is going to live on. I'm going to have kids. I'm going to make a ton of money and buy a building with my name on it. I'm going to write a book. We're going to do a podcast that will be here when we are no longer here. And all of that Becker points out is that in order to stand up in the morning, we need to think that life has meaning. And when we don't, that's his definition of depression. He's like, sometimes it's hard to think that life is meaningful. And in his language, that makes us disillusioned. Our culturally depicted account of the world is no longer compelling. And when we get delusion, that makes us demoralized. We don't have any symbolic blueprint for how it is that we ought to behave. So anyway, his big point is that we need to think that life is meaningful. But it's necessary but not sufficient. We also need to think that we're valuable contributors to the meaningful cultural drama to which we strive. And the way that culture enables us to do that is through the provision of social roles. Right? So if I'm a baseball player, my job is to hit home runs. If I'm a nurse, my job is to save lives. If I'm a banker, my job is to accumulate money. And if you meet or exceed the standards associated with the social role that you inhabit, well, now you're psychodynamically. If you feel like you have value and life has meaning, and that's what Becker calls self-esteem. And then and I'll shut up in a moment, just to finish the psychological account, Becker's point is, as I said earlier, whether we're aware of it or not, most of us are striving all the time to maintain a sense that we have value in a world of meaning. And what underlies that ultimately is a disinclination to God. There's so many directions I can go right now. Yeah. I think I'm interested in the cultural and religious aspect of this and how, for example, like even the most hardcore atheists, if they don't play in churches, they're going to pray to God. So that's right. And not to be like an egg, but it's been demonstrated empirically. Ernest Becker has all of these ideas, and a lot of people dismiss them on the grounds that there's no evidence for them. And that's where Tom, Jeff, and I come in, because we are experimental psychologists by trade, and we developed some very simple laboratory paradigms. Just see if these ideas have any scientific merit. And so one of the paradigms is where we just remind people that they're going to die someday. Sometimes they're in the lab or like write down your thoughts and feelings about your own death. Sometimes do this outside of the lab and stop people either in front of a funeral parlor or 100 meters to either side. And our thought is you're standing in front of a funeral parlor, death is on your mind, whether you know it or not. And then we do other studies when you're at Skidmore, where I work next. You come to my office and you'll read stuff on my computer. And while you're doing that, I'll flash the word death for 28 milliseconds. So fast that you don't even see it. Right? And the point is that you do not need to know that death is on your mind for it to have striking attitudinal and behavioral effects. All right, so for example, back to religion, then, if we remind devout Christians that they're going to die, and then we ask them, how much do you believe in God? And how much do you think that prayer is effective? Death reminders make religious believers, not only Christians, but Buddhists and Muslims, so I believe. They make them more confident in the existence of God and the efficacy of prayer. All right, here's what gets interesting. If you ask an atheist how much they believe in God, of course they're going to say not at all. And then if you remind an atheist that they're going to die, and you say, how much do you believe in God? They actually say that they believe in God even less. Right? So just hold that thought. But because basically when we remind people that they're going to die, they double down on their prevailing worldview, right? So if you believe in God, you're going to believe in God more. If you don't believe in God, you're going to believe in God less. So if you're conservative, as we remind you, you're going to die. You're more conservative. If you're liberal, you become more liberal. But back to the atheists for a minute. If we measure fear of death unconsciously, then the atheists as well as the Christians become more engaged with the supernatural when they're reminded of death. Right. So on the one hand, the unconsciously, right? So that's where you get the phrase "there's no atheists in the foxholes." Yeah, when push comes to shove, we all have the proverbial rat's foot that we're clutching in the fervent hope that sooner or later will, right?
There's something Ernest Becker said about after he had kids, he talked more about death. That's something that I can relate to. I thought a lot about death, like what the world was like I just disappeared after I had kids. Very dark thoughts I would have for no apparent reason, subconsciously.
Yeah.
Is it true that he became religious after he had children?
That's by his account. I haven't met him, although I have that Marie Becker who's still alive. And yes, he grew up in a somewhat religious household, evidently a Jewish household. When he became religious after his kids were born, he embraced Christianity. And ultimately, he embraced religiosity broadly. And at the end of his life, he, without insisting or demanding that any of us adhere to his views, what he argued is that in general, a religious worldview may be more effective for helping us cope with existential anxieties than more secular ones.
When it comes to children, is there how much time did you spend studying children being aware of death, subconsciously or consciously? And like, how could you describe their differences based on the realization of death and before they were aware?
Okay, so these are awesome questions. And I like your style because what you've just done is to point out of how complex it will be to inquire rigorously, in a rigorous fashion to answer those questions. So to back up a bit, it's unclear if small kids are aware of death prior to them being able to talk about it. So that's always going to be important. Basically, it seems like a fairly good supposition that we enter the world oblivious to ourselves as well as to our ultimate fate. And but we do come into the world prone to anxiety, and it is that anxiety when we're in uncertain situations that stimulates the development of attachments to our ancestral forebears. And what we do know, and this is not from our work, we have not studied kids directly, but there's a fairly robust clinical literature that started with a woman. I believe her name is Sylvia Anthony in the 1950s. She was a British clinician, and she studied children and their parents. And her interest was when do kids become aware of death? And it's as early as 2. And the claim is that by 9 or 10, almost all kids are at least vaguely aware that they will someday die. But we don't know that why some are aware of it earlier than others. And we also don't know why some kids come into the world more concerned about it. It's probably, at the risk of sounding simple-minded, it's probably a complicated interaction between inherited characteristics. We know that there are folks that are more innately prone to anxiety than others at birth. And we also know that generational trauma causes epigenetic changes in groups. There's another thing that might be relevant. And then just the life circumstances that we find ourselves in. The impoverished and folks that tend to be on the downside of being discriminated against. So impoverished outgroups, not surprisingly, tend to be more ways.
So I think there is a connection between the children, the younger they are, the less of that when you look at spiritual religion, typically when you get older, it's more like them becoming a religion or a god or any sort of afterlife, something like that. That typically, at least in my case, and what I know as a kid, we're just like, heavy metal, fuck religion, that's just for nerds. And then when you get older and you have kids, you embrace it more, kind of understand it more. I don't know if that's because you're getting older and you're realizing that, your sap is going to fail you, it's failing you now, it's going to keep getting worse. This is kind of comfortable, right? Getting back to what you were saying, like dread and awe, when you're in those states of awe and you realize that we have the ability to understand when we're experiencing these amazing life experiences. We understand there's an equal opposite to them, right? Yes. Or I don't know if we do, but I think that maybe it's out as a fascinating. I think that's a wonderful point. Yeah, I think the key to psychological well-being is ultimately based on the capacity to recognize that there's no such thing as the upside, right, without the downside. I really like how you put it rather than me mumbling at this point. But I don't want to, again, go all academically, but the philosopher Heidegger, Martin Heidegger, talks about comments in terms with death. He makes that point. He says, look, at our best, we are really capable of coming to a place where we accept that we're going to die and are joyous as a result. He literally says that if we pull it off, that our lives get to the point where it feels like we're on some ongoing adventure that's profuse, shakable joy. Yeah, but then he says, but this is not to imply that you have obliterated anxiety or psychological disease. In fact, quite the contrary. What you have done, they call it the existentialists call it living authentically, is you are able to ultimately follow spontaneous exuberance precisely because you're not honestly denying that life will always be sad and there will always be suffering. And yeah, part of our well-being is to acknowledge and accept it, right? Now, Jordan Peterson is somebody who's talked a lot about, he talked a lot about Ernest Becker. And one of the points, the counterpoints he makes to it is that there are a lot more things than death, the suffering of death, children, suffering of the loved ones. Isn't that way worse than death?
you ever had this talk with Jordan about this? No, we haven't. And so here's where it gets interesting. Jordan and I go way back. He's 35 or so years ago. Think that we were full of shit academic. By the way, that's the way science works. This was never personal. Science does not advance by agreement. Everybody agrees science is dead. What we need is civil disagreement. Anyway, I lost track of Jordan for a couple of decades. He became a very highly regarded and rightfully so professor at Harvard before he ended up at the University of Toronto. I'm familiar with a lot of his academic work, and he is familiar with what we have done. Although, even if we were sitting next to each other, I would encourage you to take a piece of what we've done over the last 20 years or so. Having said that, though, I spent a day with Jordan in Canada right before his book, The 12 Life, came out. And we had a great day together. We were both talking heads at Shakespeare Festival. I think they were reading or watching Macbeth, and we were both asked to give our psychodynamic interpretation of what was going on. And it was an awesome day, reminding me of how much I enjoyed his company, how provocative are his ideas. And then Jordan, as you know, very famous. I don't have shoes. He does. And in part, that's a personal decision. It's not a business matter. But we're together, and Jordan's dead. Anytime I give a talk, I hold my phone up, and I take myself, and then I post it for several 100,000 YouTube followers. And you should do the same. You're also an eloquent who uses words with more than one syllable. And my point, this is not, I do not intend to sound judgmental here. Jordan, I believe, at the time was interested in becoming known for the ideas that he was advocating for. I'd rather not be known. I want the ideas to be known. And again, I don't have shoes, probably because of that. But anyway, no matter. Jordan, since I've seen him last, he has spoken often about points of disagreement between his ideas and ours. I'd like to go the other way and start with what we agree about, which is almost everything in general. All right, we argue based on our perspective that we are fundamentally meaning-making entities. All right, we're not the first to say that. Michael said it, Ernst Becker said it, and so too does Jordan Peterson. That's the main point of the maps of meaning in the book. Where we disagree is how that is best accomplished and the range of possible manifestations of meaning and value. Right, that's the English translation. Jordan is a staunch advocate for the Christian worldview. In other words, he's like we're meaning-making entities. And the best cultural worldview is the European Judeo-Christian tradition. So religiously, it would tend to be Christianity. Politically and economically, it would tend to be liberal economic. And so Jordan is, if I understand him correctly, saying, look, this is the way that we should be. And all of these other ways are inferior, malignant, degenerate manifestations that deviate from what he would claim to be what's best for humanity, or at least what's best for people in our cultural milieu at this particular historical moment. But I would respectfully take issue with that claim. And so it's become the dawn of everything by a recently dead guy called David Graeber. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He has some cool books, Bullshit Jobs, The History of Death. And this is a book that he wrote with another psychologist, David Landgrove. And Graeber's point, and Jordan were with us today. I would ask him if he had read this book, because Graeber's point is that we are very parochial and arrogantly Eurocentric when we look at anthropology and religion and archaeology, and we're ignoring boatloads of other cultural traditions that are at least in principle perhaps better psychologically and materially than the institutions and the social organizations that Jordan is an ardent proponent of. In other words, he's saying, look, these are the best ways to be Christian and capitalist. Is the best, if not the only way to proceed. And I would object to that both in principle as well as practice. It's an empirical issue, ultimately. So I would guess that's where, and Jordan makes some claims about the research, where when he says, oh, death is not that terrible. These other things are more terrible. Well, that's empirically the case. Like, we've asked people, how would you feel if so-and-so was dying? How would you feel if this happens? And the fact is that in our studies, what really compels people to respond in a defensive fashion is information of their own personal mortality. So, once again, this is where sometimes we have to be able to momentarily suspend our belief in common sense. Because I too was riddled with thoughts of death and anxiety when my kids were born. And I too thought that was worse than me dying. But there's not any empirical demonstration of that claim, at least that I'm aware of. So anyway, that would be my point. And moreover, and to be silly, again, I wish that Jordan were sitting right next to me so we could have lunch together, because this is, I've come back to what I already said, and that I believe needs to start every one of these discussions is we don't disagree about this superordinate psychodynamic principle that we are meaning-making creatures. I believe, though, that there is a wider variety of cultural possibilities. And moreover, I would argue that capitalism and Christianity are arguably rather unfortunate. Again, here it's almost tough to have these conversations without the capacity to listen. Because on the one hand, there are folks who point out that science and technology as we know it are unique products of Western civilization. And I believe that to be correct. So now I'm going to piss off everybody that might be listening. There are, like when Steve Bannon says, I'm proud white. Uh, I think he's probably white for the wrong reasons, but there is, I think, a defensible claim that there are aspects of the Judeo-Christian tradition in the West that are responsible for the development of the scientific method and the technological advances that for a lot of people are made life rather pleasant. Yeah, I think that's true, and no reason to deny that. Yeah, on the other hand, my fault with the Judeo-Christian tradition is that it is arrogantly homosexual. We are one of the few groups of people who declare ourselves to be created in God's image, who then puts all of the animals here on earth, and we get to name them. And I tell my students, read Genesis, because God then says, I give Adam and Eve, I give human beings dominion over all that walks, over all that flies, over all that swims. And so here's a view of life. It separates humans from nature, declares us to be superior to it, and ultimately creates a situation where life is just a giant buffet table that we partake of in our gluttonous leisure, just piss on the table on our way out. Right. Moreover, there's a British philosopher, a guy named John Gray, and his point is that capitalism is just it's Christianity without God. Because now instead of eternal life, what you're hoping for is infinite wealth. And it is similarly, and this is ultimately even more highly problematic than an arrogantly homocentric religious worldview for two reasons. One is these are familiar arguments, but one is that a capital-based, that's not the same as a market economy, by the way, but a capital-based economy requires infinite growth in order to sustain itself. If people in America only bought what they actually needed, the American economy would collapse by lunchtime. And moreover, there is no point at which individuals can ever consider themselves to be satiated or satisfied. Enough is never enough. So Mary Poppins said, enough is as good as a feast. I've never seen an American behave like that. Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world. What's he doing today? Well, trying to make more money. Ditto for Bezos. What our Spiker said is, beware of insatiable desires. Everything in nature, enough is enough. I like pizza, but after 12 slices, I've had enough. I like chocolate, 55-gallon drum of M&Ms, had enough. Fill in the blank. Beer, sex, movies, music. There's an upper limit. But there is no upper limit to people's desire for material wealth. And this has made folks like John Gray point out that we're pursuing the same thing both on heaven and on earth, which is not dying. Yes, it is heaven. No, and I say these things then to be sure we understand each other. I'm not claiming that I have any privileged, detached position, but I'm saying that I too am an aspiring, meat puppet that's riddled with anxieties that I'm primarily unaware of that are manifested in these kinds of behaviors. I'm not saying these things. Well, no, I am saying this intentionally to just insist that I'm prone to all of these affectations. I can't tell you how many times I've been like lost in the middle of nowhere at night, and then I'll reach in my pocket. Ooh, I have some money. I'll reach in my pocket and I'll be comforted by a piece of paper that has no value in the forest unless you're out of toilet paper. And yet there's just something comforting about being in the presence of money.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Again, if you're an American, turn the dollar bill over. It's on the back. It says, "In God we trust," demonstrating that money has always had religious connotations. And there's the little pyramid on the back and left side of the dollar bill with an eyeball floating on top of it. And look at a dollar the next time you have one. And that's the ancient Egyptian symbol of immortality. So even, so when people are like, "Oh, you're falling crap," you're saying money is just a, a symbol that we use to exchange goods and services. Yeah, it's that, but so much more.
Going back to Jordan, I think one of the big points that he makes that he likes to make is the difference between quality of opportunity versus quality of outcome.
Yeah.
Right? And he thinks that it's important to have quality of opportunity, but sort of trying to balance the equality outcome is not a good way to run a functioning society.
Yeah.
And that ties into sort of his disdain for Marxism. I know that can become like a bumper sticker.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to admit that you should read Marx, who was a crappy economist, but the psychologist, in my opinion. My point, again, I'm saying this repeatedly just to emphasize that I feel much more comfortable in discussion with Jordan next to us. He doesn't. If we can get in touch with him, maybe he'll we'll have some lunch. But my point, and here I would ask you, he's read a book by a Harvard philosopher, Michael Sandel, called Tyranny of Merit. And what Jordan and the folks to share his views, they're big fans of meritocracy, and which is superficially attractive. The idea is that we all are on the starting line together, and we each have an opportunity to excel. And so let's go ahead and do that.
The best
Stuff processing time. There you go. All right, well, two things. One is that if we do that, then he doesn't have any kids, but there's other white people who have these views. And I said, "Hey, let your kid play on your driveway, and I'm going to kidnap them, bring them to some place, and enslave them for 400 years so that we can totally decimate an entire culture." There is, and here we're getting into fuzzy territory, because I'm going with the critical race theory idea, which is simply truth with a piece of jargon, and that is that there are systemic ways of creating inequitable outcomes, either by design or otherwise. So there's a reason why the average white family has 10 times more wealth than the average black family. Until 50 years, you couldn't own property if you were black. You couldn't get a mortgage or a GI Bill for education. And so we have systematically, it's like putting cement necklaces on people and then letting them stand next to other people on the starting line of a race and saying, "Oh, you're slow." So thing number one, and I'm not saying that I have a way to remedy this. So these are two different questions. Acknowledging that there are fundamental inequalities as a result of systemic injustice. That's just a statement of fact. but it doesn't follow from that as to what to do about it, right? I'm not advocating any particular program of amelioration. I don't know if reparations are a good idea. I see both the upside and the downside of the affirmative action. Right? But so that's one problem. It is I'm not seeing equality of opportunity. So Jordan's saying, "Oh, I'm a big fan of equality of opportunity." If there really was equal opportunity, then I don't think we should dictate particular outcomes. In other words, in a world that doesn't any longer exist. When I was in the 1970s, when I graduated from college, if you were a white guy and you wanted a job, you could read a newspaper. I tell my students these pieces of paper that has shit in it. And at the back of the newspaper were lists of jobs. And if you wanted a job, it would take less than a day to get one. And minimum wage was enough to rent an apartment and get a crappy used car. And if you got an entry-level position, I started as a dishwasher in college, and by the time I finished working at the Sheraton Hotel, they were offering me entry to their management training programs. In other words, to me, that's the American dream. Everyone who wants to work can work. If you do work, it is possible to be compensated adequately to have a life, which is now what I'm talking about is the average white guy in the 1970s and 80s. And so my point is, if that's the way the world is, then I agree with Jordan and most conservative folks who just say you get in proportion to the effort that you exert. Let's let that happen. But as John Locke pointed out many years ago, the dead Scottish philosopher, that claim is based on a world of infinite resources. In other words, what Locke said is that if I want to own 1,000 apple trees, that's fine. If you want 1,000 apple trees, then you can just go someplace else. And he's writing in the 1860s. And he's saying, well, yeah, England's kind of all filled up. So if you want to have a lot of stuff, just go to America. It's there. And the people that are there are miserable savages. Well, the fact is that they weren't miserable. But back to reality, what the meritocracy guy says, Michael Sandel, is that that's not the way things actually are. In other words, we live in a world of limited resources. Like it doesn't, you can have a perfect grades, perfect SAT scores, and still get rejected from Harvard and Stanford. And the point that he makes is that we have got to a point as a society where we don't even value people unless they're the absolute best at what they do. Right? And so basically, if you're rich, who cares? You got to be the richest person. If you're pretty, you have to be the prettiest person. If you're an Olympic runner, you have to win a gold medal. Or else, nobody knows who comes in second, according to this argument. Well, what Sandel said is, well, when we live in this kind of society where we tell our kids, if you try hard, you can be just as rich as Bill Gates or Oprah, or if you wanted to, you could be just as pretty as the male models on the cover of Cosmopolitan that are actually 20% clearer than it is possible for a human being to be, then we create a situation where every person in America, if they're not the best at what they do, is either miserable or enraged. And think about it. That is the culture we now live in. The rate of depression in America is 10 times higher than it was in the aftermath of World War II. Our life expectancy is lower. We're having literally aggressive confrontations in parking lots ending with guns over things that used to be considered relatively minor indiscretions. So to get back to your overall question, yeah, I would take respectful issue with this idea of that people have equal opportunity first and foremost, and that we're actually, I think they are overstating the case about insisting on identical outcomes. That's never been progressive. That's the point of view so much as a state of affairs that allows everybody the relatively equivalent gratitude to best develop themselves.
Yeah, I think Jordan, he also talks from a perspective too, being in this university. He was talks a lot about like children and kids getting in colleges and like the scale sort of going the other way, right? Like taking a white kid straight A's or a black or brown kid B's, and it would take these kids who had different skin color to sort of balance the scale. So I guess his claim is that they go too far.
Think again, perhaps. This is where I think we've got to be nuanced.
Right, yes.
Honestly, that's why, I'm being annoying, but I'll go last quick. Say hi. If he's up for a casual conversation.
Yeah, and John Locke is fascinating too. So some of the stuff we talked about John Locke blew my mind. Especially to how you integrate, capitalism politics and how money kind of controls everything from corporations influencing the policies that are implemented on us, and it all comes back to consumers.
Yeah. So Locke wouldn't have framed it that way, even though I agree with what you're saying. Locke would be mortified by what is now happening, because he really was, well, in my opinion, a genius, and ultimately was trying to produce a radical transformation that gave all of us who are here today most of the basic individual rights that we collectively enjoy. In other words, he was responding to the prevailing mentality at the time, which is that top-down leadership by divinely ordained autocrats. And he was like, that's backwards. The unit of analysis is the individual. And what he was trying to do was, in my opinion, to create a situation that shifted power and autonomy to each of us as individuals, noting that we are individuals who exist collectively in a civil society. And it's a little long-winded, but I still, I find it a compelling tale, because he says, well, in a state of nature, there were no societies. There were just individuals. And we were just all trying to stay alive. And so basically, he's like, well, all right, and there's no private property in nature.
Right. This is the whole creation state.
Yeah. And I love it. I love this stuff. And he's okay. So then, what are my? He's like, well, And then he says, look, nature is here for all. It's common property. It's not private property. But it becomes private property the minute I exert effort in pursuit of my well-being. I see an apple tree, I walk over and grab an apple. When I grab it, it's not everybody's apple, it's my apple. And Locke goes on and he says, hey, I can have as many apples as I want, as long as I don't steal them from other people or let them rot. Right? And then he's like, okay, but think about it. You're hungry. There's an apple tree a mile away, and then there's just a guy 10 meters away with a bunch of apples. What's easier, walking a mile in the heat or grabbing a rock? And Locke said, it is just human nature that we will transgress. But if I go over and crack a guy's head, well, then his family will get some oil, maybe, and dump it on my village and incinerate the whole neighborhood. His point is that we are incapable of rationally adjudicating conflicts, and that's human beings in a state of nature, a constant state of war. And so what Locke was that we reluctantly push the absolute freedom of nature in order to become members of a civil society. We give up the freedom to crack somebody's head if they've cracked our head. We defer to the government to keep us safe and to adjudicate disputes. And in Locke's view, that's the only function of government, to protect my property, including my family, and from domestic turmoil or foreign invasion. And anything else is inappropriate. And that's why conservatives are big fans of small government. Back to the money thing, though, because he's like, hey, property is good. I can have as much as I want. Right? And everything was great until the invention of money. Because before money, there come a point where you had enough outlets, you had enough trees, you had enough cows. But for Locke, once there was money, then here you had this thing that doesn't rot. Right? That's what makes gold unique. Everything in nature, Locke says, is transient and decaying. Gold is perpetual. And what he argued is that this allows us to accumulate money. And he says I can have as much as I want without harming anybody else. Moreover, he says people are different. He uses the word industries. And all that means is some of us are smarter, some of us are not lazy. And he says, well, if people vary, then it makes sense that over time, some of us are going to be richer than others. And that's a good thing. So for Locke, inequality is natural and it's good because we need the achievements of the occasional but unique individual in order to make life better for everybody. And now again, there are lots of aspects of that argument that are quite compelling. And yes, there are an equal number of them, but that I regard as problematic. And I suspect John Locke would too if he were here today. Because again, all of his ideas about the appropriateness of unlimited access to private property is based on the assumption of infinite resources.
So how does that translate to, in your mind, that concept to where we are today in our society?
Yeah, well, I see us as literally demented hamsters on the exercise wheel of life because we're, and let me back up and just say that our argument is that what motivates people to buy infinite amounts of stuff and have ever larger piles of money is death denial. Right? So there's this old timer dude, who's a Tennessee Williams, a play called Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, where the head guy, he just says the human animal is a beast that dies. If he's got money, he buys and he buys and he buys. I think one of the reasons why he buys everything that he could buy is that in the back of his mind, he has a crazy idea that what his purchases will be life everlasting. Right? So the idea here is that the reason why I need more and always better is that it has something to do with existential concerns. Now, again, you might say, well, I don't believe that. That's where the research comes in, yes. So when people are reminded that they're going to die, and you ask them, how much money would you need to be rich? They say that they need more. Right? When you ask them how what they would spend their money on, it's mainly luxury items that first that class, like expensive cars and watches. But when people are reminded that they're going to die, they're willing to pay more money to have like a star named after them in the sky. When people are reminded that they're going to die, if you ask them to draw a picture of a homies, they draw it bigger, as if money's bigger when death is on your mind. I think Danny, the one that I find, we didn't do this work, my buddy Tom and his colleagues at Golden did, but they gave some people a stack of money and asked them to count it. And then they gave other people just a stack of pieces of paper and asked them to count it. And then they took the money and the paper away, and then they measured death anxiety. And what they found was just having money in your hand reduced death anxiety. That is how it goes. So when we say money talks and bullshit walks, money is power. It is in part because, yeah, when you have money, you can eat, you can go to the doctor, but when you have money, it's like this magic thing shining in your pocket, protecting you from so now these studies, were these only done in America, or did you do it across most? These have been done across nations. Really? Is there any disparity between different cultures? Good question. That has not been assessed. So that would require that if you look at the different cultures in the same study, yeah, we do need to do that.
And it's same with Americans, money more than any other country or any other place in the world, right? I think you've spoken to this before.
This is correct.
Yeah, our values are based on that, on money and status. It's not on values or integrity.
Is what has happened, unfortunately. So again, to be fair, there was a time where we could have money and ethics. Not right now. But I mean, as the Michael Sandel guy points out in his book, The Tyranny of Merit, we're in a world right now where the average young person thinks that it's fine to cheat, like on exams at school, thinks that fraud in corporate settings is a legitimate way of getting ahead. We are in a world right now that I do believe is somewhat sociopathically individualistic, in that we really do tend to value the achievements of individuals without adequately recognizing that even the most distinguished the social and cultural milieu that produce them. And moreover, the grade is great, but just yeah, I think we have gotten to the point where we now undervalue some of the characteristics that I used to be more proud of as an American, because we could be all for individuals' development at the same time that we recognize our dependence on other individuals. We can also do a much better job at making people realize that it is okay to be average. The average person is, after all, average. Now, again, I'm sounding like Father Time, but when I was a kid, everybody got to play Little League baseball. Even if you were terrible. That's no longer the case. When I was in college and I got a B in organic chemistry, I was so happy that I got inebriated in my dorm room and we could football field and break down the goalposts part of the time. But now if a student gets a B, they disembowel themselves in the parking lot. I think we have created a situation, frankly, where our values are not generally attainable for the average individual, which is a recipe for psychological stress.
It's interesting too. I was just a week ago, I was in New York City, and I went to the podcast up there. We were both walking around noticing like just the wide variety of kids that exist in New York City. Like, right? It's known for being one of the first major city of America, right? You think of America, the first place you think of New York City, the height part of it, the Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building. But it's like, you look around, there's no, like, if you think about what does it mean to be an American, the difference between Israelis or people that are Jewish or people that are African or whatever it may be, any part of the world, compared to here, is here they're more individuals. There's more individualism here than anywhere else. Absolutely. So that was a terrible way of saying it, but it was, I think, a really critically important point. We are a more heterogeneous society. Because we're a array of all of these different groups, and that we're only 200 something years old. That's correct. And I like how you put it. I mean, it's just an anecdote, but I was in New York City on September 11th, 2001, when the World Trade Center got knocked down. And I was at the time a professor at Brooklyn College. And Brooklyn College is rather unique because white people, at least when I was there around 2000, it was a very diverse school. So you had your white people and so let's say Italians. There were Jewish people, not to call them white because they would just be tragic, but they declared white that over the last century, the definition of white has shifted all the time. But anyway, forget about that. But in the lunchroom at Brooklyn College, before 2001, there'd be the corner with the Jewish kids, the corner with the black kids, the corner with the Russian kids, and you're right, it would be like micro tribes. Yeah. However, for a few days after September 11th, they opened up the auditorium just to allow people who wanted to come in and sit. It's hard to describe what it was like to watch the building melt while my students were telling me that their relatives were in it calling them saying they were hearing on the loudspeaker
that everything was fine. So we're watching the thing on fire, and we're like, it's not fine, it's not fine. But anyway, it was clearly people were traumatized, but I'll never forget what it was like for a few days where the tribes were shattered and it just became Americans. I know it sounds a little corny, now it doesn't, but it was amazing to literally be able to overcome the understandable cultural foundations and embrace our common identity as Americans. And moreover, in the French newspaper that the headline the next day was, "We are all Americans." Now, this wasn't to suggest that we should all become Americans and start playing baseball. It was just the point of let's momentarily unite and let's overcome what are ultimately secondary differences. And this is what's hard about being an American, because the whole idea of America at its best is that I can be a Chinese American. I'm Chinese, proud of it, if I was. But first and foremost, an American. African American, Asian American, Italian American. I'm drifting a little bit, Danny, but I think one of the current difficulties right now, the divisiveness and polarization, is that we can't even acknowledge the people we disagree with, our fellow Americans. It's a tolerable position for us to be.
Do you think it's that existential dread and threat of death that happened on 9/11 is what brought us all together and created? Is that because if you think of other cultures that had to deal with crazy existential threats, Israel, a great example, we never had that. And 9/11 kind of was the first time that we had to experience that.
Yeah. So that probably is all good, yes.
And it's interesting also you talk about George Bush as a correlate before and after September 11th, which is fascinating.
What I like about I'm kind of a egghead, but yeah, these are just facts. That's another thing about America. 2 plus 2 is some things there's no alternative facts, but George W. Bush had the lowest approval rating in the history of presidential politics. 2 days before September 11th, 3 weeks later, after he said, "We will rid the world of evil, and I believe God has chosen me to lead the country during this perilous time," he had the highest approval rating. And we did dozens of studies where we showed that people, Americans, they didn't like George Bush in a benign state of mind. But if we reminded them that they were going to die, they liked him a lot more. So in 2004, John Kerry ran against George Bush for president. And in control conditions, the participants liked John Kerry more than George Bush. If we reminded them that they were going to die, they liked Bush more than Kerry. And again, a lot of young people weren't around then, but 4 days before the 2004, John Kerry was actually winning in the polls. And then Osama bin Laden put out a video saying he was going to attack us again. And some people argued that created that reminder that enhanced people's opinions of Bush. Fast forward to more recently. Same thing with Donald Trump. 2015, we demonstrated that Americans did not care for Donald Trump. This is before he became the Republican candidate for president. Except if you reminded them they were going to die first. Then they liked him more and said they were more likely to vote for him. And when Hillary Clinton became the Democratic opponent, we found that Americans liked Clinton more than Trump, except if we reminded them they were going to die, and they liked Trump a lot more. I fast forward to 2020. In our studies with white Americans, in a control condition, they liked Joe Biden more than Donald Trump. But if they were reminded they were going to die first, then they liked Trump more than Biden. Right, let's be clear, this is not to suggest that your political preferences are determined solely by existential anxieties. On the other hand, these are amazing studies that momentary alterations in psychological conditions are able to nudge you in one direction or another. And so back to politics just for a moment. But there's a reason why Steve Bannon, who's Donald Trump's one of his closest advisors, they make no pretense of arguing about political principles. Right? Steve Bannon says our enemy is not the Democrats, our enemy is the media, so we're going to flood the zone with shit. That's a quote. And then he says what gets people to the polls is fear and anger. Right? So the way I see it, what's happening right now, a part of this with the pandemic is certainly around existential anxieties. So is the prospect of the earth melting and the global economy imploding on itself. So the point that we make these days is that Americans are saturated with death reminders, whether they're aware of it or not, and this in turn increases their support for ideological demagogues. I call Trump Orange Hitler, and I call him that because it's the same underlying psychodynamic. Oh, it was Hitler who said he was going to make Germany great. Yes, he did. It was Hitler who used a lie about the Jews being responsible for Germany losing World War I. 20 years later, he used that same big lie, and it was Hitler who said, if you're going to lie, go big. If you tell a big lie often enough, people will believe you. And but here we are in America, in the same situation, perhaps the world's greatest liar, Donald Trump, perpetuating an obvious falsehood. And by the way, people will disagree. But some people might say, oh, I do think that the election was rigged. But we should agree, at least in principle, that the folks who are running for election are not the ones who should arbitrate that. In other words, there's a reason why they have referees in the sport. You don't get to call it, you're not able to play on a team and call things the way that you see them. But anyway, back to the point. We're in the same situation where we've got a bunch of demagogues riding a lie in order to pursue political power by keeping people in a perpetual state of existential anxiety. And studies have shown that's exactly what's happening. So a few years ago, there was a study showing that support for Donald Trump in America is correlated with death rates in different communities. And so, basically Trump is lying and people are dying. And what's ironic is that he's killing his own people in some ways. But then that's increasing death anxiety that in turn fortifies support for his case. And that is, by the way, right, what some people argue are the psychodynamic underpinnings of fascism. It is you have powerful autocratic leaders teaming up with corporate interests to take advantage of the population by keeping them in a constant state of fear and this is like, to just make an important point, uh, this is not a condemnation of the intelligence or character of the average person who supports Donald Trump. But as I think we were saying earlier, I think most folks kind of decent and in the average setting we have more in common than otherwise.
I think so too. Do you think it's accurate and or a good idea to say that Donald Trump is the same thing as Hitler? I don't think he's quite the same thing.
Yeah, he's actually working faster and getting shit done better. No, it is the same thing. They are both malignantly narcissistic sociopaths with delusions of paranoia and grandeur. But they are both singularly devoted to maintaining power. I think that, and yeah, it's unfair to compare anybody with Hitler. I get that. It's equally unfair the women to not notice staggering commonalities. Hitler was elected without Russian interference, and it took him several years in the 1930s to undermine the judiciary, to completely overwhelm the press, to replace able civil servants with sycophantous cronies. Trump has done all of that. So let's just look at the various indictments. And my point also is that I don't mind being annoying or political. If you're an American and you're a fan of democracy and you don't vote, fuck you. If you do vote and you do so with the grotesque ignorance of the issues in question, fuck you. And if you're unfamiliar with American history, I'll give another fuck you, because it was George Washington as well as the founding fathers that they were against political parties. They said that once we have parties, then we're not going to be on the same team anymore, and we're going to get into domestic conflicts, and that's going to be a ripe opportunity for an ideological demagogue to be elected and to ransack democracy. Well, that's precisely what we are now witnessing, in my estimation. But moreover, anyone who has an opinion about President Trump and who hasn't read the Mueller report, fuck you. Because and even if you don't have time to read the report, how about the 3-page executive summary? If you don't have time to read that, read the entire sentence that Bill Barr mangled when he protected Trump by leaving out the part where Mueller suggested that he was indeed guilty of obstructing justice and proposed that there'd be a civil trial thereafter. Right, anyway, on top of that, if you've not read any of the indictments, then how are you in a position to be a responsible citizen?
What if it said DOJ under Barr lobby withheld parts of Russia probe memo? Thank you.
Because he took a sentence that was extraordinarily damning, and he only read half of it. And that was before the report was released. But anyway, ditto for the indictments. Maybe people of goodwill could disagree. So shouldn't we disagree after being informed? Less than 5% of Americans have actually read the indictments. And so anyway, my point is that we as Americans have been grotesquely irresponsible. Let's stop blaming the leaders and let's step up. It's not only our right to vote, it's our responsibility But again, it's our responsibility to do so in an educated fashion.
I wonder about these indictments, and I wonder what the thinking is behind them, especially when it comes to like what they're doing. In my view, with these indictments, is they're making him an underdog, and I think these indictments and making him more of an underdog, and if he gets a fucking mugshot, I think they're just handing him the presidency.
Yeah, they're not actually. They're handing him the nomination. The presidency in the absence of voter suppression is highly unlikely. And I just say that based on electoral college politics and recent polls. It is unlikely to win a general election, especially in Georgia right now. It comes down right. And again, we're getting political, but yeah, we're not a democracy. We already know that the next election is going to be decided by 3 or 4 states. They even know the particular neighborhoods. If it was just a popular vote, there's no doubt that Trump would lose by 10 to 20 million votes, no matter who he ran against. So that's not it. Oh yeah, he lost the first one by 3 million. He lost the next one by 7 million. But the amount of effort that's now being devoted in states like Texas, Tennessee, Florida, to ensure that the people are restricted from voting, it is extraordinarily comparable to what happened after the Civil War during the Reconstruction. So in South Carolina, for example, right after the Civil War, there were African Americans elected to Congress. There were like 8,000 people that voted. Like 10 years later, there were like 800 black people who voted in South Carolina. I guess when you start hanging people and
Republican too, right?
yeah. But that's right. But the point is no, I don't think that what's happening now would ensure a victory in the general election. Also, it's Donald Trump who is portraying himself as a victim. He is he is an evil genius in my estimation. He's a moron. First of all, intellectually. And no, that's a declarative statement. This professor at the Wharton School of Business, where he said he finished first in his class. So it said 30 years ago, he's the stupidest student that he ever had. But he's a genius appealing to brain stems.
Yes,
exactly. And so
he knows how to schmooze. He knows how to get people to like him.
And it is like, if you got a room with him, he can get you like, that's right. I like him. I come from Bronx. He comes from Queens. He's a likable asshole. But he's also an extraordinarily dangerous one. And he's the one. Remember, he declared that he was running for president in anticipation of being indicted. Most presidential races don't start this way. So basically, he's got it backwards. He's saying, "Oh, you're indicting me, but every time you think I'm going to win, that's when you break out another indictment." But the indictments, maybe they should have happened sooner. And it's like they probably should have, but I blame Kevin McCarthy and what's his face, they're the ones. Listen to them the day after January 6th when they said Trump was responsible. And he should have been impeached and convicted at that time. And if that had happened, we would be in the mess that we now are.
And to your point about the overwhelming narcissistic sociopathic traits, I also believe that is very much a thing with a lot of people in politics, especially high-level politics
and business.
and business. Yes,
CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, so way up there. I'm not just to say something sociopathy. Again, suggesting that a touch of balance, right? Remember you said earlier, it was a great point. And it could be, some evolutionary types have pointed out, that there may be times where we're served by a somewhat narcissistic, maybe a tad sociopathic kind of leader. It's when we get to the extremes, because there's no moral compass, right, that underlies that.
Everything we've just been talking about is that sort of encompassing your. I don't know if you started writing it. You talked about something called left and right is beside the point.
Yeah, I never did that. So I would like to write a book called Why Left and Right Are Both Beside the Point. And I haven't done it yet, although I've been blubbering about it at times. My point is that just like political parties, we've reduced this to like a worldwide wrestling federation. But we're like, oh, you're a liberal, so if I lean left, that means I'm leaning away from the right. And it's like a tug of war, right? And it's like, oh, you're on the repository of evil. No, you're like anal cranial fusion. And my point is that that's an extraordinarily absurd way to look at this. Right? First of all, political orientation is in large measure genetically influenced. Right? So if you take identical twins and you separate them at birth and raise them in different parts of Earth, if one twin is conservative, so will the other be. It's not identical, but it's what's called a heritability quotient that goes from 0 to 1, and the heritability quotient for political orientation is somewhere around 0.4 or 0.5. And all that means is that if we had a room full of people, that about half of the variation in the group of politics can be accounted for genetically. Right? So let's just think about that for a moment. If some people are conservative and others are liberal, and it's in our genes, I'm not saying there's a conservative gene, it could be a combination of them, doesn't it suggest that they are both adaptive, perhaps in different ways? Does that make sense? In other words, why would there still be variations on both sides of the spectrum that if they didn't perhaps serve some kind of evolutionary function? Right, so there's a guy in Israel, his name's Rothschild, and he's at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, and he wrote a paper with his colleagues that I find very compelling, and it's like, why can't we look at it as if, in other words, and we may have been talking about this earlier, but if we were all conservative, we'd be sitting on the floor of a cage, literally, because by definition, conservatives cling to tradition. Right? If we were all liberal, we would be doing stupid shit. I'd be like, oh, I have an idea. Let's put an asshole on my forehead. Or what about the electric spoon? And we would be summarily just wandering around doing random stuff, ignoring past experiences. And so I like people who say, wouldn't the best kind of society be some kind of sweet spot where we had both liberal and conservative? And what Rothschild has pointed out, and this is based on research, is that in general, when we look at intergroup conflict, that so conservatives are better than liberals at detecting external threats. Because liberals are like, everything's fine. But they're like, oh, let's do 5K raise, t-shirts. And conservatives at the high end are paranoid and afraid of everything. Like, look, but it's functional to be afraid sometimes. So conservatives are better at detecting threat. Liberals are better at negotiating peaceful conflicts or peaceful resolutions of conflicts. And so, in a functioning society, we want to have both. Don't we need some people that are saying, we're going to be fun, pay attention,
Right.
and don't we need others that can step in and do a Gandhi or Mother Teresa? And my point, and the older I get, the more convinced I am of this, is that, we're thinking about it individualistically when we're like, oh, I'm a liberal, that's good. You're conservative, that's bad. I think we're better off accepting that we exist on a continuum. We need each other. That's my current preoccupation. Yeah, I do love it, Danny. I really do. Right now, all I see is on both sides. How are we going to get rid of the bad progressives? Or what am I going to do with these trailer park people with their MAGA hats? And it's like, no, it's basically, basically we need each other. Right? And at our best, as you put it earlier, what I see in many public settings, just folks cheerfully engaged with each other. And again, it is plain and simple-minded.
I think a lot of it has to do with
Absolutely,
technology.
and communication and connection, and literally a direct connection between humans.
Not through Twitter.
Yeah, honestly.
And this brings us to another uplifting point about much about this before we started, but who was the guy who predicted civil rights abuses in the collapse of 2025?
Yeah, this is a Peter Turchin. Yeah, so he wrote a book called End Times. And he was a professor at the University of Connecticut and is now in Oxford in England. And I'm just becoming familiar with his work. He is an ecologist by trade, and he studies how societies collapse and what we might do to forestall or at least deflect a bit. And so his point is it's all based on math models of a study of over 100 societies. Yeah, and I like that he starts out by saying it's not a political argument. What he's saying is that we predict mathematically of when a society is going to collapse. And he argued 20 years ago that the collapse of American society is inevitable. And the argument is based on a couple of things going on. But the main thing is he talks, first of all, about an overabundance of cultural elites. So he's like, look, one thing is, he's like, all societies are hierarchical. Stop being like Walt Disney and knocking people for being organized in a bureaucratic fashion. And there are going to be people that are richer than others. And it's basically, well, that's the way it has always been. But then he says, but there are certain times historically where, and he describes it metaphorically as like a game of musical chairs. He's like, look, there's only one president still. There's only 50 senators. But there's a whole lot more people that want to go to Harvard. And And so in the old days, there weren't that most of the admissions to these schools were all legacy. You know, you had to be white, you had to be Protestant. Well, now there's all kinds of folks clamoring for admission. But there's still the same amount of elite positions. And what Turchin said is what that does is it creates a host of disaffected wannabes. And that's where a lot of populist movements start. And so he points out if you look at what's going on right now, you've got Donald Trump, proclaiming himself, one of the people. No, but he's not one of the people. His dad gave him $1 million when he was still in diapers. Right? To pass Ted Cruz. You know where he went to school? I have no idea. Princeton. All right. What's his face? Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri. He went to Stanford. DeSantis, Ron DeSantis. He went to Yale and Harvard. The guy who's the senator in Louisiana, his name's Kennedy. Anyway, he went to Oxford. In other words, there's people that are pretending that they're, spraying cheese whiz on a cracker down in the 12-pack of beer in the trailer park that are leading these populist revolts. They're not really working class people. They just want to take over the power. It's all options. Right, so that's one thing that Turchin says often starts the composition of society, is when there's too many people vying for positions of power. But more understandable, and then he says at the same time that that's happening, so he's like, you got a lot of elites that are disappointed. But then he's like, yeah, but then what's really happening are the rich corporate interests sucking the lifeblood out of the poor. All right, so America peaked around 1970s, in the aftermath of World War II, because of the New Deal, which wouldn't have happened if rich oligarchs didn't accept a higher tax rate. That changed the day that Ronald Reagan was elected president. Solar panels off the White House, Ivan Bush being convicted felon, so greed is good. What's good is the moon if you can't buy or sell it. And until then, as wealth rose in America, so did minimum wage, and so did the income of the average American, the average white American. The rising tide lifts all boats. But that changed in 1980. Since Reagan's presidency, adjusted for inflation, the average working class wage has declined, whereas the average CEO in America now makes in a day what their employees make in a year. And the last time the richest 50 people on Earth owned half of Earth or more was in the Gilded Age, just before the Depression. So anyway, what Turchin says is what happens when the rich get too greedy is that the poor get miserable. Like they get to the point where there's not enough hours in the to work at Walmart, which by the way has more part-time workers than anyone on Earth, so they don't have to pay the benefits. So anyway, you're at a point where it is not physically possible to survive on minimum wage. And people then get angry, they get depressed, their life expectancy goes down. And this is the point where the Hitlers and the Trumps and Mussolini's and the guy in Brazil and the guy in Hungary. This is where the fascists' wannabes tend to rise because they come into power in order to deflect the anger and despair of the masses in pursuit of maintaining the financial interests of the rich. And he calls that a wealth pump. And again, without any politics or judgment, he's just saying this is the way it is. He says that you are lost again. No, because what he says is, I want to be really mathematical, and what I can tell you is that when the discrepancy between wealth gets to a certain level, that collapse is inevitable. What I can't tell you is how long it will take, what form it will take, and whether or not people in power at the time will notice what's happening and consider doing something to address the underlying concerns. And so he gives historical examples in England hundreds of years ago, and I'm not a historian, where he's like, oh, well, here in one century, the shit hit the fan, and then there was a civil war for 200 years. But then he's like, oh yeah, but in this other time, the king realized that maybe it'd be better if everybody got fed. And so they tweaked the way that resources are distributed to address the anger and fear and material deprivation in a way that restores some kind of social equilibrium. Now, again, this is not a Marxist diatribe, because what Turchin is saying is that societies come and go. They all collapse eventually, right? And so what we need to do is to think about what we're going to do or not. But what it looks like we're doing now is, if anything, accelerating the rate of disintegration by increasing the transfer of wealth from the public to the few, right? And again, that's not a political statement. No one disputes that the tax cuts from the Trump administration were largely devoted to the richest Americans, right? And that is responsible for about a quarter of the current debt.
A lot of the problems that I think of when I'm talking about this, I don't think of necessarily like policies like tax cuts for the rich. I think of, for example, what's going on now is the government just gave like $1 billion to fight the war in Ukraine. That we have homeless people in every major city all over the place. Like, whose fault is that? Like, what is that? What is responsible for that being able to happen?
Look, my rep to be annoying is, let's all look in the mirror. We are responsible. So, there's a literature about this, so we'll talk, and I have to send you some stuff. But basically, that argument, which is it's a traditionally conservative one, we're pissing away our money in Ukraine. The argument is that if we weren't sending Ukraine $1 trillion, we'd be feeding poor Americans. And in psychobabble, that's what's called the zero-sum argument, that anything that you're giving to somebody, you're taking away from something else. Right? Now, this is a very strong belief of conservative Americans. So one of the reasons why they are so hostile to any effort to foster equality is that they perceive that anything that black people get is being taken away from them. It's factually incorrect. In other words, white Americans receive much more in the way of welfare, but then do African Americans.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. So we need to, and moreover, rich Americans, they get much more in tax breaks than poor Americans get in what are declared as handouts. See, one thing that is important that I've learned from political scientists is that there's a difference. When somebody gives you something, yeah, it's a handout, right? So it's food stamps or basket grabbing. But it's no less of a handout when I get a shit ton of money as a deduction for the interest that I pay on a mortgage. Right, right. Well, that's a problem for the rich. Tax for retirement accounts. That's a problem for the rich. People that have minimum wage. So I agree with that. The point, though, is that it's not that if you give something to one person, you take it away from another.
Right. It's not taking like just because we give trillions of dollars to another country for a war doesn't mean that if we didn't do that, all the folks would get that. They still probably didn't get that money.
Right. So then why not treat them as separate problems and address them accordingly? We still pay farmers to not grow food. But it's just hypocritical. It is. So that, but yes, but we can. That's where I'm a fan of democracy. In other words, Lyndon Johnson comes in and he has this idea of a great society. And this is where we get all these efforts, Head Start, food stamps. And the effort was to give everybody a bit of a boost. And I think we've lost a lot of those efforts along the way. Kind of forgot what I was.
Yeah. So you're talking about the collapse of society.
Yeah. Okay. So back to collapsing. Yeah. Right. So basically, you got too many people wanting to be president, and all of the elite wannabes, Ted Cruz, they then become your little mini fascists, trying to rouse the people. Meanwhile, the people are getting miserable. The rich are getting rich. Sure. What's happening right now? Have you noticed that? Do you know what right to work laws are? Okay, so they're in all the Republican states, and those are laws designed to destroy unions and eradicate minimum wage. So they're saying we want to give you the freedom to work. So no more minimum wage. Right now, there's like 12-year-olds working at McDonald's and stuff. So the point, though, is that we got there's basically things are just this. So you got the people getting more miserable, the rich are getting richer, and the anger and resentment is being directed at your scapegoat du jour. So the Germans blame the Gypsies and the Jews. The Americans blame whatever, the Nicaragua war, storming the border, the Islamic terrorists, the Chinese raping us, and so on. And so basically, if I understand Turchin, his point is that what makes things very difficult in the moment is it's very hard to see what's going on. Except, like you say, well, what might we do? Yeah, in my opinion, what we might do is to stay up and think about what might help. So, again, to be particular, and at the risk of sounding somewhat political, we're the only industrialized country on earth where healthcare is not, it's a commodity, it's not a right. So we're the only ones who say, hey, if you want insurance, it's like a car, just buy it. every other country actually provides it. And we're an anomaly here because basically, historically, every European country, right after women get to vote, it doesn't take more than a few decades before there's universal health care, free education, much more care throughout the life course, and then in retirement. So I guess with my point would be, yeah, we used to vote about that stuff. And so and there was a moment when people voted in ways that were consistent with what their interests appeared to be. Right? In other words, when I was your age in the 1960s and 70s, let's say, or whatever, most working class white people, and black people for that matter, they would vote for Democrats because it was Lyndon Johnson saying, Social Security good, and food stamps good, Head Start good, and right now, as we were talking about earlier, I think we're in the ironic situation of people being galvanized to support leaders who are on record as proposing to make matters worse for them. So I'd rather be wrong about all of it.
Yeah, I hope you are.
But at the very least, if we are in a state of societal decomposition, I hope that these kinds of, not to be naive, but hopefully these kinds of conversations are, yes, even if it's a preliminary stimulant to think about some of these things.
Yeah, and another one of these polarizing topics that these politicians like to cling on to is climate change. There's no nuance in the conversation. It's just based on camp. I think there was an empirical poll done or a study done on people who believe that humans are going to contribute to climate change, people who don't. And you can basically figure it out on what their political party is. You can figure out what their belief is solely based on political party.
Yeah, but that's only since the 1970s. So we have national parks because Teddy Roosevelt was a Republican. And he put them aside on the grounds that we needed to conserve. The Environmental Protection Agency was in the Nixon administration, another Republican. It was only around 1980 or so, in the 1980s or so, it could not predict by political party. And now you can. And my point is that what that suggests is that that's what ideological position, right, or irrational cogitation, as you put it, right?
There's so much nuance when it comes to that. Like I've had many people on the podcast who study ancient civilization, like ancient Egypt, the pyramids, and stuff like that. And people that have done these ice core samples where they drill down miles of ice cores and they figure out like the fluctuation. Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? And how there's been these crazy fluctuations in cooling. But that's true that we've been in much hotter climates and much colder climates. Yeah. But at the same time, you can't say that humans don't affect the climate. We do affect
There you go. So,
they're both true.
yeah. So, yeah. Some people don't like that. Yes, don't like nuance, especially when we're in a state of distress, right? And yet, that's one of the most. Yeah, there you go. And there's a book called The Ministry for the Future. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's a science fiction book. And it's basically, anyway, it's got Kim Stanley, Robinson, I think. Yeah, and it's kind of like he says, can we step back and just acknowledge that things are rather complicated. I like your point. I've been learning from some folks about these just indigenous histories where they used to have like these apocalyptic narratives, and archaeologists or anthropologists would say, wow, the Native Americans, they must have been doing too much peyote. And then we realized, no, these were narratives that arose during times of extraordinary climactic stress. So it's clearly true that we've almost been wiped out before. There's no doubt about that. You know, what makes this different, as I understand it, is that the last time the Earth got 10 degrees hotter, it wiped out 90% of the life on Earth. But it took 50 million years to recover. This was like 270 million years ago. Although I probably botched every detail, but that's how. And someone will let us know. But that's the point is that things come and go, and the coming and going is now, I think, almost impossible to understand without accepting that we're complicit. Moreover, I like some of the arguments, Danny, where very, very nuanced people just point out that there's kind of an asymmetry. Because you could say, let's just do nothing. Or you could say, we better do something. Because the odds are, it may be that we do nothing, or quote, fine. But the danger of obliterating ourselves is much higher than if we err in the other direction.
Right now, it's an interesting time too when it comes to this kind of thing. Right now, it's like before the closest we're going to the Cold War, where we got this threat between Russia and the United States, the two biggest nuclear powers in the world, going up when a nuke's going to go off, when what country is going to set up a tactical nuke. Where we've come technologically today, I'm optimistic that that's not going to happen. We've kind of evolved past that. But then, I'm also interested in the technology side of it. I know you talked to Lex. I don't know what he said to you specifically about that, but with the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning, like ChatGPT and stuff like that, when we start to create consciousness, what happens when we create something similar to ourselves that doesn't have this mortality to it, or this fear of immortality to it?
Yeah, so great point, Danny. I say this sometimes, and it sounds silly, but I can't think of a more important question. If we could answer that, Chuck is on that with our Nobel Prizes on the beach. But I work with some folks now that are concerned with those issues, and they literally, the way that they're thinking about them it is in terms of AI ethics. They're saying that some of the questions are, to have an ethical AI, it has to be an embodied and moral entity. So I work with some folks that did a podcast. It's a dramatic podcast. It's called The Spark File. And it is about set in 2030 or so. And it's about the most sophisticated artificial intelligence. It's a female, and it's an embodied, robotic form. And the AI entity finds out from the guy that created her that he made her mortal. So it's basically a science fiction show about the first existential crisis of an artificial intelligence. What is it called again? It's called the Spark Hunter File. Spark Hunter? Yeah, I'll send you these things. Okay, but again, it's very fascinating because you brought it up. it's like, wow, would it require some kind of existential apprehensions in order to ensure that AIs are not ultimately void? What do you think would happen if AI was void of that consciousness of mortality? Yeah, what do you think? I don't know either. I wonder what would happen if we were. I don't even know what would happen if we didn't know about it. If we weren't aware. Oh, by the way, I don't understand. I can't comprehend what life would be like if we could live 500,000 years. Right. You know, I like what you talk about in your book as you said that if we're aware, we could live a happy life to a million years. Suddenly, we wouldn't be able to have the definition of a hero, right? Wouldn't exist, or a coward wouldn't exist, because that's all defined by the finitude of our life and our the risks that we're willing to take for different reasons. Yeah, I find those ideas compelling. I am all true. Still disappointed to die, and yet I find those arguments convincing. In other words, if you were reading a book and it never read it would be tiresome. I think it was Lucretius. He just said, life's like a banquet, but isn't what makes those banquet great that there comes a point where you have enough and you're done? And he does that to lead a full life requires that it be bounded. You know, there was a time that we're not here, and now we are. And cliche, but often good things do have, and that in no way suggests that we should avoid a richer or even longer. And yet, a lot of folks that are like having their heads chopped off when they die in Rosen, Arizona. I had a guy on here that paid like $100,000. Yeah, you're right. The dog he gets in a car accident. They know to like call them. Right. And to me, and again, with all due respect, that's rather sad, and also rather silly. You pay a shit ton of money, and you know, Arizona's going to be uninhabitable in the next decade. And when the grid goes down, do you think the owners of those cryogenics places are going to be all too worried about the frozen heads in the middle of the? Hell no, they're not. No, they're not. You got to make sure they're lawyerless forever, right? Oh, there you go. So anyway, yeah. So I see most of those efforts to be thinly veiled attempts to forestall that. And I see that as much as I like being alive. I've got patience. I feel be there to watch your kids and your grandkids. No, absolutely. Yeah. Such a conundrum, isn't it? Do you think there's a connection between fear of death, religion, and the UFO phenomenon? Because what I noticed talking to people, I had a lady who's a professor of religious studies in North Carolina, and she was approached by somebody who was recently become familiar with the history of like the UFO phenomenon in the United States, Roswell, and where else. And she found like a stark connection between some of the ancient biblical texts, like these nuns and these ladies that write in their journals from the ancient times that are identical to some of the modern day depictions of the hoax. And I've noticed there is a huge movement of but only peripherally because I don't know enough about him. So I've heard what you said about the historical commonalities. Wow. Uh, yeah, I do know that, or I do suspect rather, that existential anxiety sort of profused throughout. In other words, uh, in times of upheaval, there's increased belief in conspiracies of UFOs. I'm not suggesting that there's nothing to observe, just noting that there appears to be some coordination.
And schizophrenia too is a big thing to talk about. But
Yeah,
what is the relationship with fear and death and schizophrenia?
our argument in the book is that death anxiety underlies or amplifies all psychological disorders. Right. And that's a rather strong claim. We're not saying that it is the sole cause of psychological disorders. It certainly cannot explain the differences between them. But, and we're following a guy, Erwin Galvin, existential psychotherapy. He just said that he called psychological disorders clumsy mismanagement of existential terror. Now, I don't like that because it suggests that we have more discretion over our conditions that we might want to, than we actually do. Right? But so we have done experiments with clinical populations where we showed, for example, that when people who are afraid of spiders are reminded that they're going to die, they become more afraid of spiders. When people that are OCD, obsessive compulsive, when we remind them that they're going to die and then send them into the bathroom to wash their hands, they use more soap and water. When we remind socially anxious people that they're going to die, they go hide in the closet for longer. People that are prone to PTSD become more psychologically associated. So everything that we have studied so far, we've demonstrated that death anxiety magnifies those symptoms. Like when it comes to schizophrenia, thankfully, there's no ethics board that will allow us to remind schizophrenic people that they're going to die. In principle, if we did do that, though, what we would predict is that death reminders would increase delusions of grandeur and paranoia. And this is based on just transcripts of schizophrenic people talking about their own concerns. And so, the argument is that the schizophrenic individual in the wake of existential anxiety inflates themselves to superhuman proportions while declaring themselves omniscient and aware of everything that's happening at all times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, getting back to the phenomenon, I just see like whether it be more paranoia or more anxiety, I think it is. It's like the hope that there's something else out there that's going to save us from ourselves, right?
Nice.
And there's also many books and many testimonies from like Army generals talking about these things hovering around nuclear bases. It's on, like these things are going to save us, they're going to save us from ourselves.
That's magnificent. And again, very essential. In Greek tragedy, the worse than death is to be no one, surrounded by no thing. And I think that's correct. So here you have the UFOs filling this existential threat. There is something out there. And the Yalom dude, he calls it a magic helper that we're all in these open. That behind the next cloud, the next bush, it's someone or something paying attention.
And it's also interesting because it's a phenomenon that sort of hangs out on the fringe of being not enough evidence to convince the skeptic, but there's enough evidence to convince somebody that's correct. And I think if those things were to come, if UFO were to land on the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue, come out and say peace, greetings, earthlings, I think that would replace UFO with something else. Yeah. For something. Something we don't understand.
The fact that there's a guy that Becker writes about a book called Endless Mortality. I don't understand that matter. But he just said that, that if necessary, what would replace God is like a giant slot machine. It's like just because we just have to think that there's a jackpot somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
One thing I think I want to talk to you about was people that are near death or like suffering from diseases or cancer, experimenting with psychedelics and the phenomena of ego death. Like I told you, I had that extra download here as that extended state EMT study where keeps people on EMT for a extended period of time just to sort of map out what's going on in that sort of quote unquote world that they're experiencing. What sort of science or studies are you aware of in regards to this?
Yeah, so this is awesome. We did some research in the near-death area. Nothing new. We just we looked at people that had near-death experiences, and we replicated a common finding, which is that it reduces death anxiety. And what we found is that having a near-death experience reduces death anxiety because people's notion of what death means changes. So, like, some people see death as just totally obliterated and annihilated. Other people, they see it as more of a continuous transition. It may not be to immortality, but they're like, no, I am in a different state, and I'm not me anymore. But all of the molecules that make up me, well, they've been around forever, and they're going to go and mingle with the rest of the cosmos. And so, what the near-death experience appears to be doing, it is to alter our conception of death to render it not an immediate and total obliteration. And that appears to be what the psychedelics are doing. Of what, first of all, there's one line of work with the terminally ill people, and these findings are magnificent. Sometimes a single dose of psilocybin reduces anxiety and depression in people that have had a prior drug experience. And the same folks that are doing that research are now extending the range of people that are receiving psychedelic treatment. It's no longer just terminally ill, it's now folks with PTSD, for example. And it really does appear to have remarkably palliative effects. Some folks that I'm familiar with, they talk about it in terms of the word cosmic connection comes up. Whereas people who have had positive psychedelic experiences, whether they're traumatized or not, what they often say is saw a completely different world, the culturally constructed world that I learned about and live in. That momentarily dissolved, and I got to see a world where I recognize that everything is connected, everyone is related, and even though in the overall scheme of things, I'm an inconsequential speck of transient dust, I am still involved and always have been. In other words, if you're alive today, well, then you descended from the first living thing, right? So, and you're related to everything that's ever been alive, right? You're more related to me than a fig or a turkey. Well, and that means we're going to be related to everything that's ever been alive. And well, anyway, that's the kind of stuff I remember from my hallucinogenic days of yesteryear. That's the kind of stuff that's now being reported in psychedelic therapy. Just this really radical sense of total contentment, kind of based on this tripod of psychological well-being. It's awe, humility, and gratitude. Yeah, just basically it's this sense of awe, just like, wow, the world is infinitely large and beyond my comprehension, and yet here I am, yet the people. It's like awesome. And then, again, the irony is that one result of awe is humility, which Americans need to look at a dictionary, because we see humility as something bad, like self-deprecation. But humility is just really recognizing your proper position in the universe. And in the overall scheme of things, we really are radically inconsequential, right? We're in a body not of your choice, in a time and place not of your choosing. You're here for a tiny amount of time, and off to the next generation. And the point is that when you get that feeling, it doesn't make you, it doesn't undermine your self-esteem. It actually at times makes you feel better. Because what that does is to say, well, maybe I'm not going to be an Einstein. Maybe I'm not going to be Mother Teresa or Jesus or fill in the blank. I'm going to be me, and I'm going to do things, and I can't know it ahead of time.
So does that mean it sort of renders the whole notion that us needing self-esteem sort of less meaningful? Like it makes yes, okay.
In my opinion, or rather, how about it broadens the scope of what is meaningful and valuable. So there's this guy, Oliver Berkman. He has the cosmic insignificance therapy. And he's not knocking self-esteem. He's like, yeah, you could be proud of yourself. You wrote a book, you made a shit ton of money. On the other hand, that obscures other aspects of our existence that might be psychologically debilitating. In other words, I might have been so busy worrying about whether I'm going to sell enough of these four books so that I could be on the Amazon list that, I didn't notice that the old woman who lives next door to me is struggling. Let's say it's those at our house. And I just didn't notice that there was a lot of snow. I'm saying this because we had neighbors who were elderly back in the day. And I noticed them, so I'm racing off to write a sentence. Why don't I pick up a snow shovel and help the person next to me? So another example, you're like walking on the street, you see somebody, never seen them before. And for some reason, you just kind of look up and give them one of these, hi, how you doing? You're never going to say that. You just like acknowledge acknowledge the existence of a fellow human. Well, how do you know that person wasn't walking to the nearest bridge to kill us? And what you just did by your momentary connection with an at the moment struggling humans is to not only save their lives, but what if they're the next Gandhi who's going to go on to lead Earth to a radical transformation that saves all of humanity? Well, what so the point that these folks are trying to make is that there's a whole lot of ways to have a meaningful life, and that we should become more aware of them and take greater advantage of those possibilities. And again, what I like about that, Danny, is that this is not to knock a more conventional and culturally constructed pursuits. Right. So this is, let's get back to, we don't need to be either liberal or conservative. We could be both. We don't need to. Sometimes I talk in terms of heroism. And I'm like, well, you got heroes with a capital H. There's Jesus and Buddha and Einstein. And then you could be heroic with a lowercase h. People that just literally make the best of the loss that the world has dealt them. And among my current view for me, I haven't gotten there. Yeah, but I always, like anybody, if somebody says, "Oh, I like your ideas. I think they're interesting," yeah, I like that. I get great joy from that, and I get great joy from walking my little dog around the block. And I want to get to the point where they are not necessarily any different in terms of the potential value psychologically or otherwise.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers of back there. Beneficial with a lot of power. Unfortunately, psychedelics.
Yes. Again, you tune out a guy named Aldous Huxley. He wrote a book, Brave New World. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah. All right. He in the magazine. So he also wrote a book called Force of Perception. That book. So in his 50s, he took psilocybin for the first time. And he wrote a book about it called Force of Perception. Magnificent book. It's in the 1950s. And then in the 1960s, the most popular magazine in the United States was either Life or Look magazine. It'd be like Newsweek or Time magazine today. Yes, he wrote an article saying that in the future, every world leader will have had psychedelics, and every child will have had psychedelics in grade school as part of their education. Yeah. All right, back to my thing with short views. And we actually spent a few of those hours talking about the virtues of psychedelic experiences. I can't remember the exact details, but because he was saying, let's go to South America and do that ayahuasca together. He was aware of the hidden background, but he was quite serious about those experiences being extraordinary potential value. What is your personal belief on what happens? I know I don't have. I know I'm off on that, but I've already admitted, for better or worse, that I'm not a big fan of dying. At the same time, I believe it to be the proper culmination of a life well lived. That's just natural. And I'm going with the ancients on this one. Just as I was, to my knowledge, completely unaware of the billions of years that the world was here, but I wasn't. My guess is that a nanosecond or so after I expire, that it will be up to yeah. But I want to have it both ways because I really am of this Epicurean persuasion. They're the ones that talk about that we are just a bunch of atoms. And before they came together to make us, they've been bouncing around the universe since the Big Bang. And to that, maybe
That's not a country.
I don't know. I'm trying to make it so. That's correct.
I've thought about that before. Are they ever be very young? Yeah, and thinking about what you're going for. Flat, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. That's
Yeah. That's, so with my buddy Jeff Greenberg here, he would Jeff's point would be we can dance around all of this all we want. And there's no way to put it this way. What turns out to be almost a necessity, a state of ambivalence of sorts. I guess where I keep coming back to, it's hard to love life at the same time that one proclaims that you're just totally fine with being devoid of it. Right? So I'm like, yeah.
so in a sense you love life or being aware of nothing at the end of it.
I don't know that I do. I'm just saying that it's hard. If I hear your point, you're like, none of these things are particularly soothing. And I'm with you on that. And that's
So you don't find this.
that's my buddy Jeff's point. It is, yeah, we can be like, maybe do a few gummies and you're like, oh, God, I'm fucking fine with death. No, we're not. And yeah, no offense. Yeah, I don't know if that's idiosyncratic or if that's just the fundamental property of life, which is a resistance to premature termination at all costs.
Well, hey, Sheldon, I really appreciate you talking to me. You're sitting here in 3 hours. So tell people where they can find more information. Book. I love your book. I'm a huge fan of not only the contents of it, but I love the title, the one with the core. It's a very metal title.
Yeah, it is metal. Yeah. And that's actually a line from William James. Anyway, so thank you, Danny. We wrote a book called Mormon or on the role of death and life that's around. I do podcast stuff. I work at School College in Saratoga Springs, New York, for people that have interest, but will have no trouble finding my email address. And feel free to be in touch. I said this before we started talking live, but I think what you and fellow podcasters are doing is of inestimable value. If you're having trouble sleeping, send me an email. I'll send you one of our technical papers. But to me, most strikingly important is the hope that these ideas are interesting enough for people to jump in that don't mindlessly believe anything that you've heard us say. So much is to be open to the possibility that it might be relevant to your own life and those of the people around you. So, that's kind of how to find it. I don't have a website or I don't use and social media stuff, which is probably for the better. But yeah, that's it. I'm a little surprised you said we talked for 3 hours. It's like 30 minutes.
And is there anything that we didn't cover that you think we should?
No, just that I hope that the folks that are accustomed to listening to you and other people, if I said something wrong, let's get it right. If I said something that was disagreeable, but let's engage in civil disagreement and let's be duplicitous. But I hope that in a couple of years get a chance to perhaps be interested in seeing where your world drifts and just to keep you posted on what's happening on my end. So thank you so much.
Likewise, John, and I hope you continue to do more of this podcast. I really think that with that said, sleep tight, folks. When I originally called Cindy Eugenio, I asked him, is there anyone that you can think of that has more information on this? If there was one person you can pinpoint that is the encyclopedia on what happened on November 22nd, 1963, who is that? He said, you are the person, probably the only person that has been through millions and millions of documents, classified and unclassified. I wanted to start this thing off by bluntly asking you, after the years that you've spent researching this, to date, what is your opinion on what happened on November 22nd, 1963? Was it all? Why was the president assassinated? And why is he still being covered up?
That's going to be a subject of my last volume in the JFK series, but I won't give you the same answer I give everybody else when they ask me that. Go ahead and solve it and save me some time. I'm actually going to go to Duquesne University this fall in November, and I'm going to actually talk about my current view on what happened in 2260. So it's a coup d'etat. And the thing that people get messed up with is there's a tendency to hate the CIA and think that organization is acted alone or did illness with it. It's not like that. First of all, you have to understand how the hierarchies are put together. And we're talking about political should be at the apex of democracy, and the military is right there at the top with them. In a Cold War, which is what is happening under the administration, right in the middle of the Cold War. Who does the fighting? Okay, the fighting is not done by the political military hierarchies because they're not responsible for each other. The spy service will do that. So, a coup d'etat within a superpower is not done by the spy service. The spy service can do coups in other countries, but in the United States and in Great Britain and in France and in the Soviet Union, a coup within a country is the military overturning the political hierarchy. But that is what happened in 1963. Now, the CIA has a role to play, but it is not institutional. You have to understand that by that time we had a new director of Central Intelligence who really had no idea about a lot of things that were happening, things that were not held from him, gone. So what you're talking about is a series of people that were in on the Kennedy problem way back when Kennedy was first became president of the United States. And so I'll do my best to try and take us through how that started and how that finished.
When did you first become interested in the assassination of John F. Kennedy? How long ago was this? When did you start researching on this?
When I was still in school. I was doing my PhD. And I had been promoted from the NCO Corps as an officer. And I ended up going pretty fast and ended up working at the top of the NSA as the military assistant to the president. And I had decided that I wanted to do my dissertation on Chinese affairs, Mao things that one day when we were flying down to the Paris, I had all these pictures, see those pictures and all those slides and everything. But it's a newspaper, the New York Times, and he said, John, what do you what's your dissertation going to be? I told him it was going to be about China. And he said, oh, come on, you can do better than that. Show some metal, just overturn an orthodoxy which is actually what is expected of dissertation. 9 times out of 10 it doesn't happen. Anyway, so I was taken aback by that, and I said to General, what if I told you that President Kennedy was going to pull out of Vietnam at the time he was murdered? He thought for a while. He said, you know what, John? If you could actually make a case for that, that would be a terrific dissertation topic. Went back to reading it 2 times. So we got home, back to Fort Meade that night, and I called my mentor, Dr. Rothschild, George Washington, and I told him I was going to change my topic, and he said, "Go what?" I said, "JFK in Vietnam." And he said, "I thought you never asked." That's when that started. It took me years, many years, I took the maximum amount of time allowed for study, 5 years. And then eventually I submitted my thesis. It was approved by a board at George Washington, and eventually I defended it with honors. But at the same time, I got involved with Rothschild. So when he found out that what the thesis was, and it was something we're talking about 1991. It was 92 when the film came out, but got a hold of me a couple of years before that. Due to a meeting between somebody, I don't want to go into all the details, but his chief of research found out in a bar in Dallas, Texas, that I was doing a dissertation on. And he said, oh my gosh, that's what he was told me. So I got published on it, and that's what we hooked up doing that. But the point is here to not waste time, that what happens is my dissertation comes out at the time of the movie. And very quickly, what had happened within weeks before that actually happened, my book was suppressed, or suppressed. There were actually two episodes of this suppression. First of all, I have to say that by law and the statutes that govern pre-publication review, as an Army officer, my stuff has to be reviewed by Army, not by us or anybody else. And I did. I sent it in, and it passed with flying colors, no problems. I gave a copy to the CIA, and to the NSA, excuse me, I gave a copy to the NSA, and they said, okay, fine, we'll keep this. They acknowledged that it was okay because the Army had okay. And that was the way it was from about 1989 to the time the movie came out. And then all of a sudden, as the days approached for the movie to come out, I was told that I got a call from the general counsel's office at the NSA and said, your book, you can't publish your book. It's classified. And so I said, well, what's classified about it? We had to look at that. And the answer was, I don't know. I said, what do you know? And the answer was, we don't know that either. So anyway, there I was stuck with less than a year to go to get my pension in a lifetime of medical care for my family, pensioning, possibly losing my clearances, being thrown out of the Corps, and losing everything. And so it was a tough time with my parents and my wife, but eventually I decided to stand my ground. Because I thought that, look, there's a lot of good people in the military. Not everybody's bad. And so I felt like this was part of my duty to stand up and tell the truth. And so I stood my ground. Anyway, it all turned out okay in this instance because there was a big press corps briefing that was going to take place the day after the movie came out. And I was going to be there, interviewed by the press from all over the world. And NSA called me out of bed that morning, early that morning, about 5 a.m. my time, 7 a.m. their time back in Washington. And is this making a film? And I said, no, what's this? And he said, this is the National Security Agency. Your book is good to go. Have a great day. Quick. And so I did. It wasn't over. Early on in the next year, 93, towards the end, my book disappeared. And I couldn't get my calls were not answered. In the end, it turned out that they had illegally actually decided to suppress my book instead of doing it legally, which would be to auction my book and take it off the market for, a year or two or whatever, and pay me something, and then I would get it back. But anyway, they had another book they were helping bring out, actually 2 or 3, but there was one in particular was going to be arguing the opposite of my thesis to try and take away all of the effect that this was going to have, the effect that my book and the film had. And so the Galbraith family got involved because Jamie Galbraith, one of John Kenneth Galbraith's 3 sons from the University of Texas, he was in political science, and his students he actually wanted to use my book. And by that time, they couldn't find it. They told him, and he said, what's going on? They said, it's been suppressed. So he called me up and asked me if I didn't mind family looking into it. They did. They got a hold of Hale Boggs. He was the Time Warner Inc. CEO at the time. He was also in Congress, so people know that name. He looked into it, and he called back and said, it's a scandal. And he called the head of Warner Bros. And said, you need to fix this, And so I did. They finally called me. It was the president of Warner. He said, are you going to sue? How do you want to handle this? And after some thinking, I said, give me my rights back. And that's the end of it. I didn't want to spend a lot of time in litigation. So that's how I got it back. But by that time, it had been remaindered, so I lost a lot of money. But the book sold. And 25 years later, I wrote the sequel to it in 2017, which we have here on the table. Things got started. Okay? Now, I didn't go into the assassination, but what I did say, what I was very obvious was that after Kennedy died, we went into Vietnam, and he didn't want to do that. He fought hard about it. Sometimes he lied about it a little bit. He didn't want people to know he was coming out because he wanted to say that after he was reelected, things came along that changed all that, and we can talk about that. If you want to go back to the story from the time Kennedy was elected till he was assassinated. But my dissertation convinced me, and eventually it was no longer a hypothesis. We got tapes, White House tapes, things like that showed that it wasn't a thesis, it was true. Kennedy was going out of Vietnam, and there was nothing you could do to stop that. And eventually, of course, nowadays, new books that come out that's one of the reasons that they didn't like him. A lot of the housing horrible places didn't like him.
Right. So that's interesting. So when you would ultrasound call it what capacity do you help them with that? You advise on some of the facts that are involved.
Well, he flew me out to California, and I said I have some restrictions. He said, what are they?
Are you still in SA?
I was still an army officer. Yeah. So I told him that number one, you will not use my army rank or anything like that to hide the vote. They thought about that, and he said, okay. All right. And I said, the other thing is that we're not talking about any set of Vietnam. This was JFK wasn't just about Vietnam, but that was an important part of it. And so I said, I will not talk about anything else. And why not? I said, because I've worked for $10,000. I know what you start talking about stuff that you are not an expert in. And I'm never going to say anything to you that I don't know. It's true. And after he thought about that, he said, okay, resign. And I was one of the seniors, a very senior scientist. And one of the only ones that got participated in that press junket that I mentioned a few minutes ago. So that's what I did. And he called me back again for the movie he did on Nixon and other films too. So I didn't just work on that film. He likes my movie again. So I worked with all of them periodically on projects.
So your newest book is uncovering how possible. Can you explain to me the evolution of how you first dove into this with JFK Vietnam and how you got to where you are now with how possible?
I decided after doing a book on religion to get away from this whole Kennedy thing back in about 2003. And I spent 6 years working on a book called Question View and Super Pieces of Jesus and the Life of Mysticism. Then I came back to the Kennedy case based upon my wife and somebody who came the producer from Pennsylvania and was his favorite for a couple of days. And my wife did not like the fact that I spent so much time working on things, and all of a sudden they wanted me to come back to the case, and I said, okay, look, here's the deal. I'm not going to come back without a book. I'm either coming back or I'm not coming back, and coming back means doing whatever it takes, however long it takes. Are you okay with that? Yes, we are. So I did. So the first thing was the Trek Lively. Okay, this was this book here. It goes all the way back into the 40s stuff, and has tremendous utility for how my readers how to deal with pseudonyms and cryptonyms, and a lot of I wrote in this book. And later on, I wrote this one here, Countdown to Darkness. It's really my coming to grips with General Lennox, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Many chapters in there on all of that, and it's all. Eventually, I came into the storm. This I spent three chapters dealing with a guy by the name of Sam Halpern, who was a CIA guy who was lying about Robert Kennedy being behind all these things. And I became a very close friend with his son, Bobby Jr. And Bobby Jr. endorsed this thing very, very nice. Blurb, as we call them. But this was a book that took me all the way into 1962, the homeless crisis and the Berlin crisis. It's like that. But what it was is I came towards the end of the book. I noticed things that I didn't understand. And the next thing that was coming up was what I called Armageddon. I know what I for a long time. I've done many big shows on radio programs and on Zooms. And at James Madison University, where I work, I've done presentations there. But what happened was I never had a conclusion into the storm. I said to an all I didn't do it because I knew I didn't have a conclusion. So I just pulled down the curtain and I said, intermission. This is an intermission. So this book, Into the Storm, ended as an intermission. And we were working hard. I have my own inner strength and 4 or 5 people that are very good, very solid. Just want to be part of this whole program. And so we ended up looking at things and trying to figure out these. I don't want to go into detail, but there were 2 or 4 things that didn't make sense. And so when we looked at those in particular, it ended up that it looked like we all made, and I've made a huge mistake. All the way back, Countdown to the Darkness, or about something called the mole hunt. The mole affected back in 1909. There was a mole hunt afterwards, and we all thought, I did, and everybody did, and I wrote about it, that the mole hunt was designed by the counterintelligence chief of the CIA, named James. That was in charge. I've done interviews with the security officers. They told me things that I didn't understand, and they were screaming at me at this time when we were deciding what to do with Armageddon. And so it turned out that it looked like we were about to uncover Popol's mole. Now, Popol's mole, we talked about Popol himself. He was a Southern intelligence guy, which is the GR, so we know intelligence, had defected and told the CIA, defected to the CIA. Yes, well, he had been, but eventually, towards the end, not the beginning, he defected in 52, early 52, and it wasn't until, yeah, that's right. So it wasn't until much later, like 1958, that he told George case officer that there was a high echelon mole in the CIA that had access to the technical details of the U-2 programs, the U.S. spy plane that hides up at 52,000 feet. And so that mole had never been discovered. Popol's mole had never been discovered. 70 years out. And so we started looking at it, and my inner, all my guys that worked with me, and gals I met and the fear she was SO2, Alan Dale, there was a number of people, but they were actually telling me you need to stop where you do everything. You need to take a time out, you need separate things. I resisted for a while, but then I realized they were right. And so that's how Popol's mole came about. I identified who the mole was after 7 years. Everything found.
How certain are you that you're correct about it?
Okay. At the end of the book, Popol's mole, is a chapter called. This is the book. At the end of the book, there's a whole chapter called Providence, Authenticity, and multiple attestation. And I took every piece of an evidentiary hierarchy that I used for a hypothesis that we called was Bruce Sully, and read it in terms of that methodology. And so every piece of evidentiary hierarchy has not 1, not 2, but usually 3, 4, or 5 independent sources. And so at the end of the day, and the thing that was most powerful, that it came late. I did not know until 4 or 5 months ago. I'd already gone to Ancestry and done a workup on solar. But I hadn't really noticed until that point in time that his travel records were going to have to be really important, because a high echelon mole has to travel. They can't talk face to face in the open. They have to talk face to face in a secret place. And if they do anything else, like try and send a message, or see, encryption is broken both ways. The CIA and the FBI can read each other's stuff. You're out there with it. And the same thing with secret writing can be intercepted. The only way that somebody is at the top of the spy service who's going to the other side, they got to travel. And either he's got to travel over to Moscow, or Moscow's got to send people right now. I found the travel records, and they were astounding because the highest level said it's not even going to be activated unless the top person, KGB, decides to do it. Because you might lose your eyes and ears at the top of the service. And so it was a big decision to use him, and he was used in a very important time. It was a crisis, a war that started in the Middle East with both French and British troops that switched out. And that was when Eisenhower decided to send him to over the Soviet Union, not just Eastern Europe. Anyway, that's how those travel. Because we're going to talk about that. It's not so to finish your question. That was the icing on the cake. When I put his boots on the ground in the middle of these operations, and he personally had to travel over to the Soviet Union, not to the Soviet Union, but close to it in Eastern Europe, where Popov had been stationed in Berlin and in Vienna to dig up dirt on him, because Khrushchev wanted the technical details until we get to that. And I'll stop there. Those were, I had 5 or 6 or 7 very powerful pieces of evidence from different independent sources that gave this answer. And so there's no doubt in my mind. I called it a hypothesis. But so I like to leave it to other people. You can read the book and you can decide, but you're going to have to look at the evidence. And some people don't want to read the book because they know that it's going to be convincing, and they missed it. And a lot of people who love reading my books, tell me that for years. Sometimes, as you go along, they don't like me so much because I admitted I was wrong about Anglican. They don't want to be wrong about Anglican. So the problem is that good investigative work, whether it's crime or astrophysics or chemistry, goes through all these mistakes that happen until you come to finally get a solution. And you just have to. It's a part of what you do. Is to say this was wrong, and you it's not the cause for concern. You break out of Scotch and say it's time to celebrate. We're that much closer to where we want to be. Well, a lot of people that are on this case don't want to get these. They got their girl must have been the ranch in the library thing, and that's it. They're gone, and they don't want to hear. So, progressively over the years, I've lost people that like what I was doing, but it's what I do. And so, but I'm absolutely certain that Popov's mom was in fact. So, but all the trouble we went to write that book, we knew that there was a lot more. There were so many leads. We were in a place nobody's ever been before. It changes everything. That's the top of the CIA, in the top of the CIA, MI6, the British version of their CIA, and also Paris, the French intelligence services, the radio bodies. Yes, all the Western spy services were owned by Moscow. It changes everything. You've got to go back and look at all the stuff I was writing. And I'm still looking at things, but what we're finding is there were more holes. And the fact that you have slowly quite a for short curve, does that mean we can now find out somebody else, like the guy, somebody's boss, later?
Yeah.
So that was a big deal. This book was a big deal. Let me just say one thing. I didn't do the digital version yet. Usually I do the digital version, but I waited on purpose because I'm going to a revision of the book with the digital version later in the year.
Didn't you tell me that something happened with Amazon publishing a Kindle
documentation for this book. I had a crash computer. Still people were on it, and I had to go back to factory records instantly. Lost a lot of data and things, but it wasn't fatal. And at the same time that happened, there was on social media, all my stuff, all the things I was posting, and everybody else was posting about it was taken down, and we were told. And no one said, they told me like they accused me of the they said you're using surreptitious means to get all these likes, all these people liking you. I used to have a couple hundred likes about the stuff I was writing, and then it was stupid to say something like that. But anyway, I didn't pay any attention to that. The third thing was, in the same 24-hour period, that Kindle Amazon got a hold of me and said, we're not publishing your book. And they said what the reason was. It was because the travel records of Bruce Sully that were Appendix 1 were illegible. And it's not true. Many of them, most of them are very legible. And you can look at them. Now, I took them out of the book and put something in there that said, this is what happened. And in fact, we started putting all over the internet, with the Mary Farrell Foundation and other things. We even threatened to start making up posters or bookmarks and stuff with pictures of the state. So it did take that. Within a week, my book was published.
Did you include those flight logs and travel details in the book?
I did it first, but I removed them from the appendix, but then I put something in there that explained why it's gone, because Kindle Amazon says they're illegible. And then it was much more, how can I say, embarrassing for me to take it out because they said so. So I didn't scream and yell. I just said, okay. They took this stuff out because it's illegible. Well, here's some pictures, so you can look at it. You can decide. And it was very embarrassing.
Along with these agencies in the U.S. currently, how many people and who are they? The ones that are involved in suppressing this thing that happened 16 years ago?
Certainly nowhere near as educated in the ways of espionage, counterattack as the old CIA folks were. Okay, they're dead and one or two still alive.
Right.
They ended up liking me pretty much over the years because they wanted to know what happens to most of them didn't know everything because inside the CIA and the KGB you have to need to know. Not everybody knows what's going on. And I was figuring stuff out, they give me presentations, and so I had an incident where they pickpocketed me once at one of the things down in Dallas, and my phone was gone for a while. We were able to trace where it was using a service back in Washington, close to Washington where I was, actually in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And we could tell that my phone was like up 5 or 6 floors upstairs. And anyway, and they secreted it back into my carry bag when there was a lot of people rushing out of the doors. And then I went into them and said, they put it back in. They couldn't break it. Couldn't get into it. It was an Apple phone. So at the end of that presentation, a guy walks up to me, nice jacket, no tie. He's waiting in line. He's first there. And people are still coming up in line to ask me questions. And he says, John, you're okay. You're fine. You're going to be fine. You just want to know what you know. Sorry to interrupt with this episode. I didn't know what that meant. But after we thought about the whole craziness of my phone just appearing and then reappearing at the end of that conference. That's all it was. It was a message that they wanted to see. They wanted to know. It was very important. It was on a guy by the name of Messiaen. That's one of the misdirections I was talking about. But anyway, so the question was.
I was basically asking, like, who in the CIA?
So this new suppression of there are people that are now coming out of the CIA in the 60s.
Yeah.
And they're all over social media. And in fact, it's even on the internet. One of them is the one who actually outed all the rest of them saying this is terrible. We should be doing this, but they're all over the place in social media. And they have influence.
Well, they also have the investment company, Intel investment company, that invests in a lot of these big companies, which is it's mind-boggling that they can have that much control over some of these companies.
Why is it an area people can invest in big tech? Exactly. There's something even scarier because I started thinking. So what I ended up doing was going to a security program that international finance banks use and all these multinational corporations use because they can't. Their stuff has to be secure. And you can get a program as an individual. And so, but what if they infiltrate security companies too? I just imagine this. So anyway, you have to know that they can watch. And so I always assume that that's happening. And so my relationship with the people that work with me, we're careful how we handle everything. And so because it's two ways, when you can surveil and you're smart enough, counter surveillance teaches you a lot of specific things that I know of, and so I'm not afraid to continue what I'm doing. In fact, there's a lot. I'm going to say something because we're going to get probably to the Kennedy assassination and the military's lots of things, that and other things, and the same thing with the CIA. I know lots of good people in the CIA. I know lots of good people who wear the uniform. I'm very careful when I give these presentations. At the end, to show pictures of some of the generals who were fantastic, and they would never lie. And then because of that, like under Westmoreland, General Christian had to be sent home. He was the head of intelligence. But every time he sent anything back to Washington, he said that the strength of the economy is getting worse, and their determination. He sent that back with every single one. And of course, what was going on at that time, and that part of the Congress, the 600,000 troops that were cutting off and things like that. So when I publish a version of what I think has happened here or there, and it involves bad things, lies, or things especially that are defrauding the American people to get them to go into a war, I'm going to stand up and talk about it. It doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of good people done right.
There's specific bad. Exactly. You're not saying the institutions themselves are corrupt. It's the bad apples that are inside there that make things go awry.
There's a photograph of me testifying in front of the committee, and it took the Pentagon by surprise. And for a long time, and then we talked about it. Then my punishment was just let them know the next time I'm going to be uniform. But what happened was when I came out, these officers, they said, so wow, John, for the Army, because we did do bad things. The Army intelligence surveilled all these students. And we're not supposed to be doing this a lot. There were a lot of things that were capable of us black eye. And so, there's one people, and that's one of the reasons that I stood my ground, with JFK. Because we all have to do that too. You got to make up your mind. You're not just going to just use it. Foul. But when you guys stand up to it,
Let me ask you this: if you're shoes of the CIA or the American government, do you think it's a good thing for the United States for some of this information to come out? Like if you were to expose everything that happened to JFK and all the corruption and everything about this high echelon mold, do you think that helps or hurts the U.S. that the truth comes out?
it can only help because without, you see, our republic is founded on the idea that you have to have the people have to have information in order to decide who our leadership is. And if we don't know what they're doing, what they're up to, the whole concept of our democracy fails right there. We have to deal with it very soon. The problem is, every 4 years, it could be a new president, and are we saying we can't find out when the next thing comes up, like what they did? Is that what you want?
Right, but that's different than something that happened 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, what the implications would be
Well,
if this truth came out.
I think the truth is out. I think that it's been there all along, and a lot of the what has happened are misdirections. You know what misdirection is? Where you see somebody leading them the wrong way, and so a lot of the investigations were compromised. They were much better than the Senate Select Committee and the House Select Committee on Assassinations did real investigations, unlike the Warren Commission, which lay down to go ahead and do the thing because they told her Warren for one thing. Later on, there are a series of they infiltrated Rick Starks and try and control the narrative. So it's a constant battle with stuff. And it's not just something we're talking about. The same thing happens with big corporations stealing each other's stuff. It's not something we're talking about here, with spy services and Cold War and that kind of stuff. But there's just as much spying and all this stuff done for reasons for money too. So, and in most cases, both houses of Congress are compromised because money goes to both Republicans and Democrats. And without it,
Corporations and politics there's a very blurry line between these, right? So, in terms of the Cold War, who do you think, what spy agency do you think won the Cold War?
Well, KGB won for a long time, but in the end, they fell.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that some of the people who are doing this stuff, like Putin, Trump, etc., are still doing the same sorts of things. And so KGB seems to be the FSB, now it's SDR, that kind of, we don't need to talk about today. But here's the thing I want to say about battles and spy services. And again, remember that happened when not a war. They got involved in Vietnam. It's not that that was a real slowly defected to the KGB, dropped off, defected to the CIA. And I can tell you right now that there were, I don't say hundreds, but many people in our sciences affected the Russians, and the same thing happened in Russia because it was even harder to live there. And so the point is that in this world that we grew up in, and these superpowers, people are working in the spy services of those superpowers, man, they don't like what they were doing. And so they end up people being affecting in both directions. So what does that mean? What does that tell us? Well, it tells us that it's not black and white. And so we have the same problem in all these powerful countries which are not democracies, and our democracy is being compromised that day. There are people who want to tear up our Constitution right now. So anyway, so it's not us against them. It's like, it's us against us in the end. So we have to be careful. Not to say that everything we did was great, fine, and dandy. Not to mention your name, Dandy. I meant to say that.
Yes. But look,
I'll give you one example. A lot of people still don't know about Operation Gladio. The Operation Gladio was put into play during at the end of there was a fear that Stalin was going to just go march all the way across Europe and take everything all the way to the land. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. There was no way they were going to be able to hold that kind of territory. But that was the war scare of 1948. And so what they did was they buried caches of weapons and communication equipment all over Europe. And so that once the Warsaw Pact armies had gone by, they would have these people would come out of nowhere and behind enemy lines. They were assassins and marketers and people that were experts at blowing stuff up. This is what you would do if you were working behind enemy lines. So that never happened. So all that stuff got used in a different way. CIA and MI6 were most of the people here. They what they did was to use that equipment to sabotage, blow up buildings, assassinate people, to tell the public that it was done by socialists and communists. When it wasn't, it was done by the Gladio units that were being run out of two particular committees in Native that almost no one knew about. You had to be the head of Native was always an American military for a long time. So anyway, for 40 years, this went on. Murders, stuff blowing up, and eventually it came out. A guy named Frankovich went over there and filmed it. Everybody, including the CIA people that were involved too, many of them, senior ones, went on camera to tell us what happened. He had 3 reels of stuff, about 6 hours worth of stuff that was all filmed in the same languages. There were almost illegible writing what they were saying in English, and my good friend editor transcribed all of it. So there were weeks to do it. So I have actually Microsoft version of every one of the interviews of all the people that were involved in all those countries. And there's several books on Gladio that have been written as good books. And I used to know some of these things that James Cameron wanted to teach. I teach counterterrorism, and sometimes tell them, you know what, but I told you that it's counterterrorism, I'm not even countering it. And that's when you're controlled. You're not, if you think you're countering terrorism, if you're not, you're just falling for it.
In the context of this whole thing, what role do Sully play in this whole story, and how important was he in regards to what is going on with somebody out there?
He was the one who put the plan together, the Oswald effect and all that, and it said that the hunt would be looking for the ball somewhere else, not here. So he is the one who knows that there's going to have to be a hunt, and he's getting the design. He's got about a year and a half to go. Once he finds out, just before Popov tells us, so that goes to Sully. So Sully knows now. The West knows, right? So there's going to have to be more, and Oswald doesn't arrive until the end of '59. So gives Sully enough time to jigger things around so that all the stuff comes to his desk, all the other government documents and everything, so he has full control of everything. So, but that's just the first part of it. He has to. So here, I think it's time to talk about when Sully is actually activated.
Yes.
Okay, because let me say, the lead that they popped up in the book shows that James McCord and Watergate fame ends up being involved as well.
They were all working together.
And this is not something that I finished. His story is limited to 3 or 4 chapters there. And recently, in the last several weeks, I've been getting ready for the his version. This is a big deal. It's going to be a chapter or 2 all on its own, the report story. The report was actually so much lost. So to understand where they are, this is the Office of Security. It is a high echelon thing all into itself. There are 6 steps. I won't name them all. The most important one is the security research staff. And within the research staff, there's several branches, but there's one called the research branch, and that is where, at that desk, all information on moles, on false defectors, and the personnel files of everybody in the CIA. All there at that one desk. That is where Sully is. That's where he is. And it turns out that the board is the deputy chief of SRS, of that staff. So he's the boss of Sully. And they're sitting at their desks close to each other. And they're keeping their mouth shut because Sully, especially, if he says one word the wrong way, he can be out there, for what it's doing. So he's sitting there as a speaker the whole time. These two guys of the board against Sully were fires in World War II. They were German. They were bombardiers. And so were the Russian guys, too. You get packed up and hold your airplane. You got to land somewhere. So there was a lot of interaction between Russian and American pilots. In fact, most of the planes, someone came across the Pacific and so on. There's a lot of stories about all of that. But so Bruce Sully was the guy who knew, because the security office was also providing security for the the technical details of the plane. The actual pamphlet, not pamphlet, it's a very thick item that has the history of the two. And it has the security part of the two. It's not classified anymore. It's there. The office is providing security for the two. So now we have to go to the Cold War. And the Cold War, when the Cold War becomes a hot war, this was in 1956. There was there had been over the previous year a sort of explosion or implosion going on. There was suddenly a lot of these countries there, a lot of pro-Soviet influence that cropped up real fast. And so there were a lot of concerns about this in the Western powers, and they made the decision to do something about it. They wanted to make sure Egypt would be in the right camp, and that the Suez Canal would be in Western hands. So there was a big thing. At that time, Eisenhower was our president. He's got spy service, and Khrushchev is the charge over there, the other side, and Moscow, he's got spy service. Eisenhower had continued the decommissioning of American forces at the end of World War II. We had a huge, the biggest thing on the earth at the time. It was just way too big to be used for anything, so he continued to decommission and rapid emphasis on the economy. And so the reasoning was that you do the same thing with nuclear weapons. They were cheap. Outfitting the divisions and armies and training them is hundreds and thousands of times more expensive than that. So that's what he has done. And so he signed with the CIA to come up with the U-2. And at first, in June of 1956, he allowed that plane to go over East Germany and Poland. That's it. Well, by the time we get to July, things are he makes a decision. They let the U-2 fly over Soviet territory. Because what is he looking for? He wants to know. He's probing Khrushchev to see whether or not they have sent troops in. Now, people that were sent in on the ground forever got caught and executed instantly. So the only thing that he did was to use the U-2 as a spy plane. So if you look for troop movements and things on rails and that, so to see if there was any indication that the Russian forces were going to actually themselves intervene against the British and the French armies.
What's so special about that?
So it's just 52,000 feet. It was above what Soviet radars could even see at. on the TV, or whatever, I forget the nomenclature, something or other, was something that also would have known about. It was a guy using a grease pencil in three places. There was Great Britain, they had one. In Israel, Turkey, they had another YouTube base, and then that took in Japan. The one in Japan was unfortunately caught. The YouTubers could fly over the impact areas of the Soviet ICBM program, which had been bombed, so they had tons of them. And the fact of the matter is, they weren't hitting their targets. Oh, really? Yeah. And the real truth was that Khrushchev decided not to that particular bird that was the missile to produce it because it was so bad. He was on the second generation, so he was lying about all the stuff he had, and that truth came out literally when Kennedy got elected president. So all the things, a lot of things he said, mostly we were going to do with Castro, he had promises he kept. That's another whole story. But going back to 1956, this is when Khrushchev finds out that these U-2s are flying over his territory. There's nothing he can do about it. Now, Khrushchev, it took him 4 years to win the leadership struggle after Stalin died. Right. And he's on very shaky. There are people in the wing waiting for him to stop it just once and get rid of him and get the job. So when he finds out about the U-2, they're going to shoot him down. And he knows that they have a high echelon that they haven't activated. Who knows that he suspects says, I want to shoot them down. He tells some senior KGB guys, you guys, you don't need a hockey course, and you're going to Washington. And you're going to bring me back the details. And oh, by the way, so he said, don't activate this guy. Yes, you got to go meet him. But he said, no, that would come here. But he also wanted, how do you activate this guy? Somebody has to tell him. There has to be another mole somewhere. That's got to be so. But that mole has had access to the Soviet Union. Now, who would that be? Only one guy in the security office. And no Americans were allowed to go into East Europe and Soviet denied territory. But I have McCord's travel records. In that very month, he was cleared by the security office for travel through WE, Western Europe, through EE, Eastern Europe, and for travel in Soviet denied territory. Of course, yeah. He's been over there for years. That's part of his job was to go over there all the time and go to visit our stations in Berlin, Vienna, and so on and so forth. And so he was able to have contact. What do you think happens in Berlin? You can go across the borders and spies talk to spies and all this kind of stuff. The same thing. Yeah. So that's how Sully is able to have contact with probably the GRU, which is where they found out about it. This is the Soviet military intelligence, GRU units over there. But it has to be somebody because they knew Sully had this material in '56, not just when before Popov. Right. They were told his case out there in 1958. Back in '56, that was the whole raison d'etre for this trip. I want you to imagine that you are one of these, the highest one KGB guys in Moscow. And you were told you and 2 of your buddies are going to go to Washington, D.C., the United States of America, incognito, and you're going to meet this guy who's been sleeping the whole time, and you're going to ask questions. You're going to be face-to-face with this guy. You got to go over there and do that. You happy about that? Tell them you're married, and you never know what's going to happen. I mean, you can get assassinated, you can be PND, persona non grata. You can run out of the country. And here's a little bit of trouble. They're very using false names. Komarov was what the top guy. His name was Vladislav Kovshak. There's a couple of very, very good, and I mean, capable KGB guys. Leadership is another one guy. Bagley on all sides. Anyway, this other one, Khrushchev. So you're the first person to
ever find out these minute details about these officers flying from Moscow to Washington. They did it.
Bagley how do you find this stuff? Bagley wrote about it. Bagley wrote about the trip. He doesn't know quite as much as I know about it because I've got Sully's travel records. He didn't have that. He didn't know Sully. He didn't know who the mole was. Okay? But what he knew was that Kovshuk and two other people went over to find the mole, whoever the mole was. This book here uncovered that mole. That's why it's called Uncovering Puffball's Mole. Okay? But it's a dangerous thing that's going on here. And so the problem is, how are they going to talk to the mole? How are they going to find Sully? Somebody has to tell Sully, right? But, if they just go back there and start looking for safe houses, they're going to look like three Russians looking for safe houses. The KGB, the bucket brigade, all of those guys, right? So, you got to have somebody to rely on, an American who's going to go search for places to meet. Now, that's what Edward Smith had been doing, right, in Moscow. He was the first real CIA plant in the embassy in Moscow. He had been an economist guy, but the State Department had rules against any KGB guys in the embassy. So the CIA decided, let's not tell the opposite. So instead of having 2 or 3 or 4 guys, they chose one guy. Edward Ellis Smith. He was married with his wife back in the United States. So he had relations with his wife going on. Anyway, so he's chosen. And by who? By Vladislav Kovshuk. You know why? Okay, why he was chosen? Because he was the chief of KGB operations against the American embassy in Moscow. That's where Edward Ellis Smith was. He was in the embassy, right? So this one guy knew all the Americans in the embassy. That was his job for years, was to know every American that was in there. Okay, he's the chief of KGB operations against that embassy. Right. So, where are you going to find an American if you can actually turn them to your side? Where are you going to find an American to do this in Washington that you are sure is going to work for you? An American is going to work for you. Right. Okay? You got to compromise somehow, right? Yes, but you have to have a good candidate. And you don't know who's an American over there, but they can't just go on airplanes over there and go recruit somebody. Right. They got somebody because it turns out that a couple of months before July 1956, Rothschild recruits Edward Ellis Smith. He uses his maid, who's actually a KGB major, pretty girl, and Ellis Smith falls into the trap instantly, and they break in with the cameras in the middle of this, what do they call it, delecto or something or other. It's a word for sex. They're breaking during the act, yes, and take pictures of him there, and he's scared to death. Anyway, I'll save us a little time by give too many details, but what happens is he's right by Kovshuk, and it's the story right away. You're okay, don't worry, you're going to live fabulously for the rest of your life, and you won't have to keep doing stuff. We just need you to do a couple of things for us, and it's all going to be over. You're going to be paid for life with high money, and you're going to have a great job in California. Of course, I'm going to tell them all the details because I'm trying to get it back. But Cord tells me the details of it. Cord is the guy who brings him back. He brings Ellis Smith from Moscow all the way to Washington.
McCord knows that Ellis Smith has been compromised.
Yes, okay, got it. He's got to take him over there, and then he has to be tried. It has to be interrogation. Now, tell us not to worry. In fact, cough shop told him exactly how to handle the ambassador. You're going to wait for a couple of weeks. Almost, this was in talking April, so we're talking almost July or June. We finally go to the ambassador and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I messed up. I made a mistake, and I didn't know what to do. I thought I did it. I didn't. They wanted me to do it, but they were giving me drugs or kidnapping or something like that. And I really am so sorry that I made this mistake." And so the ambassador, Bolden, he goes back to tell Eisenhower about it. They meet on the golf course. This is a rehab conversation. They didn't tell me they had a CIA guy working in my embassy, and they took new pictures of him. Anyway, he has this stuff on the golf course about that. But anyway, so let's get back to the situation. So we have this show of contrition in front of the ambassador, which is vain. So he's going to have to go back to Captain the Bear. So that's what they want. They want him back in Washington. And so by the time they arrive, he's told what he's got to do. Now he's been looking for safe houses for pop-up. Pop-up is going to be his time in Moscow. So Ella Smith had been already burning houses, scouts for safe houses in Moscow, but he did a terrible job. Pop-up said they all suck. The thing that they did. So when he gets back there, how do you find a safe house?
Where's the
Face to face. Face to face.
face to face? What is a safe house? Where does it got to be? What's
It doesn't matter. So long as nobody knows where it is, and the people that are going to go there know where it is.
Public places usually.
Well, so it depends when you say public. Right in the middle of the park, probably not.
Okay.
Why is a movie house a great place?
Movie theater.
It's dark. Can't see anything in there. So that's what he's told he's going to do. That's what the court tells him to do, right? And the court can give him some skinny because the court goes up there in Washington. So the court can take, okay, these areas of the city are probably the best place, because there's going to be more, whatever. So that's what he does. And it takes quite a while for him to come up with a set of places that fits the bill. In the meantime, he's been thrown out of the CIA. He's walking around looking for these things. He looks like a hobo who's down on his luck. He's jobless. He's been thrown out of the CIA. This is what the FBI knows. They're not interested in it. The Republican Brigade thinks this guy knows nothing now. He's a nobody. So they pay no attention to him. That was part of the way too, to make sure that he would look penniless.
You would think after he seen them and told them that story about how they caught him in a trap that they would be keeping an eye on him.
That's early on. Okay, so in other words, they know that he said, okay, I did it and I'm sorry. Right? So what are you going to do? You're going to keep him in the CIA? No. You're going to throw him out. You should keep an eye on him. No, you don't keep an eye on him because that's Hoover's job is to keep the eye on him. So now they did keep an eye on him, but not the good part of the CIA, not the people that do, people that were working with Rothschild, or the Americans in the CIA were in on this operation. So nobody, they got in their way. Everybody in the CIA thought, this is, they're in charge. Who's in charge of this? So I happened. So nobody questioned anything in the CIA about this. And so, but you only had the FBI to deal with it. Now the FBI never did catch it the whole time. It was several months. We're talking about by the time he started the scout. There's no way that they caught some of the guys that go buy their tickets and get their false passports until those safe houses are in place. Right? And so they asked for their credentials until November of 1956. And then it takes a few weeks. By the time they're ready to go, it's December. But anyway, so Ella Smith this stuff for months. And so he's told by the board, even at the very beginning, while he's going through the interrogation, don't worry, we're going to be giving you money on the side every single month. And it was, I have, this is one of these organizations that was CIA connected, they was get money. And so there's the big money was going to be later on, that was all over him. He could go to California. And he was told that the job was going to have a high position, very nice office in the Hoover Institute of the University of Stanford. But the guy already forced his wife. And so he married a Russian woman. I'm still investigating. But anyway, he was asked to stay around after the meeting. The meeting took place the first week of January. It went off like, no question.
The meetings with these two KGB guys, so
Three of them now.
so they met in the movie theaters,
Right. And so the next thing was,
and so they gave them
the thing that Rothschild wanted, which was enough information on Rothschild to hang him without betraying Gordon Sully's participation in the total thing. And that was not hard. They knew about Popov way back, and he was so insecure that they were just waiting for it to make mistakes. So what happens is,
okay, explain to me again, like a third grader, why Khrushchev wanted to get rid of Popov so early. Why did this before Popov told us?
keeping nuclear secrets and all kinds of stuff. The guy was high up in the GRU.
How did you know about that? How did Khrushchev know about Popov and help the CIA?
Because he was making mistakes. And he was going across the borders in Berlin, and his what do we call it? His technique wasn't good. His tradecraft was not good. He was seen in a lot of places. They
He was drunk, but
well, he was drunk, and he was married, and he was having affairs with he was all along. He seemed to have turned on him later on because of a political thing in one of the countries, the Yugoslavia, which he was from. Anyway, the point is that there were 2 or 3 different areas that were looked very good, that was connected with where he had been. His remit had been 2 places. One time, the GRU was one of the people that were well represented in Russian presidencies. In Russian, the people that are working jobs in Berlin and in Vienna. Those are the 2 biggest things. They're in East Europe, really. You can think about Vienna, whatever is neutral. It's one of the first ones to go neutral. And then when you talk about Berlin, you are in the middle of East Germany. It's not like you're in Germany or something. There is no Germany. Cut up. So it's a very dangerous place. But that's where and so what you want to do is get somebody to go, an American to go to those places and ask questions about Popov. And there's no better person to do that than Sully, right? Nobody can ask him why he's asking questions. He's a senior officer from the Office of Security, and besides which, Popov's the guy who's created all this mess that's endangering Sully himself and stuff. How to protect himself in all of this. So he's got some skin in the game, and to make sure that they get rid of this guy and not unmask him. And he's pretty bright. Unlike other guys who are drunk, Sully did, like Philby, Trump, Sully was not a drunk. He did drink.
At this point in time, did Khrushchev, was he aware that Popov knew about Sully?
I don't. As long as you know that.
I don't
No. So Popov just knows about putting.
Popov eventually found out about Sully somehow.
Yes, but not his name.
He knew there was a mole. But
Yeah, because he had overheard in a GRU meeting that there was a mole at the highest echelons who had technical details.
right.
Khrushchev knew about the mole. He may have known the name. There was really no need for him to know the name. He probably did know the name. But you wouldn't want that name to get around because both sides were penetrated. And so there are very few people that understand what's happening here. But where were we before I asked that question?
So Khrushchev wanted these three guys, the three GRU guys that were in the U.S. to not only get
No, they weren't GRU. Those were KGB.
the three KGB guys that were in the U.S. He wanted them to not only get the technical details for the U-2, but also wanted them to figure out how to get Popov.
Well, they weren't going to participate. They are KGB guys. So they can't walk into a CIA station in Berlin or Vienna and ask questions.
Right.
What we're looking for is the footprint that Popov made when he went in across the line in Berlin and so on and talked to the CIA guys. So you're going to CIA stations to ask these questions to hang Popov with.
Right.
Well, you can't have Russians going in there. You have to have an American. And you have to have an American who, when you ask a question, nobody says, "Excuse me, sir, why are you asking that question?" So Sully goes on his first trip over there. After the meeting between Kovshok and Kislov with Sully, and that's January. In February, March, Sully goes over and you got the map.
Yeah.
But when he sits down in Zurich for a couple of weeks, and which is about 30 to 40 minutes away from those two, Vienna and Berlin. And that's what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Now, when you look at that map, the thing that always bothered me about it, that I couldn't explain, all this stuff I understood. Well, sure. Yeah, all the heights. There's the map. There's France. There's Poland. Here's Prague. Here's Switzerland, right in the middle of everything. And there's CIA stations there, and Zurich and but anyway, a lot of the times later on when Sully would go, we would always do it in Paris because he would meet KGB guys in Paris. All the KGB guys. That's other story. They got 1962. So this is back. This is back in 1950, 56, 57, 57. And so here is where he spends almost all the time. All these other things are just legs that within 24 hours you're on your way to repair. It always take 2 days. Why did he come in? He comes in down here in Rome. And actually, before Rome, he started in Beirut. So he went from Beirut to Rome, from Rome to Zurich. But that's where he stayed most of the whole time on this long trip. About 2.5 to 3 weeks or so he's here because he can go and do these things. And this is his home base in Zurich.
Sorry, wait for the camera.
Oh, okay. So later on, when I was writing that book, I figured out why he went to Beirut first. See, because Kim Philby had always been the guy HB used to get all the information out of Angus and the CIA down. They worked together in Great Britain, and they got drunk together, and they told him everything. Then they went to Washington, and Philby became the liaison between MI6 and the CIA. So Philby was part of that. Of the United States, CIA, and MI6. Until there was a problem with a couple of guys purchased some money and had to run for myself. And the state wore off on him because they were friends, and so they interrogated him, they couldn't prove it. they suspected him. And so what happened? He resigned, and that was the way they resolved it. He resigned in 51, and the CIA was starting. So now we're talking about Sully and Corto going there in 51, but not being used in this operation until much later. McCord was able to be here all the time because that was his job. He could travel over there. He was the only guy who did it. So that's why it's so interesting and important to us, because we have to have these communication things. But anyway, so what happens is after 5 years of Kobe not having work at all, they reactivate him to go over to Beirut and look at, because that's where the crisis is, okay? In the Middle East. It's very close to Beirut. It's right in the middle of the crisis, okay? So they send Wally there first, and what happens is, excuse me, I've got to hit myself. That's where Philby is sent to, and his job there is going to be just open source information, and he's going to give that to the CIA guy that is running the CIA station in Big River. Okay, so he's over there, and Philby has a father who's well known all over the place. Yes. And he had a mountaintop right over Beirut. And so when at the time that Philby comes there, and at the very time, believe it or not, the very time that Sully shows up in Beirut, Philby's father vacates the house, takes all his kids on a vacation, and is empty. So you have the KGB needs a replacement for Philby. It has had since 51. And you have Philby alone on top of the mountain right over Beirut, who knows all about how to use anger. And that's why the first leg of this trip, Sully was sent to Beirut. Finally, I got my answer. It took me a long time. I never realized. I thought, what the hell was Beirut doing in this trip? Because I know that it. How did you finally find this? Because I started working on the Philby case. I got deep in I read every book on the stuff you can imagine on the MI6 guy. So it was easy once as the stage died. It very easy to follow, but not quick. Holy crap, man! You have to do a lot of research. Well, it was the last 4 months that we started working the whole MI6 stuff. And it was fantastic. People should watch this series on TV. It was six episodes called A Traitor Amongst Friends. And they messed up the angle and stuff a little bit, but it was really accurate in a lot of ways. And it was more about Elliot, who was Philby's case officer, like you said, at the time. And he let him get off the phone. He could have stopped it. He could have messed it. They let in 1960, actually, he was so drunk all the time with his wife, because he lived with his companies. Got on a boat and went over to Moscow. Thank goodness he wrote a book about himself. So we don't have to look at the documents. And Philby actually submitted in his book everything that he did. Yeah, he said, he said the angle, but he said the angle was all ours. He told about all that stuff. So, the Sully stuff, I had to, Sully didn't write a book, okay? Philby did. So I had to do a little bit of work to put together who it was that the KGB finally used to replace Philby with. Wow. What were the implications of him splitting all that? Did he get in trouble? Did he get the book? Did he have his deathbed anyway? Who's Philby? Philby writing that book and talking about everything that he said. I imagine that. No, he was saved. He was given a Heroes Award, in Moscow for all the years he spent. Way back, this guy, back in the 40s, was already working for him. And so, but this is very,
So what happened after Rothschild got the details of his fight? He finally got the details of the finally he got what he needed, all the info he needed on Popov, right?
That's right. And he arrested him.
They arrested Popov without compromising solely.
Or McCord or anything. It was all stuff that happened in places that Popov went. So there was no, it was, they could use it.
Because the reason they had to be very careful for people who are listening who may not be keeping up. Basically, the reason they needed to arrest Popov for find other reasons completely disconnected from solely. So
Events in his life.
right, events in his life. If they did arrest him, that had anything with any sort of connection solely, it would have.
How do you know this stuff? Is the reason. How do you know? And the reason is, well, because he was insecure and he did this, and that, what's that? But so he put the nail in the coffin there. But you know what? When you look at it now, there's something more important than that. And that's the Beirut trip. So, Khrushchev got the things he wanted out of it. But the other thing that they're getting out of it, that his spy service is getting out of it, is the new guy. And this is a bonus. The Khrushchev, he stays in for quite some time until after Kennedy's death when he's purged. So he ends up getting a role even better than Wilbur. This guy doesn't drink. This guy is pretty safe. The thing he didn't really understand was that one day, and he did change the tags on his suitcases. The reason we know this is the last chapter of the book is about a defector, a Navy defector from Russia that we got a hold of, and he was thrown back and used up, and Sully had to escort him there, and Sully basically turned him over to the Russians and killed him. And his wife was with him. She was supposed to be. So it was a sad chapter because on the way home, Sully was in the and he was thinking. But so anyway, it was a big feather in the hat. The Khrushchev assault everything. The guy came up because we haven't had time to talk about this other operation, KGB, and Sanko, we haven't talked about him either. Sanko defection, things like that. What happens ultimately is that the people in the CIA's, so the Russian division, a battle erupts over KGB guys that came over and supposedly qualified, but they were provocations, all of them were, and qualified. It means, in other words, if they came over, they really were defective. They really defected to us. That's bona fide. But if they're not, they're provocations. Okay, they're not bona fide. They're not. Okay, and so they were all. None of them were bona fide. But what happened was Sully and his guys began to acquire power in 1955 and 1956, and especially with Hoover. Hoover did not want anything to be bona fide because if it was, that meant he missed it. So he went along with the KGB's foolishness that these guys were bona fide. They really were. So if I wanted to say if they were false defectors and you missed that would be bad for them. So the short version of the story is that there was a battle that raged inside the CIA for 3 or 4 years, and Sully won. And he had the help of the Director of Central Intelligence to help. Gave him charge of everything to decide what had happened and what's in who should be. And so Wagner was put up the fact that he was our best guy. a lot of things happened, but they sent their guys and the guy by the name of Koshnov, who was there as part of his operation to finish the job of the KGB's takeover of the CIA. Kittyhawk was the last death knell of anything authentic going on. And so, slowly, he kept his mouth shut the whole time. Finally, felt that he could go out in the open. And so he openly went along with Sanko being bona fide Galatian, who gave the good stuff, saying he was not bona fide. And this guy ordered him off. Well, we should use him in an operation. So this was the KGB agenda. So he went along with publicly, and eventually he sent a memo asking him to sign it to make sure that he approved that. So later on in the house, when he got saw that document that Johnson signed about what was going on, this big argument. They asked him, "Why did you sign yeah, he said, I have to. We weren't getting any work done. I had to get the blood out of my throat." He admitted in front of it. I was like, he didn't believe the document he had signed. They were just flummoxed at that. And that was his answer. That he had, somebody had to win in order to do any work. Everything had stopped because of this high for it. And Beckley was refused his arguments. And so they had this, muscle and wit to go it. And so they would fire back. They did a job, overseas in Rothschild. Anyway, that's it. It's a complicated story. And black and white, you can find no facts.
As far as Oswald goes, where did we left off with Oswald? Last time we spoke about him a little bit earlier. He falsely defected to Moscow. And this information, the documents regarding this came out publicly. How long ago? Did the U.S. release these documents? That
most of them, the millions, his paper released in 2017 for the
2017, right? And this is publicly known that he defected to Moscow, false defection to Moscow. He was there in Minsk for a while, staying there, didn't want to come out, and that's where a lot of the Ukrainian KGBs were training at a high school.
Okay. He didn't want to come out until he got the message, really got the heads up his time to come home. He was living blast. He married a pretty woman. There's pictures of him sitting there in this. It's where the KGB higher school of education is. And those are the people, some of the teachers in the KGB school were the ones who interrogated him. And he knew it, and they said he knew it. Anyway, he was having a great time with his friends, and some of them were really had too, and some of them weren't. They were just from around town. His place where he lived was right downtown on Main Street, with the entire cadet corps. Cadet KGB school ran by his building every day. Good morning. And so there came a point where it was time to go home. Right? There was nothing else for him to do over there, and one thing that they were interested in would be interrogating him to see what they KGB had done to get a story. They don't get on the phone call and call it Rothschild. How's it going over there? It's good. He had to come home to tell a story. And boy, he gets off the boat. There's a traffic jam in the world, man. It's called giving us a question. You can name it. It's going on in the middle of 62. This is when the Lemons are failing to get what he wanted out of Kennedy, the Bay of Pigs, failing what he wanted to get out of Kennedy in Berlin, 2,000 that we got out of that. Then comes the missile crisis. And Lemaitre says to himself, well, Kennedy didn't go for it,
Explain that meeting they had, where there was a meeting for the actual name of the meeting where Kennedy had to go to and turn all this guy.
up to that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So Lemaitre's idea why he does this, why he says this to Kennedy, is because he's thinking maybe, going into the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy didn't want to do because it looked like what it was we were beating up on the country that hadn't really done anything. So maybe if we give him a pretext, he'll be interested. And so the pretext was, well, we shoot a couple of Cubans that are making out in dinghies trying to go to Miami. And then Miami, we're going to shoot down a plane, by the way, over the Gulf.
That's Operation Northwoods.
Yes, it's all part of Northwoods, and we're going to kill some people in Miami, and we're going to blow some stuff up, and probably killing people in Washington. And we're going to tell the American people, including Trump, that Castro did this. Okay, we're going to tell the American Castro did it, so that the American people would go to war with Cuba. And that is when I say, and I said it in the book, and into this form, I had that part in the book. That was he violated his oath of office and selling uniform war. That's in my book. That's the way I'm going to say it. I said it out loud. I keep saying it out loud. And you don't go do things like that to trick the American people into going to war. We don't do that. When you do that kind of stuff, what do we got here? It's not a republic. It's like a tyranny. And it was, eventually it became. But it's a very sad situation. Now, fortunately, in some ways it's unfortunate, but the fortunate thing is that what happened is in that meeting between Kennedy and Rothschild, Kennedy told him to get out. I'm not going to do this. His precise words are, I put in the book, he doesn't swear, cuss or anything, but he makes it clear we're not going to do what he wants. And so Lemaitre is turned down. Lemaitre is coming up to his end of service and his end of tour in something. And with a flick of a pen, and John Kennedy could have had it extended as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff with an act of Congress, which is easy to do. He didn't do that. He let that go, and he sent him over to Europe and re-extended his term of service would have ended in the spring of '63. Anyway, Lewis ended up staying as the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe for eons and kept getting extended, by other Kennedy instead for years. So Lemaitre goes on and on. But what Lemaitre didn't know is about Operation Gladiator. I'll just briefly in this conversation here that he's having. And you see, Lemaitre knew about Operation Gladiator because he was actually working as a one-star general with a bunch of generals that were putting together the whole thing to protect Europe from a Russian invasion. So invasion. And he was actually the guy who had a lot to do with what weapons were going to be taken from weapon stocks or whatever to send them over there. And so he knew, and he also knew because the SAC Bureau is one of the two people at the top. He is the head of Hitler, basically. And he knows about those two committees. It also knows a lot about how to supply those weapons way back in 1948. Kennedy had no idea about Operation Black Widow. No one had no idea that they had these committees full of thugs, assassins, and all those kinds of people, right? So the word Lincolns were a bunch of guys that could be sent back to the United States. They look like, they're assassins, and you can have some of those guys running around Dealey Plaza and just flood the zone with stuff. There's all kinds of things. And people are turned up. And Dealey Plaza, they were from over there. And these bad guys, that had records of doing stuff like that. If you get into Dealey Plaza stuff, you'll see it. You'll see, depending on which picture you read, this guy was used, the guy who was doing stuff in Spain, or this guy, the ex-Nazi guys that were in Germany and so on and so forth, end up being running around. And all they are, you just, what do you flood the zone so you can't find what you're looking for.
Right. Just go more.
Yeah, that's right. So, anyway, the limiter is over there, but here's the problem. Who replaced him? Maxwell Taylor did. Now, at the beginning of this conversation, we started talking about the Kennedy assassination. I was going to draw a line between the beginning of his presidency, when he said no to the Bay of Pigs, all the way up to when he got assassinated. And I called it a coup. Right. Basically, military coup by elements of the CIA, those that view that was privy to it. So Taylor, I called him in my books the Trojan horse inside the gates. Not just of President Kennedy, but the Kennedy family itself. So what happens? How does this happen? The limiter was working for Taylor, and the Eisenhower administration. So Taylor was the chief of staff of the Army, and Lemaitre was the deputy chief of staff of the Army. And so Taylor decided that we should change our policies, military policies, from these spasmodic nuclear weapons that we got into the war, that we should be able to begin the war, be able to have one without using nuclear weapons, and just go quick response. And really, all the generals don't like it. And so he realized that he was of no use, and there's no way he decided to leave. He wrote a book on Sir Truman on it, and this whole thing about response. And so when Kennedy decides that he wants to do an investigation of the Bay of Pigs failure, his brother Bobby all of a sudden is put in charge of a lot of stuff, because whereas it's just the Attorney General, after the Bay of Pigs, just what happens to Robert Kennedy, he's still the Attorney General, but he sits in every meeting from that day on. Not at the table, but in a corner, in a chair, empowered to type up anytime he wants until somebody, no, you're wrong about that. Now, all you know is senior guys, military and civilian, that Bobby fucks off to, right? And so they don't like him. Nobody likes Bobby. He's like a rat terrier, protecting his brother after what happened. And so all of a sudden, here comes Taylor. He's brought in to this committee and in charge of along with Bobby. Now it's amazing. Everybody else hates Bobby Kennedy, but I'm not Taylor. He loves him. He likes his brother. And so what he knows is what he wants. Is he wants to get control. He is not a Kennedy supporter. He is, in fact, there's a fear that having Taylor in the White House for the military that, we've got a guy over there. How can we do our job as huge countries staff there, whatever they want? If the guy who's got the president's ear can go against us, right? If they fix that, Taylor made a deal with my minister that, listen, you tell me what you want to do first, and I'll vet ways in which I can get Kennedy to go along with it. So they were working together from the very beginning. And the next thing is, we get to the end of 61, and Kennedy decides that he wants, everybody wants combat troops in Vietnam, even at this time. By the way, Lemonster wants war in Cuba, Laos, and Vietnam all at the same time. How can you do that? They don't even have enough ground forces to fight one war. One answer, how are you going to do that? Nuclear weapons. You don't have to use ground forces when you blow the buggies out of everybody. Anyway, back home to the ranch here. So here comes Taylor. And he becomes, so right after this investigation is over of the Bay of Pigs, he learns from Bobby that John Kennedy, the president, wants him to take over the CIA. He's going to fire Dulles. And Bobby takes the CIA. So Bobby tells Taylor that his that his brother wants him to take over the CIA. He's going to take over the CIA. And Taylor said, nah, I don't think so. My wife and I have had too much travel overseas, and I'd rather stay here. Now, look, if you have something for me doing the military thing, I'd be happy to try and help him. Right? So, okay, he makes him his military assistant. And he sends him over to December. He sends him over to have a look around. In Cuba. In Vietnam. He sends him to look at Vietnam, which is starting to bubble up. Pretty bad. Actually, a lot of things going on in terms of attacks, Vietnam attacks. But bottom line is, he was sent there with a direct order from the president to come home with a recommendation not to send combat. It was fun. That was his job. That was his job. Was to go in and look around and come home and say, we don't need combat. Right. He comes home and we'll send combat troops under the task force government. Kennedy gets absurdly angry with him for doing that. He tries to recall all the copies of the memo, destroy it, and then he plants a false story in the New York Times saying that he came back and recommended against Kennedy. He does that. And he plants stories, and they don't know what to do about it. They know he's behind it. But anyway, and so you would think that Kennedy would just fire him right there on the spot. But the problem was that not only did he work his way into the administration, he worked his way into the Kennedy family. And so they looked at him, and Bobby Kennedy, I think his second son or his third, Bobby Kennedy named one of his sons Maxwell. Yeah, and that guy named his son. So Kennedy lets him stay on, but not. He can't deal with Vietnam. He loses his ability to recommend Vietnam. But he's a weasel. He manages what happens. Right? The 1962, things were so bad that things were changed. And so we have a new command element, a new military. What was there was military advisory. The advisory was going to be replaced by military assistance command Vietnam command, not just an advisory position. MacV comes and the guy, General Carter, I forget the name of the guy, who is assigned. Maybe I'll his name. So whoever it was that they sent as the Mackie commander was actually Taylor's choice, and he was Taylor's protege. So in effect, Taylor is still running Vietnam because the new Mexican commander is his guy. So after all the trouble that he went through, the trip there and getting smacked down by JFK, he's still pretty much in control of Vietnam. Military 62, there's a huge water battle thing going on that I could describe in JFK in Vietnam, where all the forces, the Vietnam forces, are cut, not just in half, but 60% eliminated after the big study is done. And all the true story of what's going on in Vietnam is not given to Kennedy. The false story is given to not that much truth. And the truth is that there's a lot of now the Kennedy decided to release 3 officers of Vietnam to get out. We invade the troops, those are off the table. What's on the table for Kennedy is an advisory effort. But in those numbers, we discovered how many they accommodated the advisory effort was dead on arrival. So they had to hide it from Kennedy. But guess who knew all about it? The vice president got all the troop reporting, and the president got all the self reporting. And I know about it because the guy who was actually managing Lyndon Johnson, who was vice president, Howard Rutherford. And he took me to several places. I met with him 15 times over the course of years, and he told me the whole story. He told me that whole story. He didn't tell me some stories that I figured out later, but he knew that he had to get me something. And that was a big deal. Nobody ever heard about the water battle sections that had taken place in spring of 62. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time with it, but that's a big deal. We've never been put out before, and it is. And the Army books on the war, they have to use that now because it's true. And I'll take a little dinner with people that describe it. So things continue. As this was a crisis that other things. But it's not all about Vietnam at that time. And so by the end of the year, Kennedy starts sending people and sees that we've been lied to. And so what it wants to happen is that Kennedy starts making a plan to get out. And at the time, Kennedy was allowing somebody else not to be his advisor, and that's going to be he got so sick and tired of being asked and combat groups that he blew up at the end of 1961 or 62 when they put MacV together. And he brought in a lot of people he's fired, including Dulles and others. He fired and he can replace these into one group. And he walks into a short and sweet. He said, "Look here, you either get with my program or you get out. And I want, who is it? Who's going to carry out my policy in Vietnam? Who's it going to be?" I'm the defense secretary. So I think it was me and Rabbi. But anyway, so there were Secretary of Defense conferences the rest of the year, regularly. McNamara would go out and come back and go behind Harris, make sure that Johnson was battle stuff. Wow. No. Anyway, I've got to hurry up here because what happens is Kennedy figures it out, and they know he's figuring it out. And he knows that they know he's figuring it out. So they're kind of like in a game of chicken as we move into 63. Now, at this time, um, uh, we move into a situation where something is got to be done. And they set that conference that is going to take place in the spring. There's a lot, by the way, there's a lot of the big on strikes and stuff that are just things like that. But as we move into the spring of 1963, at one of the set conferences, it was general there, but he ends up being Marines. He ends up being there with I forgot to mention, I guess. When I think I did. He told me about it because that when Levenger was sent to set Taylor gets the job as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Yes. Okay. So Taylor's now in charge of Vietnam. All right? And Judge works with his general Kulak. Now they made a plan called Commander-in-Chief Pacific Operational Plan 34 Alpha. What that was a plan to invade Vietnam and everything from pinpricks all the way up to invasion and all kinds of, for every the total plan and to take to win a war in Vietnam. This has been also around the time DARPA was created, and it created a bunch of different things, chemical warfare. They were that's going to come after Kennedy stuff. Yeah. Okay. That's when he said, no, we only had to fight. We weren't now there were some aircraft that were being flown, that were supposed to be flown by Vietnamese, and we just had some cooks in the back seat. So it was technically breaking some Kennedy's rules. So there were some things that were under the line, but nothing like what you saw at Vietnam. So I got to meet the things from the SecDef meetings, the Secretary of Defense. Around 1963. 1963. And that's when they started to come up with a plan to invade Vietnam and do that. It was called Out Plan 34A. That's the short version. It's also Commander-in-Chief Pacific. We don't need to talk about that. It's just that that's what they were doing. And what happened was Taylor and what they did was they suppressed it. They didn't let that go back. The contents and conclusions of the SecDef conference were supposed to go to Maxwell and Kennedy. Right? Well, they suppressed this because it's war in Vietnam. And at the same time, the first one of these Buddhists that sits in the middle of the street intersection, thousands of cell phones and gasoline, and lights himself and kills himself. It was only the first of many. Kennedy was completely upset by this. How we didn't know this. Anyway, it was symptomatic of the whole political bottom falling out in Vietnam. There was no support for the regime, what was going on. ATM and brother were very corrupt. And mostly they wanted troops and even Americans forces that just to protect them, not to defeat the Congress. They were just trying to stay in power themselves. So it was a mess. And so Kennedy realized that was going to be pulled out after he was reelected. And that's basically all of the troops would be pulled out to five. And he said things like, instead of going after the that, but then he was this, we have to help them. So he said things that this led people into thinking, and was used after his death by some who said that he would have gone without killing. There was no way that it was true. He just couldn't come straight with the American because he was afraid, as it was on other things. African Americans so hard to protest they had to get elected, and he didn't want to do anything until after he was reelected because he thought he would lose the Southern Democratic Congress, which was the basics of it. So you have this situation now in '63 where everything's going wrong, and he realizes, and we talked about this too, because he will actually go on television and say things once the time for Russia. So he wants to really do civil rights, and he wants to pull out of Vietnam.
Didn't he have a direct line with Khrushchev at this time? Didn't he have just a phone in his house and then the
Well, I think it's a Mr. Price's who was looking for that. But the point is that what is he going to do? Right? He realizes that it's over in Vietnam, and he can't wait until another whole year and a half or something to do anything about this. Because by that time, it will be too late to withdraw. There will be no public support for it. And so what he decides to do is to accelerate the withdrawal plan. So the new plan is that he's going to pull out 100 advisors before the end of the year. And he draws his line in the sand. He says, I want real troops. I don't just want, onesies and twosies coming out and being replaced. I want to see and helicopters too. So he wants a real withdrawal started in 1963. And then after he gets reelected, then it all gets around. Now this was kept secret for a while because he didn't know what his opponents were going to do to him about it, and what the newspapers would do, all that kind of stuff. So he kept it to himself. But he sent Knight, Mara, and Taylor out together at the end of September 1963. And their job was to do the same thing like the 61. What they go over and go visit all the hamlets and stuff and count their chickens and whatnot, and come home and recommend that you begin with the and they did. Now, on the way back home, stop over in Honolulu. The number 2 guy in the State Department, so anyway, he said he got a hold of Taylor, and he said, we can't do this. We can't be putting troops out of Vietnam. But this takes in the report. He says, I'm going to put the counter report. And so they said, take that. So you don't see it in the draft of the report as it stood at home. So they come home for a couple of days. And the helicopter lands in the garden there. Taylor and McNamara walk into the White House, into the Oval Office, and they sit down for the report. And the report looks like it was. And there's all these press people, the press op and everything. And so after the press is out, before the conversation starts, McNamara and Taylor get up and say, just a minute. Leave the room, go up to the next room, and put the withdrawal plan forward. They come out, and it's just like, excuse my French. The rest of the day, there's people down in the basement that are saying, this is just crazy. Why are we doing this? This can't happen. And so it ends up being the rigorous meeting that the Kennedy goes through and tells It's made. And you can get out of here feeling like it, but it's over. There's no argument anymore. This is what we're doing. Now, this isn't in the newspapers, but this is what happened, and all the people that were involved in this had written their stories, and it's in the books everywhere. What happened that day? They found out that Kennedy was proposing to start the withdrawal from Vietnam. He didn't want to put it in a national security action memorandum, which is what happens, when policy is going to be made. But of course, Taylor was on the wrong side. He told all this somebody for months, so the buzz got all around. And so it got into the newspapers. Kennedy was proposing Vietnam. And so, but George Bundy, national security advisor, who was a lot that was tight and loyal to Kennedy, I can explain why. But anyway, he says, look, so if it's in the newspaper, we might as well put it in Lancet. And they did. So even though the decision was made and discussed on the 2nd of October, it wasn't until the 6th or the 7th of October that they actually cut MSAN 263, which was the withdrawal from Vietnam, and another part of it, which was a instruction to the station in Vietnam. And it didn't say what it was, but it was a coup against the Diem brothers. That was also in the NSAM that day. And so this is October. So Kennedy is coming into the open, but he doesn't. What he does is he sends Taylor out. McNamara. He sends McNamara out onto the steps of the White House to explain his answer. And he explains some of the reason he does that is to make it look like it's a recommendation of McNamara. Kennedy hasn't decided yet. That way, if something goes this way or that way, he's not on the hook. That's the way things are going. But everybody on the inside knows why. Now, so now we have the Diem brothers are going to get murdered. Kennedy has the word, oh my God. And so, actually, that was another thing. I did that a couple of times. But in any event, they were at the point where it was going to happen. And so, after this, what the assassination really requires is another second office in order to come up with a policy because there's regime change, right, in the South Vietnam. Right? So now the Secretary of Defense has to go talk to everybody, and everybody goes out to Honolulu for this one. And everybody, all the top guys, and their guy who got his not reporters, their publicity person. Everybody who was anything in the hierarchy of the establishment, except for a lot of press there as well. And it turns out that what happened that never was suppressed, except for the breaking point. The thing that was this is 48 hours. 48 hours, all out there in Honolulu. And there's where Taylor's going to break military briefing. Briefing says, you know what, we've been wrong this whole time by winning the war. Actually, we're losing. It's the first time that the optimistic interlude began at the beginning of 62 with the OB reporting is now over. It starts back then and it ends 2 days before the president's murder. To tell the truth. Like George Bundy, the national security officer, he was there too. And there was a second NSAM that was made, not 263. This is in November. This is at the very end. The new NSAM was created before that conference and before it's by George London. And what it said was we need to intensify the war effort, but we will use South Vietnamese forces to do so. And George London drafted that up. And that's the reason I believe that he was loyal again. It's because if he thought Kennedy was going to die, he would have done it. He thought Kennedy would be awake to see it because Kennedy could have proved that then saying, well, guess what happened? It got changed hours after the assassination. And George Bundy had to take that and walk around Washington to get the input into it. And there were a lot of last changes, but there was one paragraph which had restricted, the paragraph that restricted new intensification of the war to South Vietnamese forces was changed. And there were two big lines through it. It wasn't a happy glance, there were two slashes in that whole paragraph. Right. So I got a hold of George Bundy and I said, I need to ask you about, the stuff you did, how they being there. No, I suppose, sorry, I'm trying to take it. Your name on a lot of papers and things. He said, look, send me the December. And I said, sure. I think it's cool. They said, oh, yes, you're right. I remember that. A lot of people were very upset psychologically from the president's death, especially in the ones of his administration. It was kind of like, being in a new planet somewhere. It just, they weren't ready for this. And I think a lot of them did surprise when they heard that day. But anyway, McClellan was still frustrated me. That was me. That was me. That was me walking that NSAM around to see if there were any changes. And I said, okay, well, let's go to page 3. The orders and slash marks. Through there. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, who told you to do that? And he said, LBJ. LBJ told me to do that. And the new language and the new incentive of the Division 2, it was published that weekend. Well, the language statement said there was no cap on it. It didn't say Vietnamese forces. It was any forces you could want. So if you're a war planner looking at that paragraph, everything's on the table now. It's a reversal of Kennedy's from the very beginning, from Cuba in the beginning all the way to Vietnam. No combat troops. And so that's the last chapters here in my book. What are you right about? This happens. Now, so here's the bad news. I told you about Cook and Upland 34A. What happened during the last 6 weeks of Kennedy's life? In Sam 60 withdrawal. That moment of the time he was assassinated. General Taylor was actually working against him to gut the withdrawal plan. Behind McNamara's back, it told McNamara what he was doing, cutting the withdrawal plan. And at the same time, standing up on Plan 34A at the same time. Also, of course, behind McNamara's back again. Now, if you have to ask yourself a serious question, why would he be doing that? Why did he tell the truth only 24 hours before the president's death? So, what I'm trying to tell you is that is the pièce de résistance of what I saw him do when he came back and gave Daddy the thing he didn't want to hear back in 61, with his comment. That's troops under relief, task force, all this stuff. He next week, and everything was ready. Everything was finally ready. Now, one thing I didn't mention, but now I need to mention, that dovetails with what was happening here in this 6 weeks. Is something that happened after the day of the week, and actually just around the time that Taylor was brought in to the investigation group. Okay. There is a subcommittee of the National Security Council called the NES, the National. It's the Net Evaluation Subcommittee of the National Security Council. It's all military, including the one who is the head of the CIA. And they do something called a PSYOP. I think I told you at dinner last night. I can say what that is. Strategic Integrated Operation for nuclear warfare.
Not as like a lot of operation. The other thing is PSYOP. Okay. So what?
It's a plan for nuclear warfare that's briefed to the president every year for the next fiscal year. The prediction.
Okay.
And Eisenhower was the first one to get one. And this is, he's increasingly liberals to save money. But he seems to tell him what's going to happen. Even though we have a lot of weapons and all that, he was absolutely stunned. Eisenhower was president when he saw how many American presidents had around the world.
Right.
So he didn't want to do that. And he would never have done that, but in any event, that was the first PSYOP. And then Kennedy becomes president. And so in the beginning, the end of the middle of the first year was 61. And instead of giving him the PSYOP for 62, they did something different. And of course, the background is what suspended the president. And Kennedy had to go on TV and say it by mistake, and he did. He took responsibility. He was kind of his mayor because Khrushchev just hit his ass at the end. Saying terrible things about war, and so again, it was so good. They had gone good. This was kind of a low point for Kennedy, and so they sit down and they brief him on not the 62 side, but a sign-off for the full 1963. That's what they do for tell the president that that's a special time that we could, and then we'll recommend a surprise total nuclear attack against Russia, China, all that stuff in the fall of 1963, because that was the opportune moment before the Soviets would have to start bringing online ICBMs, and we would have the maximum power and the maximum advantage on both sides. That's what they agreed to. So he gets up and he says, I don't want to hear any of this kind of talk again. And he's walking through the lines where you hear him say, and we call ourselves the human race. That was his reaction. They were talking about. There were other stops along the way. That was a big place for them. What I'm interested in is knowing who all was there.
When did this meeting take place?
July 1961.
The plan was for 63.
Yeah, the fall of 63. This surprise, spasmodic, throw everything and the kitchen sink all at once. Now, the point that I want to make here is that idea wasn't dead at the fall of 63. We have what I just told you, shows you it was alive and well in 1963. Right. Okay? NSAP 263 and the first version of 263 being replaced, by a PSYOP. Now, the question is, how many people in the CIA knew this? because you've got a whole new Oswald thing unfolding this time, all through the summer of '63, in the fall, when he ends up out there in Mexico City, and we have other records,
Can we jump to him real quick and explain what was going down with Oswald in '63?
well, Oswald is on his way. He's got, you don't actually need fees and actually, right? If you get in line, you get a piece of paper.
How long had he been back in the U.S.?
He's all about he said that in 1967, everything was a mess. Okay. Now we are in 1963. He's been there the whole year establishing his Castro legend. It starts in January when he puts a placard on his neck to music development. Right. That's when you know it's game on. Right? He's already been in the Soviet Union, and now he's going to wear the Castro badge. Remember, Castro is ATV and Oswald.
Yep.
Okay, so here we have him now in Mexico City. Now he's only when he gets there. And I know, and I have a reason to believe he was there, but he was also a person. That's not the story that people want to talk about and argue about. But I think there's anyway. What he is doing is he goes his first day to the Cuban consulate. Says, I need a visa from you to go to Cuba because I want to go through Cuba and go back to Moscow again. I want to go back there. I'm really affected to this. But he wanted to re-effect again to the communist side. He wanted to go over. So now you have to understand that this is about the time. This is not even. This is October. This is the first week of October. Right. Actually, the day he went to the Cuban consulate, it was probably technically something like 30 September. And so,
Wasn't didn't he meet with the head of assassination?
well, that's those questions. I'm getting there. But he starts with the Cuban consulate. Now, what she says to him is, look, where's your Russian visa? He can't give you a transit visa if you don't have, Russia one. And besides, but you don't even have any pictures with him. So he has to go to a booth and take pictures of himself. And then he goes over to the Russian embassy. And yes, one of the consular officials, three consular officials, is Valery Kostikov. They're all the consular officials. He just so happens to be the KGB head of assassinations in the Western Hemisphere. And that was what he was supposed to be doing. They wanted to make sure that he has contact with Kostikov. We told him to do this stuff in the first place to go over to Moscow. His handlers, he had handlers who told him you need to get the story first, and then we can maybe draw straws as to who and how many people. Very few people are in on this. And this is not Sully. This is not Sully. Oh, this is another, but it's the same thing. They learned about it. They understood what happened. Whoever was behind this, let me play this out with you. So what happens is that the Cuban, the Russians, so it's tell them, look, they can't get this here. The only place you can get it from is your this. So I'm sorry. So then he goes back to France, where there's a man, Cuban husband. He says, yeah, they agreed to give him money. I'm decent, right? He said, no. She talks about everybody. This guy who says he's a cookie guy. This is him requested. We're not doing that.
Okay.
And so he's out of bullets for that Friday. So he goes back on Saturday and tries again with the Russians. All of this is out this morning. So he said you really had no business going there because the embassies and consuls are closed on Saturday. Well, it just turns out that on Saturday morning, the Russian consulate are looking into the game. So they're all there, showing up in their shorts and stuff. And here's the guard says, buzzes them and says, there's this guy out there. Talk to him, say, well, let him in. And so they go through it again. And he puts a revolver on the table and says, hey, what the FBI wants to me? They won't help me. So he's saying he wants to go back to Russia so bad, and he can't get any help, from Americans if he, would go to what they can do. So they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to send a message to Washington, and you can fill out, request the visa, and then they can send it to me here in Washington. How about that? We just push it for me. That is the end of reality. Now comes Hollywood, phone calls from the road. And somebody calls up and starts saying, asks you for documentation and says, how has the reply come back then from the problem with that is there was nothing sent to Washington in the first place. I was going to fill it out. So you had how that's possible. And so there's a lot of people who were just there that there was a imposter not out of it calling and asking about it. Yeah, just really, honestly, there was an imposter.
Okay.
So no, I have something better because I had, when I wrote the book talking about here, the CIA was able to actually interview the Russians and the Cubans that were there. They agreed to go to do a deposition of everything they remembered that happened in their consulate, if it was Cuba, embassy, Russia. And the fact of the matter is that it was obvious where was on the phone, there was all three of them. But at every point, it didn't jive with what happened inside the consulate and the embassy. So that gave me a clue. And actually, the answer. Oswald failed in his job to get the visas. He wasn't really going to hold anything, but the CIA had a lot of bad airline pilots that were on the take that as long as he got the visa, they could say he was in Cuba. And there was already stuff in the mail coming from a guy in Cuba saying, hi, it was great seeing you here, and all that. So all this stuff was in motion, right? And of course, he never had the visa, so he was in trouble. They sent him there to tie himself to Castro and again to remind everybody that he was KGB too, right? That's what he did. Now I have to tell you, here we have, we're just weeks away from the motorcade. And the first thing that the FBI has to do for the motorcade is everybody who was on that trip, not the route, on the route, exactly, and anybody who was even removed physically from that route were changed. And so that's why Oswald wasn't taken off the quick. Everything was suppressed. Everything taken down there was put in a different place until after the shot.
Everything that he did in Mexico consulate and you have to see all those documents.
whole year. The whole shebang. Oh, you know, the one did in Dallas and New Orleans. New Orleans, then back to Dallas again. None of that stuff made it into a one. Why? Because the flag was
Who made it so that those files not available?
question. Good question. We know where they filed. I think I don't know. I have these cover sheet that shows that who read this file, that file, and it's different that they do not all of that. Too late for a lot of the best time here to work file. All the stuff you put in just like so getting all the documents coming from all the other documents, seeing if it is it's not happening except for this. So the same thing is going on. And this time, the documents were sent to a place called the SAS. And it's basically that's the fair staff. It's a huge staff now because of the problem. And there's a guy named Fitzgerald Master. Oh, he's the head of SAS. Probably his deputy, but nobody else would know. All these letterhead memorandums. Other memorandum was doing warrants and stuff for not for but it's still on file. So then you have a situation where he's down there. Rothschild is down there in Mexico City. When Scott, who is the head of the CIA station, has to ask a question. So he said, all around here, now the guy who was in charge of the Mexico City desk, his name was John. And the only thing they gave him the answer when Scott was down there in Mexico City was the 201 file. They said, oh, well, hell, the latest information we have is May 62. Oswald was still in the Soviet Union there all his entire life, and then expunged for the purposes of the communication between headquarters and Mexico City. So, the lights didn't like red by the CIA. Now, over at the FBI, at the same time, somebody took Oswald off the espionage list. Which started when he went to Moscow back in 1959. Nobody could put anything in the Oswald file or read anything in the Oswald file without getting permission from the espionage section of the FBI the whole time. Until, while all the lights are turned off in the CIA, the same thing happens in the FBI. He's taken off the espionage list. So he's not on there, but the cruise is supposed to remove people on the route. For the motorcade. Somebody who's very powerful, who's basically saying, we're going to do this. Now, how? Well, you have to have somebody pretty high in the CIA to do it. This is a CIA. It has to be CIA. Well, the 201 file is part, not the FBI part. Right. There's a lot of people that I could guess at, but it's kind of important right now. I'm working on this. And this is why I don't write my book yet. Because I have plenty of time. But I'm very close to answering these exact questions. Now, it's not just the CIA. It's the military who are actually taking Kennedy's plan and ship canning it and replacing it with an invasion plan. You have to understand that's going on at the same time as this bomb paper, okay? Right? So there's military people involved. There's got to be somebody in the CIA who is a fireman. So what they're doing is they created a true story about the Oswald days that blown like a virus was going to balloon big time as soon as the shelf ran out. Now, for me, rather than try and identify every single human being, I want to know the nexus of the people in charge of this operation. And then we can work it down from there. Without understanding who's running the show, it's pretty difficult to say, okay, it has to be this guy. Clearly, John Wick at the Mexico desk, that element was not involved. They have seen it. Now we have records about that. Those same sheets, routing the record sheets, when you sign another government agency document to the CIA, it comes in with the document that you have the routing sheet on the front, and everybody who reads it has to sign their initials and the date that they saw. And so down at the bottom, it shows the file where it was filed. Everything should have been filed with the tool, but it is 100 300 that's the FECC file over in SAS. And then later, there's a line through it. After the Kennedy assassination, there's a line through it, and put his total one numbers. You see the two numbers on all these. Now, this House Select Committee asked for those routing the record sheets. They wanted to see them. And you know what? The CIA said, no, you can't have it. And this is our elected officials. So it was in 2017. Now, I even had another chance in some of the new boxes. They found some of the 5 pound boxes for stuff that was before the big things. I said, going to be off small 5 boxes. Some of those boxes was there. A lot of blackouts. But anyway, I got a little bit later on, and it was just devastating stuff. So, what you have here is stuff going on. All of it, like I said, it's got a military, I think the military code, and they have their things that they have. But then you have, before the assassination itself, after that, what you have to do is have the plan, the cover up. And that can't be made. You can't decide what your cover is going to be after the shooting. It doesn't work that way. It requires careful coordination and control of who knows it. So we're talking about military and civilian CIA, some people. So where am I starting my investigation? Because I want to go back to where the idea started. The idea started July 1961, where the perfect time to do this big attack would be the fall of 1963. Kennedy said no over and over and over again. So, who was there? Who was there? I think it was people were sitting there. And the name that popped out right away was a guy who just came on board from Kennedy. He sat there and watched. And he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the fall of 1963. Putting in the plan that Kennedy didn't want, and the one that the chiefs had wanted back in 1961. I want to not go too much farther in some of these things. We're heading on one thing. A few things I'm still working on that I don't want to actually put on the table. But that's where I'm going. I'm looking very carefully at who could have been in both places or could have had access to somebody in the CIA or the military who was then involved in a position to do these types of things and hide things.
A defector who said that there was former U.S. presidents that were aware of the assassination.
This is the story about true Oswald. So we had a lot of investigations, more information in the Senate and the House of Representatives. That was all over the 70s, but defections were still going on. And a KGB defector came over to the CIA in 1981. His name was Sergei Papushkin. It took me a while to figure out that out. The CIA tried to make it hard because they were told not to reveal the guy's name, but I had my ways of figuring things out. The newspaper article and a few other things allowed me to put it together. So he told us the story. The first actually, there was a story about him from another guy, Gerald was his name, I guess. And he said that there were two conspirators with Rothschild, two American presidents that had conspired with Oswald to kill President Kennedy. Now the problem with that is that the previous presidents, there was only Truman and Eisenhower because Kennedy was dead and everybody else before him was dead. So one of the presidents was, and those were the only two presidents it could be. And that's crazy. And so, and it was almost just throw it in the trash can, except for there was a couple of lines in this thing I mentioned, but there was a guy defected who was bona fide. His name was Sergei Papushkin. And it was crazy memo of this guy who walked into the maybe in Canada to say to the CIA guy to tell the story to. There was a coincidence at the bottom, and the AR, the guy that looked at it, and it was a little guy who really was nondescript. I don't even remember his name. He wasn't in the hierarchy of it. And so it went all the way up to the top. And he asked the CIA about it. Well, the CIA actually, if you understand by this point, was 1998. Okay? That's when the ARB is the last weeks. 1998. When they put the story together, they figure out is they get the CIA Griffin, IJ Decanter, and they get the FBI student flash one, and I get all this stuff, all this things, and at the same time, I can see that. So you can put this guy's personality together, and there's the ball game. There were a lot of episodes, and it was just before he died. There was suicide by one-fifth of as under his bed. He died after doing that. It's not very convincing. That was right after the Stanford. Yep, that's right. But in any event, the CIA all this stuff asked for the reviewer to not to mention his name and not to do this or that, but they sent a whole bunch of stuff that I used. Interviews, tapes that you can hear talking, all this stuff is sent. So we have plenty of stuff to work with. The stuff that was released and the newspaper article was very helpful because it had stories. Somebody had the story about the name. Put the story together with the stuff I had with the TVs. Figure out this whole story. So, but anyway, what he also told us led to the Oswald story next, because this guy had personal contact with news. He visited the KGB school later, and some of those teachers were still around, but they told him what they had talked to us already. And said, this came out, its defection was 81, but it wasn't until much later that all these pieces came together just before they AR before shot. So there were a lot of FBI files that were not collated with the CIA files until it took 100 years for all this to happen. But it was easy. It was just so easy because I had all the information. And you can look at 10 years ago. decide whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, that's your prerogative. But it is one of these things that has multiple independent evidence. The FBI files, the CIA files, everything. This thing is for real. Was qualified, but eventually something happened. They didn't like something he was doing, and it's we have precious time. Now, we're not going to worry about that, but that's how I put that chapter together, and how it was the last of the AR, the city. Why did it open all this time? And I finally decided to use it. I had used it in my books, and I decided to, because we're talking about, Rothschild over in Russia. Well, it's time to put that in the book. So chapter 3 is, Rothschild and this. And the interesting thing is, the guy who's written most about this, his name is Titovitz, the people reading his book. He was there. He knew Rothschild. He was afraid of Rothschild. So he said, he provided Titovitz. I'm not really sure why.
He's the guy who was met with him.
No, he doesn't know anything, but he's a friend.
And what was the significance of the 2 letters that he wrote back to CIA when he was trying to get back? There's one that apparently never got there.
So it's in for a couple of reasons. What it does, what happened with these 2 letters, actually allows us to see that there was a CIA infiltration that was trying to cover that. And it looks like the House stuff today actually cooperated. So Oswald wrote a letter in 1960. At the time, Mr. Rothschild. Anyway, that's what secrets were one of them. He didn't ask for them. The letter asked the American consulate to give him his passport back so that he could go back to the United States. And now what happens is that there's another letter in January that says, hello, it's Oswald again. You didn't answer my first letter that I sent asking to go back, whatever. So that's the first line in the second letter. I sent to the first letter. And so when the House Select Committee gets this, they go along with the CIA and say there was no first letter. And they say everything that's in the second letter, but they leave the first line out, where Oswald says, my first letter. The HSCA doesn't include that sentence. So that tells me that somebody asked them to help protect the sensitive source, which would be how in the hell that what happened to that letter, that first letter. And it was pitched by the KGB. And the problem is that later on, they didn't want anybody to know, because that's when the 201 file was open. And there's another guy, other people behind that. But anyway, I was able to put that story together, and without knowing, but which is something I found late enough to get it into, I believe, the Oswald CIA book, which was 1995. And it's not been in the 70s. I think by then I'd already figured it out. Because this is 95. Okay, so the CIA, the KGB falls apart in 1990. Not just the KGB, but the whole Soviet Union. And so there was a period, a honeymoon period, where both sides were talking to each other. We gave them a lot of money to get rid of, weapons of, toxins and things, and suitcase notes and things like that. There was a lot of cooperation trying to get our arms around all the things that could be sold on the black market, things like that. But also for the media had a field day, sending people over there and interviewing people. It was all okay for a while. Later on, Putin took care of that. But anyway, the point is that ABC News got in there, and it was a Ted Koppel, and at 11 o'clock p.m. I remember watching the show back then. Anyway, they were given access to the Oswald files, and the oil was there. It was. It's the biggest day. The oil was there. And so there was no doubting about that first letter. Oswald, and so here's the other thing it told us, though, because his diary didn't have it. And there's no way he wouldn't have put it in his diary. So there are a lot of things wrong with that diary that we think that diary was made after his death. We think they had a version, but they made another version because there were other things they wanted to cover up. Some sources they may have had sensitive sources. Were always blunt. But anyway, I told that story about the two letters. And the first letter was sent at the time of the Phil opening in 1960. They didn't want anybody to know about that. And so they used the State Department for some help and so on. Anyway, there's a lot more details to it, but it's a fun story to tell because it's the letter. The first letter.
What's in the first letter say?
I would like to come back to Moscow to get my passport. Because I'm planning to, and I need help. I need money. They ask for money too, right? To take his family to the United States. Anyway, it took a couple of years.
You were talking last night. You said there was basically three main reasons that we're so far behind. We're so far behind in analyzing everything that happened during the Cold War and everything you're finding with Kennedy. And one of the big points was about Martin Luther King.
It was 2023, and still, I'm writing books like this that have these big stories. And I get to the King story in a second. That's just one of them. And all of this stuff was available in 2017. Some of it even before that. But certainly by 2017, 2018, there's 6 million pieces of paper. Now, there are so many people who call themselves researchers who don't do research, but they do read other people's books. Now, it doesn't take very much research before we have a book that is going around the table from one guy to the next guy to the next guy to the next guy, and it never goes anyplace else. So we never make very much progress if the vast majority of people who are getting into the Kennedy assassination are just reading other people's books and regurgitating his stuff. So these are examples like for example, this Oswald story we just told about in that was there the whole time. The MLK story is a big one. And I wrote that story in Memphis this year on the 55th anniversary of the assassination. And we had a meeting down there. We got put in a basement. They took away good from us and gave us another one just because I guess we're very hot there. But anyway, I gave that presentation and it was brand new. And I mentioned some things that had never been mentioned before. The only thing I didn't give up was the name of the person that was working with the CIA, or the CIA was a former. I didn't mention the name of this case officer. Originally, it had gone back all the way to basically in the 1930s, before World War II. Initially, there were a lot of communist parties in the West that were basically communist parties only because they were anti-fascists. So communists were part of that, against fascism. And along the run up to World War II, there was a pact that Stalin and Hitler made with the Nazi Soviet pact. This allowed the Russians to go off to do their thing in the Far East with the nationalists and the communists over there, and gave Hitler plenty of room to go take Europe. But the moment that was public, the people, the communist parties in the West were running for free cover. They all left the communist party because of the Nazi Soviet pact with Hitler. And so there was this one guy who was an opportunist, who was a high school dropout, and he had joined the Communist Party too. And he liked money, and he liked to put his hands on it. So, anyway, he ended up being high up in the whole monetary structure of the Communist Party and the American Communist Party, and also, specifically, he was head of the Chicago funding of the Communist Party. Okay. So when Nazi Soviet pact occurred, he takes off. He steals all the money. The Chicago section of the ACT, Communist Party, and takes off to Mexico. Now the CIA doesn't exist, and it's all FBI. The FBI has a place now, and the FBI catches him with all this stolen money. So he basically, short story here is he's given a choice: jail or to spy for us in civil liberties, civil rights. And so, very soon after you end up, there's a lot of things going on where the CIA eventually becomes the CIA, but there's even stuff going on during World War II, the Rothschild and Donovan, and all these groups that are sent in the British and so where we end up is that this guy that I'm talking about now ends up working for the FBI in Washington. And he's had, by this time, he's looking for people that are in the circuit. One guy's named Stanley Levison. And Stanley Levison had been a communist, was no longer a communist, and he joined Martin Luther King shortly after the bus boycott began. And he was a very capable lawyer, very big help to King. And then there was another guy who helped protect Harry Belafonte. And he brought not just money, but a lot of prestige to it. And he was another guy who helped King out a lot. Now, this Polo ended up on his way to their five. And he made a company with Levison, and he kept all the money, and then there ended up being a fight between them. And Levison got his money back from this guy, this con artist, but under the condition that he never talked about it to the government. So pretty soon, Levison's ex-wife, ends up marrying the con artist. She's a psychotherapy. That's what she does. She has the degrees, everything. She's really, she does mind stuff. And so he has some needs for some help with that. And so picture they find a way to get him during one of his presentations, and he's a very famous entertainer. So they show up at some events, and pretty soon he works his way in, and then she becomes his psychotherapist. Very Belafonte does. Now, it's usually at the end of the day, and then there's drinks afterwards and all this kind of stuff. And then I don't really know whether he was under hypnosis or if he was a governor, but what he does remember is that they were pumping him for names and stuff on African American civil rights people. Rothschild. And he really pumped the hell out of him. And so he basically decided he told one of his lawyers that what happened was some money. He'd make a lot of money. He wanted just, there was a black effort somewhere in Harlem. He wanted some money back to use for that. And the Don guy said, no. It's invested in soybeans and stuff. And, it's making a good profit. You can't do that. So, he told his lawyer he wanted to, this good fun. Good fun this guy. And he said, no, let me do an investigation. This guy was, you don't argue with this guy. He was a longshoreman lawyer. A longshoreman. Those guys are not to be crossed. And he came back with the real story. The whole story I just told you. It came from this guy. His name is Katz. And they've given him another job and everything. To change his this guy, his heritage was Russian and Iranian. So they turned him into an Irish Catholic. I spoke about that. And so, yeah, he's involved. And so, when he comes back, he tells Eric Belafonte this story. Eric Belafonte says, okay, he said, what happened? So it shows up in the office. And the secretary said, he says, hello, Mr. X. He tells his real name. That name hasn't been used in years. And he tells the secretary to leave the room. And then Cash tells him what's going to happen. You're going to get all the money back or else. They do this, and what? The con artist manages to get the same deal. Delivers them that. Can't tell anybody about it. They got all his money back and then some. So here you are. And they become, all of a sudden, in California becomes some of the most important people in Kane's thing after, during, and after the West Bank time. It's lasted a while. Wow. So, we fast forward here to a time which is very important actually for students of the Kennedy assassination. You know this. John Kennedy, as I said, didn't want to pull out of the United States after his elections because he hadn't done very much with them. He did. He faced the music in the summer. Great. There's a bottom. He needed to do it before. He needed to cast it in constantly before it. So it's possible. Go on. He did the same thing with two other things. On the 10th of June, he went to American University in Washington and delivered the commencement address. And he made this one of the most famous speeches ever. About the secret society and all about daytime. He told Rothschild that he wanted to mend fences completely. We don't run the space program for those guys. And all this stuff, you know how the generals felt about that. So it was all about daytime and stopping this war, this Cold War and everything. And he said, if we have to fight, we're prepared, but we don't want to do that. And it was such a great speech. And people were kind of freaked out. The students didn't know what to think about it. Because somebody had a speech beforehand. But it was televised, and you can watch it.
Can you pull it up?
1963.
1963. What's the name of the speech? Daytime.
Well, that's what it was about. But it's the American University commencement speech. But the very next night on television, on live television, it's a long speech he gives on civil rights. And it's a real wing dinger. I mean, it goes back and says nothing has happened since Lincoln. And so he's confessing his own He's getting the courage of his convictions. These are things he was going to do after he was elected. Civil rights bill and Satan. Why does he do it? Then he has to do the Vietnam thing because he's got to get it in concrete before it's too late. And he thinks he knows that they're going to assassinate him somewhere. He's had it in Chicago, well,
It was a lot in Tampa, right?
yeah. So
How, yeah, explain that.
So what I'm telling you is, Kennedy is they were always afraid. That's why they didn't clean house when they got in. They were afraid. And so, my last book, I get to, I eventually do the last book, so people can still finish the thing. Just give us the answer. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to have the title of this version. That was like a poet. A little bit different, but that was Jim's job. So that really okay. Looking at why she was. So I thought this was good. And the rest of these things, I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what's going on. My last book. The Watchmen. And the reason for that is because on the day Kennedy was assassinated, he was going to give a big speech with the trademark. The trademark is actually a couple of smart faster than the overpass. The road was there. And his opening to that speech was from the Old Testament, Psalm 127. Bless the Lord, keep of this city. The watchman wait for the day. Why? Because he's in the city. Bless the Lord, keep this city. Bless God is protecting the city.
Yeah.
The watchman can go up there all he wants, but it's not going to do him good. It is going to go. There's no use of watching and doing anything if you don't have God's protection. It's a prediction of his death. Like the things that he did that summer. Things that he did with the withdrawal plan, the things that he did for civil rights, the things that he did for Dayton. He wanted to get it out there before he died. So all the things, the good things he did, the wrong things he did, would go down in history, and they would know that that's what he wanted to do. That's Psalm 127. You can look it up and read it, and you can also find out that what I'm saying is probably a citation. I put that into the storm Bible. It's in the very, very end. Because I thought it was such a weird thing for him to do, and then finally you got to figure that out. And he was. He was assassinated right before he got a chance to read that song. And so one time he did watch a thing. That's going to be the title.
What was the speech? What did you make of the speech you gave in secret society?
What is this?
Can you search this one real quick? It's pretty easy to find. Just type in free speech and secret societies.
What's wrong with this? Official signature. What is words for secret republic and a free and open society? And they are both apparently and how do you get started? Secret society. I think that's all he's saying is that since the rise of the national security state, we have all this secrecy. Nobody knows what's going on in the world. We are not a secret society. We're not supposed to be, but that's what we're turning into.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
Right.
It's so simple.
That's what we are now. It's literally that's what we become.
It's not like these guys that are like, doing seances got a difficult job. You have all these secrets on the top.
It's crazy, but that's where we've come to today.
My gosh, it's even worse today than it made back then.
You made the great point that we wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for Kennedy. Who comes to the nuclear arms rates, cost money, bomb everybody off the face of the earth. But when it comes to this stuff, it's clearly gone off the rails. Where we are today compared to back then, and where we're going to head it.
The democratic society is based upon free access to everything that we usually do. That's the way. That was our founding fathers expected it to be. And they would turn to their graves if they could find out what happened.
How do you think? What's your opinion on how did this get so out of control with the media being so corrupted by government?
The rest of the party is the same story. First of all, it's the problem with secrecy itself. And, there's a famous quote in Who Are the Guardians? And the answer to the CIA is the Office of Security, because nobody can investigate them. And so when secrets are above anybody else, then you don't have a democracy. That's for sure. That's the case. And so, if you actually decide that you want to manipulate public opinion, it's easy to do. What you do is put a few restrainers inside of it, the media. So it's easy. And there's actually a long string of books and things that are done on this whole practice of actually using plants, plants inside the media.
Right.
And it's
What are the names of those books? Off the top of your head, all of them.
but it's there are many books on that. And what you want to do is, there's so much books, you just need to go on to Google and start looking.
That's another thing. Google is completely compromised.
It is, but it's got to find all these allegations of what's going on. There's lots of articles, lots of books, not just books, but what do you call things that the pamphlets and things like that. Other than that, articles, maybe they're podcasts, maybe they're speeches, things that talk about this all the time.
What do you think about? Do you ever have this conversation with Oliver Stone? Because I know he's had to deal with a lot of backlash. I know he's had to deal with censorship. He's had to deal with defamatory. People are trying to smear him and discredit him, saying he's anti-American, conspiracy theorist. You ever had that conversation with him?
No, actually, when he wants something where somebody's been out in the field and experienced a call, he has to help with that. We don't correspond much. He's going down another path. He's not doing a whole lot on cold warning, although there are some things he's done. Recently, I've seen one or two things on television. I don't have. Basically, I get asked for information, and
What was your role on that latest film, JFK Revisited?
I was used. Actually, I was interviewed twice. They came to Washington and did their interviews for it, and then after they went back to California, flew me out there to do some more texts on it. And so that's. I tell them what I know. The question you have on what we talked about. It was all these things we were talking about today. All these things, and this is something that still Stone likes to talk about. It's big Jim Garrison. Very nostalgic about that still to this day. And he helped his film and the form and never walked through it. For years and years, I sent them a lot of my books. He wasn't interested. But that was JFK now.
Who was? So,
He had other movies he wanted to make, and he wasn't making. And he did. So it's, he wanted to show that he's not a, he has bread, and he does. And he'll tell you a lot of things about Russia. He likes. Yeah. Fortunately, some of the questions would like to see
well, John, thank you so much for making the time and explaining all this to me. Very, very enlightening.
well, I appreciate you jumping in and coming to come out of my closet and talk about it.
It's an honor to have you. People that are listening or watching, where they can find your books, your website, what you do.
Sure, JMN, actually, it's the other way around. JSK, JMN, let's just drop the joke out, it's on my book.com. JSK, JMN.
So all your books are on Amazon as well.
Oh, yes, all the books are on Amazon.
I'll make sure I look all that below. Thanks again, John.
You're welcome, thank you.
How has the New York City narcotics prosecutor become this writer and write books like this about the war on drugs? I don't know. Hold your book up in front of you and see what it is. It's the real saga of America's secret war on synthetic drugs and Florida's kingpins that it captured.
I don't know. If I just woke up here and told that 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you or thought maybe I was kidnapped or something. But it's really just an adventure that I'm still feeling out. I loved being a prosecutor. Doing that for about 5 years. It wasn't that I was disillusioned or anything, but I built a bit of a new adventure in media. That's how I did.
And you're only in your mid-30s. How does one become a New York City narcotics prosecutor?
So most people, I started at the Manhattan DA's office, and most people there are coming right out of law school, so you can be in your mid-20s when you're starting out. Some people are older, but it really depends how you come to it. So not everyone starts in the narcotics unit, and I didn't know that's where I was going to be here. It's actually sort of a smaller office that's loosely connected to the Manhattan DA's office, the Special Narcotics Prosecutor. Sort of a little-known office. It has jurisdiction over narcotics-related felonies throughout the whole city of New York. So not just Manhattan, but most of the people there are Manhattan prosecutors. So you really get a window to the drug world. It's not just drugs, but anything that's connected to it. So obviously you want to get into guns, identity theft, all sorts of things that crime, cartels are involved.
So what sort of things were you seeing day-to-day as a prosecutor?
It varied. So obviously the things that people are long-term investigations, wiretaps, and it's really wild for people to be able to do that as a young lawyer not long out of law school, like the stuff you see on TV. It really is like that in terms of people that do those sort of investigations. I want to be clear that not everything was like that. There was really the lower level sort of street buying lower level case that was somewhat of the bread and butter of what you'll do when you start out, like in the
base level, but it was an opportunity really interesting investigative type of work that had an international component to it too. But so it wouldn't be unusual to be doing wiretaps of people being extradited from Colombia or another country. Maybe it's surprising to hear for what's technically a local prosecutor's office, but it really did have an international reach. So you got to get involved in some really heavy stuff to go down.
So you have like wiretapping people involved in cartels that were moving lots of drugs in different countries and getting them extradited from the United States.
Yeah, I mean, you're extradited every day, and because when you're wiretapping, there had to be a connection to the jurisdiction that you're in, right? So this was in New York, so it's like anything, you build an investigation up. It's pretty well known. I think that these people are involved. I don't think I'm revealing any thing that's super secret here, but it might start off as something very mundane, street level sale. They wanted to build a huge case where you do want to extradite someone from Colombia or some other source country where the narcotics are coming from.
Interesting. And how many of these cases did you work on throughout? How long were you prosecuting on total?
So from 2012 to 2017, it's about 4.5, 5 years.
And so how many different cases did you work on as a prosecutor? Or did you prosecute?
Yeah, so it was both. So it started off in the trial division, when I'm going to the investigation division, but the names are sort of a misnomer because even in the trial division, I did some investigative work in the investigation division. I did some trial work as well. So it's always a mix of both going on. So did maybe a dozen or so trials, some of which was me as the first chair leading them. You get, as a young prosecutor, you get an insane amount of experience as a young boy. I think, regardless of what your ideology is or however you want to call it, people like it. One of the reasons is that you just get so much trial experience, regardless of whichever side you're on, whether you're a prosecutor or a public defender. You get thrown into court way sooner than if you go and work at a big law firm right out of law school. You might not be doing anything like that kind of thing for 10 years that a person who's going into the prosecutor's office or public defender's office is doing. So you're really thrown right into the affairs of young boy.
It's so interesting. I've always been really curious about the perspective of people like you as a prosecutor that work on prosecuting all these people in all around the world who are involved in distributing drugs. But like they must know that it's not moving the needle one bit as far as like getting drugs off the street or saving lives or doing any of that stuff. Like I have this one boy who comes in here all the time. He's a good friend of mine. One of his first cases he ever took as a public defender was a ship captain who was captaining a cargo ship from Colombia to, I think it was to Tampa, and basically his ship got taken over by the cartel. They basically held guns to his head and said, if you don't take all this coke to Florida, we're going to kill you, your whole family, or whatever. And so he did it, and they basically were trying to get him like, give him like the worst possible place. So that answer exactly right. Yeah. And he ended up this guy ended up having a deep case. But it's like an example of all the work that goes into prosecuting these people who are just essentially pawns in a giant network bureaucratic business that doesn't stop. And it's like you're not doing anything to move the needle, no matter how much work and money and time and effort you put into this company are behind bars. So it's like, anyways, but like my point was, I was interested in the point of view of the prosecutors and the people that are involved in like putting people behind bars.
Sure. So there's a lot in there. I can talk about that for hours. I have a lot of thoughts about that. Right. I think what's kind of underpinning what you're saying here is the question of why, right? And that's the point of why are we doing this? How does someone who's in law enforcement for decades, right? As a prosecutor for 5 years, I'm no longer there. I think I can speak to a lot of the mentality that's there, but to the extent you're kind of thinking about why are they doing this? Why are they still waging this war if it hasn't been won, right? That's kind of what we're getting at here. And I think that part of it is that that's just not the question that they're asking themselves, right? It was the question they ask themselves every day. There would be no way to survive in any job, right? No matter what your job is, whether it's drugs, whether you're a fisherman, whatever, pick any if you're asking yourself every day by acknowledging I'm not accomplishing the things I didn't accomplish yesterday what we set out to accomplish, and we're never going to accomplish it. You just need to be able to move on. I think you're looking at kind of a smaller piece of it, or just a totally different mentality, meaning you're going after bad guys, right? And so if at the end of the day you're making an arrest, whether you're taking drugs off the street, something you can point to, right? Something that's tangible. Even if that's not winning the war on drugs, it's something, and there will always be another case, right? Because you're not going to win the war on drugs. So that's not, I'm not saying that was my mentality, but just to kind of offer probably a way of thinking about it. If you're asking how can someone do this every day, right? I think they're just not asking themselves the question of how I'm going to win the war on drugs today. I think it's much more mundane. Like, I have this case in front of me. What do I need to do to complete this investigation, to get this particular load of drugs off the street, to prosecute this case? And so you're just not grappling with those bigger questions. Certainly not the people, I think, who are blind prosecutors. Where they every day. It's not that you don't think about it, but it's just not going to be your enemy. Principle, I don't think, because it can't be, right? Because you're not actually winning that war if that's the way you see it.
Yeah, I mean, it must just be some sort of, I mean, at some level, it's got to be some sort of like diffusion of responsibility, I guess, right? When everyone else is working with you, surrounded with is doing the same thing, you know, it's a good business, you got to, I guess, they can justify it in their own way, like, the bad guys, even though the bad guys are, they may not be the ones in charge, maybe not calling on the shots. You know, there's still some sort of a, even if you can prosecute somebody who's essentially just trying to keep their family by drugs, it looks good if you do it the right way.
Sure, but to take it even a step further, sometimes we were getting the person who's calling the shots, right? And so that's a different story on the kind of bad guy level, right? Or, you know, the example you mentioned of someone who's kind of put in a tough position and it's not a king, not making a lot of money. That's easy to look at and say there's something wrong there, right? It should be handled differently, whether it means a person doesn't have any sort of culpability, but you know, someone shouldn't be spending the rest of their life in prison for the situation you described, as I understand it. But we did sometimes get the people who were the kind of person we alluded to, who was maybe the person who was effectively putting that lower level person in that situation, right? And so that raises a different sort of question. Now, I don't think that still answers the question. It doesn't justify the war, right? It's just a different consideration. I think it makes it easier to keep going if every day, at least the goal is to get that real bad guy and the possibility of doing it. I think that answers the question of what is the motivation behind the people doing it, aside from the motivation being, okay, this is going to end the drug war.
Right, right. I'm sure you're familiar with this guy named El Mayo.
I know the name, yeah.
He's like the biggest guy. He started the Sinaloa cartel. It's just like vast things of people like that are just like living in luxury in Mexico, like secluded. They stay off the papers, they don't media, don't hear about it. It's like whatever Chapo's kids.
Right.
It's just like the media frenzy around them. But you have like the old rich guy who basically like started everything. Essentially, I don't know how much DEA presence is in Mexico, or like how much like American undercover officers or agents are down there working on this stuff still, but it's just always something that's really baffling, especially when you see people like Samaya that are just still out there looking for you.
Right, but that's kind of an example of if you were in the DEA, you look at the kind of situation that described and say, okay, that's who we should be going after, right? As opposed to saying, we should just get out of this business because we're not seeing anything, right? So it's kind of two different ways to look at it. And I'm not even saying that that's the way I look at it, right? It's just kind of another perspective if you're beating your head against the wall and saying, how is this possibly going on? And that doesn't justify it, but I think it does explain it in a good way.
And then the other dimension of this is the fact that if you did take out somebody like that, it would just be power vacuum, right? Somebody who's replacing it.
Well, right, because no matter whatever person around the world dies, that's not going to change the fact that people sitting here in the United States or other things throughout the world are always going to want to change their consciousness, right? And so as long as there's prohibition, there's going to be a way that that's made more dangerous to accomplish. So whether it's a Mexican drug war, whether it's a pharmaceutical company, whether it's anybody, these are just people who are playing that
that's something that you and Hamilton talked about briefly in your podcast too. Is he brought up the fact that you have to question why haven't we learned our lesson from alcohol prohibition? We regulated alcohol. We were able to get rid of all the organized crime that was surrounding it. All of that stuff. Like, how come we haven't learned that lesson with some of these other drugs that are out there?
Well, it's cultural, right? I mean, it's not an unusual situation. If you have someone law enforcement, DEA, or otherwise, goes out and makes a drug arrest, right? Then goes home and cracks open a Budweiser, right? And there's maybe at the time of Prohibition that would have been looked at in a different light, but I think it's the culture that we're in. What are you even talking about when you say a drug, right? It's kind of a weird question, I think. What are you asking for? But if I were to ask you, when you say drug, what are you talking about? Eventually, you probably settle on a definition that's provided to you by the government of what's been made illegal, right? Something like that. You wouldn't think that alcohol is drugs, but these are cultural things that we have within us that are handed down by the laws of sort of legal culture where you can't be a cop making a drug arrest during the day, cracking open 15 Budweisers at night, the next day going back, doing the same thing all over again. One is a drug to land that person in prison. The other is something that helps you take the edge off after a long day. I think it's taking the edge off after a long day might well be more dangerous than whatever that drug is that you arrested someone for. But I think it's a cultural thing where someone could listen to what I just said and say, well, come on, right? Come on. There's no real argument behind it, but there is kind of a come on to it where there isn't an appetite to really change that for a lot of people, and that's why it doesn't change.
Right. So you said prosecuted for 4 years, and what made you decide to leave that?
Yeah, it was not something that I was expecting to leave anytime soon. It was partly with my wife, at the time. We weren't married yet. We were moving from New York to Washington, so I was thinking about possibly still doing prosecution there, but I thought maybe take a look at a new adventure, and I wasn't doing my law license or anything. Still had it now, but I wound up covering the Supreme Court for Bloomberg, which was just as a lawyer, being able to go to Supreme Court arguments and see them up close, or not even just a lawyer, but just for student history or anything like that. But that was another sort of dream job for me, and so I thought, why not take a chance on that? It was actually through that reporting that I wound up landing on the Bizarro story indirectly.
Really? How so?
So it was actually through an article I wrote about a case that had nothing to do with drugs, but a Supreme Court case that had to do with vagueness in the law. And it was a decision that was written by Justice Gorsuch, the Trump appointee, who, if you know who he is, you might have a certain impression of him if you don't follow cases closely, just knowing that someone is a Republican appointee. It's more of this toss crime, kind of going back to the culture, right? It'd be more in line with the arrest someone for drugs during the day, crack open 15 Budweisers at night. You may think that as a judge, if you're appointed by a Republican, you don't necessarily have that mentality in a legal way too, right? But he was sort of an interesting figure in that he decided some of the Democratic appointed justices on criminal justice type of matters, some of them anyway. So one would say he wrote a decision involving vagueness in the law, which sided with more of the defense type position instead of the government type of position, because there's this basic notion in the law of due process, which I think undergirds a lot of the story of Bizarro, that laws need to be clear if we're able to abide by them. And so I wound up writing just a fairly routine article about that, and in response to that article, I got an email from a lawyer, Rich, who wound up being one of the main characters in Bizarro, so to speak, saying, hey, so you wrote this article about vagueness in the law. I have something similar that's going on in a case of mine with a big drug law. The story I wrote about wasn't drugs, but he said there's a secret law where people are being imprisoned and there's no way to comply with it. And if I was interested, I should follow up with it. So you get an email like that out of the blue, you take it with a grain of salt, right? You get, as a journalist, as a lawyer, you get a lot of outreach like that. Sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't, right? So take wound up getting back in touch. That's what wound up leading to the story of Bizarro, that law being the analog act that Richie's lawyer was talking about, was that secret law.
So for people that don't know what the Analog Act is, what is the Analog Act? Was it implemented? Sure. What was it sort of an effect? Was it start? It wasn't started back in the Nixon era, right? It was after that.
It was the Reagan era. It was the Reagan era. And for anyone who hasn't heard of it, you're in good company. Even people who are lawyers, even people who are drug lawyers, haven't heard of this law because it's been relatively little used over the years. And so, even going back, you mentioned Nixon, it's actually helpful to start there, even though that's not when the law was passed, because under Nixon, he's the one who kind of ushered in the modern drug war era, right? So people associate him. If you're someone who doesn't like the drug war, but maybe you don't know everything about it, you might think of Nixon as the most evil character in that story. I don't know.
Yeah, that's when the bomb, like the schedule, substances and controlled substances.
Right, exactly. And so that happened under Nixon in the early 70s, and it did a lot of things, but for purposes of understanding the Analog Act, one of the things it did is it listed drugs on schedules. And so there's a level of severity of this drug is more dangerous than that drug, and that part of it isn't necessary to understanding the Analog Act necessarily, but the bottom line takeaway is the way you knew a drug was illegal is if it was listed on the schedules of controlled substances.
And how did they? Do you know how to determine how to schedule a drug and how they were determine the more dangerous than other drugs?
Sure, so it's changed a little bit over the years, but it's actually involves Health and Human Services, so not necessarily the drug enforcement arm of it. And so kind of people who are more real scientists in a way, as compared to the DEA, which is mainly drug enforcement. And so there's a multi-factor analysis that they go through, looking at the potential dangerousness of a substance, and they'll make a recommendation, and that would be a big part of it, whether they think that there's potential for a certain substance to be abused, whether nonetheless there's still some sort of medical benefit to it. And once I start studying some of the drugs that are on these schedules, you realize it makes sense at all, because Schedule 1 is the toughest schedule, the one that is potential for abuse and no potential medical benefit. I'm paraphrasing out there, but included among that, Schedule 1 is the worst. Sure, yeah, in the government's view, included among that are cannabis.
That's Schedule 1.
Yeah, and so Schedule 2, and just to give another example to show how kind of squirrely this is, and also maybe kind of create some disinformation in the process, is fentanyl. And so, wow, yes, and so there's a couple of dynamics to that. I think it's useful in a couple of ways. One, obviously fentanyl is much more potentially dangerous than cannabis. Cannabis doesn't have to be seen as dangerous at all. Yes, but another thing the reason I mentioned fentanyl is because on Schedule 2, we still have, according to the government, this potential force that is same EU for Schedule 1. The difference is, though, it also has that possible medical benefit as well. And so that might be surprising to hear when it comes to fentanyl. From headlines that how people are dying from it, right? But it's used in hospitals for pain relief all the time. And so that's in a very short way explaining how absurd it is. Obviously, that something like cannabis is listed as more dangerous than something like fentanyl, even though fentanyl, by the way, does have medical benefits that people might think of at first glance if they haven't thankfully needed in hospital or for certain pain relief setting.
Or some other things or simply the most fentanyl.
Yeah, well, once you get lower, you get into stuff you might find more like cough medicines, things like that. And off the top of my head, I'm hesitant to say one that's incorrect, but the bottom line is not all of them make sense to put it. What about meth? Meth, that might be Schedule 2, I want to say. Because again, you're talking about something that's an amphetamine, right? And
There's controlled amphetamine you can take every day.
yes, and I really don't want to veer. I'm not a scientist, and I don't want to veer out of my lane, and I don't pretend to be one. But again, methamphetamine, I think someone who's more knowledgeable about the science of it will tell you that there can be, similar to fentanyl, somewhat of a scare issue there too. When you look at what you're actually talking about at the end of the day, like, oh, this person's a meth head or something like that. Whereas if you look at the actual thing that's in it, you might know somebody yourself might be taking substances that are not that different from it right all the time.
Right. Exactly. Okay. So we explained the scheduling, how that all got started, and how did that parlay into this analog?
Sure. And so if you take nothing else from our discussion about scheduling and how it doesn't make sense, at least take the fact of they're at least listed as illegal. So however stupid it is that whatever drugs are on the schedule is there. And so if you get arrested with them, you can't say, oh, I didn't know. Too bad, right? Those are illegal. So what people do, underground chemists, they look at the substances that are scheduled on these lists and say, okay, well, if I'm not doing something that's not on this list, then I'm in the clear. So take a look at the chemical formula, whatever it is, what they're going to be, cocaine, hydrochloride, whatever the technical chemical term for it is. And again, this is something that I'm making up by way of example and change it from cocaine to cocaine plus one, cocaine minus one, right? And that's something that's not going to be on the schedule. It's not a medical or scientific term. It's just to say you're tweaking the substance just slightly enough that you're now dealing with a substance that is not that listed drug. Okay, so if you can tweak this molecule ever so slightly for any type of drug that's on the Nixon era controlled substance act list, then okay, you're in the clear, right? The government can't touch you. So that creates a problem because okay, so in my made up hypothetical of cocaine plus one, what does the government do when cocaine plus one starts hitting the streets? You start arresting people for trying to, you can't charge them. So you're trying to get scheduled as quickly as possible, right? The problem is this multi-factor scheduling process can take a long time, months at least. And so that's a longer time than it takes for someone to make a new drug for that to hit the street. So the first happened is in 1984, they had an emergency schedule which sped up the timeline of the Nixon era controlled substances act. So basically quicker version, so you can schedule things more quickly. Again, though, so now cocaine plus one is emergency schedule. You can't put it out on the street anymore. You can prosecute anyone who's doing that going forward, but you can't get someone retroactively. So the things one step ahead of you to start, they'll always stay one step ahead of you, even if you can get that drug scheduled and off the street. So that's where the analog comes in, because so you're in.
I was going to say retro. Would you say retroactively mean that like if they create something and later they create a law, you can't charge them for it?
Exactly. That's a basic, and again, that kind of goes back to the due process code that I mentioned earlier. That for us to order our lives around the lives someone might want to do, we need to know what the law is. We're going to have a fair shot at abiding by it. So, again, today, if you go and get people with code and get arrested, that's your problem, right? But again, in this example, say you know a guy who's got this sweet, this cocaine plus one, which is the schedule that you get a kilo of that, the cops can't touch you. And once they go and make that illegal, once they schedule it, they can't then go back and say, look, this guy once had something that is now illegal, because that's just not the world that we can live in. But that kind of is a world that we live in now under the analog. So I'll do a brief refresher. You had the Nixon Era Controlled Substances Act that had a list of what's illegal. Then you had in 1984 the Emergency Scheduling Law, which is a beefed up timeline of the Controlled Substances Act. So still, it's only forward looking. It's only stuff's illegal once it's on the list. And you can get stuff on the list more quickly. What makes it fascinating? There's just less of a bureaucracy involved. It's more power that people need to be involved. Yeah, it's centering more power. It's something that happened more than over time within the DEA itself. So less from the actual health authorities, more to the cops. Got it. And so, okay, so now we're in 1984. We've just got this beefed up scheduling law. The lawmakers in the DEA are happier about that. They can do scheduling actions more quickly. But we still have this problem of the dandy example where this little punk still got away with that cocaine plus one because it wasn't scheduled yet at the time. Right? So what do you do to get around that? Because you can't make things illegal going backwards, right? Or else you just can't live in a society that way. So that's where the analog act comes in. The passing in 1986, 2 years after the emergency schedule law. And so what that law says is the main term requirement is substantial similar. explain that going with our native cocaine plus one example. So you have cocaine, it's on the schedule. You have cocaine plus one that you're making in your garage, that's on the schedule. Now, you get busted with a kilo of cocaine plus one after the analog act is passed. Even if it's not on the list, if the DPA and prosecutors can prove, and by prove I mean convince a jury that doesn't have scientific expertise, the cocaine plus one is substantially similar to cocaine, then you basically just selling cocaine, my friend. You're on the hook, as if it was cocaine, because cocaine plus one is substantially similar to cocaine under the analog act, and that's what the government would want to prove in order to be able to prosecute.
Got it. So it's sort of just like a big drag net to catch all the people that are trying to use chemistry to sort of evade scheduled substances.
It's bigger than this. It's infinite because it's only limited by the things that we can create. So it's limited, I guess, necessarily in the sense that our minds are, right, and the things that we can do, but it outlaws a theoretically infinite number of substances. Anything that a prosecutor can convince a jury is substantially similar to the drug that's on the schedule. So, okay, in reality, obviously, if you're holding a pencil, you think you're probably okay. That's not going to be substantially similar to heroin, right? But once you get closer and closer and closer, it starts to get a little trickier. And in any event, the phrase substantially similar is not a scientific term. And that's probably one of the most important things that I can emphasize, because when the Justice Department was pushing Congress to pass the analog act, it gave at the very least a strong impression that this was something that came from the lab, so to speak, that this was this term of science. And if you don't know anything about science, as I don't know what you know, then you could be forgiven because maybe that is some kind of technical term, right? And I don't know exactly where they got it from. I have some guesses because the term is actually used elsewhere in the law, not in criminal law, as far as I'm aware. But for example, the copyright law for a long time, that would be one of the tests that was used. Is the song substantially similar to this other part of the song, such that you're copying it? And it's been for law too. So I've had sort of a theory that I've been from one or the other, that the Justice Department lawyers at the time maybe borrowed that from either copyright law or some other part of civil law where that term had been used. So it wasn't necessarily introducing the term into law, but as far as I know, it was introducing the term into criminal law, and it was introducing it in a way that sort of acted scientific, but really wasn't. Because if you ask any scientist, even with the DEA, at least now, after the analog act has been passed, and they testified in these cases, whatever else they'll say, they'll concede that substantially similar is not a scientific term, so it can basically mean whatever it is meant to do.
So you said it's not being used much as it has been as it was used in the past.
So it really was never used as much as the regular drug prosecutions under the Controlled Substances Act. One of the reasons being, I think, is because it's hard. When you have cocaine, okay, there's not a lot of argument about that, but in order to prove these cases, whatever there is to say about whether they should be brought in the giving case or not, and you have sympathy for the government or not, it's a lot of work to do that. Because when you have something that's on the schedule, there's no argument about that. There'll be other legal issues to argue, some Fourth Amendment search issue, something like that. So there won't be an argument of, like, is this substance something that can actually be prosecuted for, because it's on the list, right? Whatever else we set for it, it's on the list. And you can say there should be a list, et cetera, but it is. But when you're trying to prove up these analog cases in your government, you need to have the scientists, the expert witnesses in court, DEA experts, who can convince the jury that one substance is substantially similar to another. And on the other side, you'll have defense experts saying the opposite.
Sorry to interrupt. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as being. It's something I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That is why I use Verso. Verso is a company dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that have the potential to increase longevity. I take Cellview every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD with powerful ingredients such as NMN, trans-resveratrol, and TMG. NAD+ is arguably one of the most powerful molecules defines the age. Keeping NAD plus levels high helps guide longevity genes called sirtuins. Sirtuins are called longevity genes because they activate them to support overall health and slow down the aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells. High NAD plus levels can improve your metabolism, repair damaged DNA, and ramp up energy production in your brain, immune system, and muscles. Now, you can't take NAD plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. But NMN directly converts to NAD plus, while resveratrol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD plus more than just NMN on its own. Spurcell also publishes third-party testing from each batch produced to absolutely guarantee you're getting what you pay for. Head on over to VEO.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% on your entire order. Go to VER.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. Now back to the show. When did this whole K2 spice thing first hit the market? Because, I mean, going back to like recap what you just said, it's so interesting because it's literally, it seems like the K2 and the spice stuff was a symptom of cannabis being illegal, and then creating all these other laws was, it seems like it would just be easier to regulate cannabis, and it would get rid of all these underground chemists or clandestine chemists or whatever they're called, and you wouldn't have to deal with all these issues with creating laws and, these big laws we're talking about and trying to prosecute all these people. It seems like it's sort of a negative feedback.
100%, at least when it comes to the cannabis spice K2 situation. There's no question that at least some of the people who wound up smoking it, especially when it's coming up in the mid to late 2000s, early 2010s, that's how many people of it. And yeah, there were people who were smoking it because it was seen as this kind of weed substitute. It happens much stronger. It depended on what the exact type of synthetic cannabinoid was in the product, which is another problem because without that sort of regulation, there's no way to know exactly what would be in it if you're a consumer. And so, people are smoking this, you can still get high, you can still pass a drug test. It happens to be something that's much more volatile than cannabis. Obviously, cannabis had not been legal or sold in some government-approved type of way, then it's hard to say that spice or K2 wouldn't have happened, but I don't think you could say that it would have happened in the way that it did. One of the big areas was the military, which was having a huge issue with it, certainly at the time. That's one example of it. People are drug tested, but still have fun, right? And stress and take the edge off, so the 15 Bud lives for the day and all the rest of it. But there's no question it's a direct consequence of cannabis prohibition.
I had a guy on here. I had a guy on the podcast over a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. He was in prison for the XLR 11s. Yeah, he was importing everything from China and making $1 million. And eventually got raided by the FBI. If you just go on YouTube, you might hit this, I'm sure you probably heard of it. If you go on YouTube, just type in technical podcast and then type in bath salts trafficker. I think that was the title of it. He's another one of the compounds that he was selling or manufacturing was, I guess, one of the street terms for it was bath salts. Yeah, typing in bath salts trafficker compound. There he is. Justin Smith. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway.
So bath salts, just to orient that within the discussion. So bath salts were something different from spice that happened at the same time as spice. So the ingredient spice were what's called synthetic cannabinoids, and the bath salts are these things called synthetic cannabinoids. So those are both popular at the same time. It's certainly possible, like if you would go into head shops, those would be two of the popular products of that era. The bath salts were ones that you would hear stories about people eating each other's faces. And you would hear crazy stories of things that could happen to people after smoking spice too. But I think the bath salts had some of the more extreme stories. But both of the spice and bath salts, that's really the same era, I think, of the synthetic drug craze.
These two guys, the reached out to you, two guys to me for a second.
Sure. So the lawyer reached out to me, represented Burton Ritchie. Charles Burton Ritchie is his full name. He goes by Burton, and Benjamin Bullet is the other one. There's two so-called kingpins that I refer to as the title, which they were just convicted as for the cases. Which I can talk about a little bit once I set the stage for it. So Burton is a really interesting character. It's probably one of the more interesting people that I've come across. He's this serial entrepreneur type of figure. He actually is in recovery himself, and still is today. Like a lot of people in this story somehow are amazingly. And so Burton was arrested when he was 19 in an acid sale. This is in Pensacola. This was in 1990, I believe. And so after that, as part of his to get a pretrial diversion deal, he had to go to Narcotics Anonymous. And he was sticking with that and hasn't used since. But one thing he did after realizing he needed to start a job, one of the things he did was start just killing head shops in Pensacola in the psychedelic shack. He did this despite having been in recovery and all that. He checked in with the sponsor who said, I'm okay with it. That's a part of the stick you want to use. And Burton said didn't. So that wound up being one of his psychedelic shack. Psychedelic shack. Say he's self shack. So it's, if you've been in a head shop, it's a typical head shop fare of pipes, bombs, t-shirts, posters, all that stuff. See, this was starting in the early 90s, right? This was one of the earlier ones of that era. And so it ended up being a chain. And so he did a bunch of other things at the time. He opened that body piercing supply, distribution. He was a big poker player as well. Doing that too, he was, the main thing was the psychedelic shack. That was what he was known. So anyway, when he was in Narcotics Anonymous, that's actually how he wound up crossing paths in one of the earliest weeks with Ben Bullet. So just to focus on that again, people who are now sitting in prison together, convicted as synthetic cannabinoid kingpins, that's one of the ways they cross paths as teenagers in Narcotics Anonymous. Ben didn't really see himself as an addict. He was sort of forced into meetings, but Burton does consider himself an addict, and I think considers it probably a good thing. Steered in that direction. But so the Ben stayed close over the years. Ben wound up working at the psychedelic shack on and off. That wasn't his only thing. He went to school and was sort of doing his own thing, but he had a couple stints of working there and doing tattoos and piercings. That was one of the things that the psychedelic shack was known for. Because Ben really loved being an engineer and going to school for that too. And so he had that sort of mindset. Burton was the wild entrepreneur figure that was kind of in your face and not somebody you could forget if you ever spoke to him. He's the sort of person who, everyone I spoke to him about him told the story. It's sort of either loved him or hated him. It's sort of had a memory of him one way or the other. Ben was kind of the more mellow, cerebral in a way, but they had that sort of yin and yang to that. The Burton being he's in a million places at once. An entrepreneur guy running his business, doing other things, and then was the quieter engineer type guy, into heavy metal. They're both science, sci-fi nerds, and board games, and those sorts of things.
And so, from the psychedelic shack to synthesizing these cannabinoids and importing millions of dollars of stuff from China and all that, how did that connection connect?
Sure. So let's go to around the time of the financial crisis. This is around 2000, right? Around that time. Burton's running the psychedelic shack. The market's crashing. He's also heavily invested in real estate. Again, he has a million different pots. And so he's almost at risk of losing the business, the psychedelic shack. He needs something to turn it around. And that's the thing that winds up turning around is spice. So at the same time, this is when the product happens to be becoming popular in the 2000s. We're in Pensacola, this is a military area. And so you had sailors who were coming in asking for this stuff. And he took a chance and ordered a batch of it. And wound up flying off the shelves. And wow, that wound up saving the business and really him and Burton at the time. Of course, down the road, wound up putting him in prison right now. But
There's no question to the reality of selling spice in a shop. There's no question at all.
there was no. That's fair to say, because over the years, there have always been these sort of legal high type of products. So ecstasy was another one earlier on. Like, they would start selling these things in head shops, maybe a law would come down, or someone would have some kind of health issue, then people would stop selling it, and you would sort of move on. So I think it was, his thing was, he's doing everything out in the open. If the cops tell him not to do something, he won't do it. He would have the cops, security in the store, he would call the cops on his own employees for doing illegal drugs. So he was kind of a hard ass in that way from a businessman mentality. That really is what he is, I think, at the end of the day. He's a businessman. He just happened to be someone who's running a chain of head shops and is recovering himself. But he was very open about this with law enforcement. He would call them if it's shop operating. Exactly. Yeah.
The problem with businessmen is they fly too close to the sun sometimes.
Exactly. And so I think he would continue probably to say this was closer or would have done something different. Right. If you put it, right. That's how it wound up taking off. Was basically cannabis prohibition combined with the real estate crash, combined with restrictions on military personnel. If people in the military were allowed to smoke weed at the end of the day, maybe this would have happened. Right. So a million different things you could think about.
Right. So you sort of like in the perfect sort of Goldilocks zone, the era they were in, what was going on, especially in real estate. He didn't figure out a way to make money. This wasn't necessarily illegal, but it was sort of like in this gray area. Sure, a lot of people were doing it, making money. So I thought, like, it's better to make this focus of that.
Right, and I think, yeah, it's not just that everyone was doing it, everyone was doing it out in the open. So it wasn't, you just wouldn't be selling coke out of a shop, and so it was, no one ever went, and there wasn't a law enforcement announcement saying, hey, here's this stuff's on the street, you're all good, but I don't think there was a real question as to it was not at the time, right, but it was kind of out on the market now. When it starts to get into more legal questions, so it's when, okay, he's realizing he's making a lot of money. The stuff's flying off the shelves at the shop. The stuff in the spice. And being this entrepreneurial mind, he says, well, there are all these other head shops around the country that want to sell this stuff. I can distribute to them. Sort of cut out the middleman and become a distributor. And so that's where he got the idea to start actually making spice, not just to sell at the second shop, but to distribute the head shops all over the country. Yeah.
Didn't he also set up like shops all around the country?
Those are just in Pensacola, all around the country. So in Vegas. So Vegas is where I can take you to Vegas. Okay. We'll be there. We'll be there. So we're almost there. We're almost there. So that segues into these series of money by distributing spice head shops around the country. And they do that. It's a simple process as far as the raw ingredient, the synthetic cannabis, that comes from China. So you can get those kilos, you can order them practically out in the open. Obviously, I guess it's word of mouth. You know a guy, someone else who did it. Once you get that connection, you can easily get those kilos. And that's really the main ingredient of spice is the synthetic cannabis. It's mixed in with acetone, and it's a fairly simple process. I lay it out in the book directly from them of how they make it. And it really isn't a high-tech thing. You talk about Walter White, you don't need a science degree or no scientific expertise to make this. You just need to get your hands on raw materials which are readily available. And
how big is
so I don't know initially if that was really part of, we're just kind of as a guy. We're trying to hit everyone, not one guy, but then what era is now? So this is, now we're into the early 2010s. I would say, when they're at the point of, okay, spice.
maybe it's like a couple of years. I don't know when Silver came down.
I thought it was so available that it wasn't, I don't like, there was never a question of, oh, how do we get in touch with each other? I think it's just if you're like having a mind to do it, then like anything else in the drug business or any business, it's word of mouth, right? Distribution. And so the exact moment at which they got in touch with someone, I couldn't say, but I don't think that was really a roadblock, like other things. Like it might have been harder to get one of the products, the materials that were legal than the synthetic, right? And so, almost getting towards Vegas now, they're starting to distribute tonight shops around the country, and they start the new business to do what's called Zen Sense. And that was what Bernie and Meg started together. Bernie was the majority owner of it, and start hiring, workers to bag this stuff up. They have salespeople that are cold calling head shops around the country, and again, sort of in the way that Bernie had the stuff flying off the shelves at the shack when he was initially selling the spice and couldn't keep up with the demand. That was their problem here too. They couldn't make the spice quickly enough to get it out to people across the country. That's where Vegas comes in. It's Pensacola, it's the swampier area. It would take too long for the spice to dry. And so Bernie, again, being this poker player, his mind is trained up Vegas with the training of the World Series there and spend some time. They set up a warehouse in Vegas where that's where they'll actually make the spice, ship it back to Pensacola. And it actually made enough business sense for them to do that. Despite the extra time and expense of doing that there, the fact that they can pump out the stuff more quickly, that was a good business decision for them.
These guys seem like a perfect combo. This guy laid back, one guy sort of like hyper aggressive, almost autistic personality.
Well, yeah, and autistic is a way that Burton would describe himself too. That's another feature of his personality. This is something that I think he discovered later in life, but that's
He actually got diagnosed with autism.
that's how he talks about himself. I couldn't say clinically, not clinically, one way or the other, but that's a part of who he is. I would say. I think it was he was always had this efficiency, obsession, and something that, looking back, that's what it was all along. And so that's part of his drive to it. And so I'm certainly not an expert in anything like that. And so I hesitate to kind of psychoanalyze medically diagnose him. That's not coming from me. That's from him. And my conversations with him now. So that's actually accurate. It's here right now. So right now is actually kind of an interesting question. So most recently they've been in Talladega, Alabama. Recently been moved to a lower security facility in Louisiana, kind of further out from the city there. Britain is probably on his way there, so to Westbrook or whatever. So,
And when you moved out, I'm the wrong person.
the only time I've been in the same room with them was for one of their trials in Las Vegas. Over the years, we've spent hours. We've only known them since they've been locked up. That's the thing about the story. Is I came into it. I got that email from Rothschild, Bernie's lawyer, in 2018, and so they had already been tried twice. So we haven't talked about this part yet. So we haven't gotten there. But right, they've gone to trial 3 times, although 2 of those trials had already happened before I knew about them, which is what was leading Lloyd to reach out to me to look into it, write about it,
So he says, you have a chance of getting out of this.
I think they have a chance, which is more than you can say for probably most people who are appealing criminal convictions just because of the way the law is set up in general, not just the African countries. That's the law. That one's that one.
Okay, so where were we at? So we're at Vegas.
We're getting the distribution business off the ground. So they're in Vegas, and so having that warehouse in Vegas and making that decision to take it to the next level and get that extra edge is what winds up taking them down. Again, points a million, taking them down. And very prospects. That's what winds up getting rated as far as this nationwide race in 2012 type operation.
Operation Law.
Yeah, so that's down a few places around here too. It's really all over the country. It's the first nationwide raid for synthetic drugs.
Wow. Oh, wow. There's a map right there that shows where all the raids were.
Yeah,
So if you zoom in on that map, is that so? Do these raids go down like simultaneously on all these locations?
exactly.
Whoa.
And it wasn't like all taking. It wasn't like we're taking down one cartel. It was every sort of business like this that they could get their hands on.
A couple places, actually a lot of places right around here in Tampa.
Yeah, a lot of Florida.
Fort Lauderdale. Los Angeles, Vegas, lots of like New York area. Wow. So the southern, very tip border of Texas and Mexico. But so what ramped up this Operation Launching? Like how did the DEA sort of like become? How did they become aware that this was a big problem and like be on that radar to the point where they had to implement this huge nationwide operation? Like anything else, it's when it's becoming an issue in the streets or when they see it. It's when we're talking about bath salts and spice. So bath salts were part of Operation Launching too. So you have all these instances of people freaking out on the street, hitting emergency rooms because they smoked this stuff and didn't know what it is and were losing their minds. And so it lends itself to a lot of pretty extreme headlines. And so it's becoming an issue in the consciousness to build up to something where they thought they had to take it down. It's very easy in a way. There's nothing they had to really infiltrate if you think about it, because these things were these were short things. These weren't even in undercover necessarily to go and buy stuff that they would walk in and buy. Just that you could walk in a police uniform and buy this stuff that would look at you and roll over here, but you could do it just like you could sell to anyone else. So it wasn't difficult in that sense when you think about a law enforcement operation. It was just a lot. And now some of them might have been less upfront than others. And so just as a general description to say this was different in the way that everything that we had was different. So they were arrested. Not exactly. Not at all, actually. So let's go to Vegas. Okay. In the time of Operation Launching. Burton and Ben weren't even actually out there. They actually, this is where we maybe introduce a third character into this, Ryan Stevens. And Ryan was much younger than Burton and Ben. Ryan's closer to our age. A little bit older. And so he was just basically a regular worker at Zen Sense. He was putting stickers on bags. He was working in Pensacola. So, a long story short, which again could be its own chapter or book itself, Ryan winds up being the guy that they have out there working the warehouse. He is making the spice there. He gets instructions from them of how to do it. Ryan doesn't have any sort of science degree. He wouldn't any of us could have said that if it was and he's whipping up these batches. He's sending them out back east to Pensacola to Ben. He's in touch with him. He's living in a house with random guys at pool. He's kind of just living a life out there. And I think that sort of lonely for him when he gets bored, which he probably preferred to happening. So he goes to the warehouse one day. And this is happening in a very, very short time period. By the way, as I'm describing this, you might think of an operation that's getting built up in the course of months or even years. But he was out there for weeks. We're not talking months or years. And they're making a lot of money at that time period. These batches that are getting sent out there. So Ryan goes to the warehouse one day and he sees flashing lights coming behind him, and it's the DEA, it's the thing of Operation Logjam, because neighbors of the warehouse got suspicious of Ryan. And he's this big, burly guy who's going in and he has like dust on him. It's not clear what he's doing. They actually thought that he was probably, again, going back to cannabis prohibition. And this is what made them more suspicious. They wind up calling the cops. The cops wind up doing an operation, I guess you could call it. And that he wasn't hiding exactly. They didn't have a sign saying, hey, there's spice. And so they wind up getting put on the list of places they're going to take that operation out. So it's actually just Ryan. And he winds up being let go that day. Burton and Ben aren't arrested that day. It's actually almost the opposite of being arrested. When Burton hears that Ryan was picked up by the cops, by the DEA, and that's what these warehouse was made, Burton reaches out to law enforcement in Pensacola to a cop he knew there who borrowed bombs from the psychedelic shack to do dairy in the area and filed that under law enforcement. So Burton says, hey, I want to get in touch with whoever's in charge of the DEA here. He gets on the phone that night, Burton does, with a DEA agent, Bob Cozy, and Burton ends up inviting Cozy to the Pensacola facility to
He walks in, Bertie gives him samples, including one called Bizarro, our title for the book, and he's on his way. He doesn't arrest them, and he goes, hey, if this was cocaine, he would not have been able to make that call. He would arrest to the fight law enforcement officer into your operations, not brother. But because of the analog act, Brooksy couldn't take them down that day. Because he actually really wanted to. It wasn't like he was like these guys. Because he actually hates. He hates it, yeah. That was one of the more memorable conversations I've had. This was talking to Claude Brooksy. Who, to his credit, I think they're really just opposite personalities. Brooksy is the ultimate lawman, or he's more of the freewheeling head shop owner in the area. Cozy is the arrested drug guy during the day, 15 Budweisers at night. It's cultural, right? Where he is. I don't know if he's the opposite of that, but he's something very different from that. It's Bert had no idea who Cozy was. The Cozy knew who Bert was, because Bert was kind of it's almost like a small celebrity in the area, like TV commercials for the psychedelic shack, which I haven't been able to get my hands on. But I'm still on the seeing a lot of it. No, I got in touch with the local TV person there. They regarded me with some suspicion, but something that I haven't crossed off my list as far as giving up on it. Something that just interesting.
He was getting out ahead of it. Finding the DEA, choose facility, showing them like, hey, this is what we're doing. I want to make sure everything's kosher.
Yeah, and again, look, I don't want to editorialize it, right? Because there's a different way to look at it. If you want to, you can call it getting ahead of it. You can call it making the best of it, right? I mean, getting ahead of it would have been calling him up before a project if you really want to do this, right? But it's, again, just to look at that other side of it, he was doing something that, frankly, would be insane to do with anything that was obviously an illegal drug. Because another thing I should say about their operation is, well, how did they know what was in it, right? You might be thinking, okay, they're ordering this stuff in China. How do they have the confidence? Even assuming the worst intentions on their part, how do you have the confidence to write into your facility? You have people bagging stuff up that gets people hot, that colloquially anyone would regard as a drug, whether that's good or bad.
Yeah, that's like something that
The reason they had that confidence is because they were third-party lab testing all of the chemicals they got from China multiple times during the process. First, when they got the initial shipment to see what it was, and again, actually tested samples of the specific products they were going to sell before they went out to shops. So for something that was happening in the gray market, whatever there is to say about it, whatever, it's just an incredible amount of quality control that's put into that. You just don't see in any other sort of business that's that way. It's that part which is really incredible because he was able to give him a lab report. He was able to show him. Bert was able to hand Percy the product and say, I know this is XOR11. Residue, so I remember you mentioned that specifically before. I know this is it because that's what my lab test showed. That is what the product that Bert had. So he's one of the shows. He's in lab test going on too. And they were, this is back in 2012. No one was arrested for years.
And so, what was the conclusion of that when the DEA
That was really it. They weren't getting arrested. They were sort of, now we get this stuff tested at the lab. It takes a long time to get stuff tested at the DEA labs. That was a part of this. So, but it wasn't like Cozy had given up. Remember, Cozy still wanted to take Burton down. It was just this issue of the analog gap. Cozy was actually complaining about the federal prosecutor in the area saying he didn't have the balls to use the analog gap. Those are the words that Cozy used to describe the issue. Because again, this just shows how much discretion is being given. Because in any case, a prosecutor has some level of discretion whether to bring a case, even if someone clearly is breaking the law. But here, where that really magnifies that issue, because the law being so nebulous is an issue for everyone. If you're a prosecutor who thinks someone is doing something bad, right, nobody how can prove this beyond reasonable doubt. So that was clearly the issue that this prosecutor was having, at least as Cozy saw it. And so Cozy's stuck in this situation. He sees it where, okay, I have this guy, he's a freaking drug dealer, but I can't arrest him because of the analog gaps. So you have him complaining about it from a law enforcement perspective as not because it's too vague in a way that, oh no, it's a due process problem. This is too vague and that it's not letting me arrest a bad guy. But wait, the analog actually would let an asshole prosecute that guy, though. No, it would let him try. It would have automatically lead to a conviction. Right, but the analog act isn't the reason he could not arrest him, right? It kind of was at the time of it because he would have needed a prosecutor to be on board. So it was because of the prosecutor. Yeah, right. So at the time, if the prosecutor there had said, "Yeah, let's take him down for the analog act," this might have been a different story because they wound up getting charged in multiple districts, but none of them was one. So as far as how the meeting moves off, once he goes on with the drugs, it's not like he still wants to take Britain down. He winds up coming back to the facility. What's that? Fire marshal trying to do an inspection there a couple months later. He's basically trying to put heat on it, and they're still feeling that, even though they're not being arrested. They're starting to think, we need to get out of this business, just because even if we're not being arrested, it's just not good having law enforcement basically breathing down their necks. Even if they're convinced they didn't break the law, it's just not really a sustainable way of life. So they start to make moves to extract themselves from the business and start looking towards other things in the summer of 2012 into the winter of 2013 and looking to sell the business.
But was there ever a conversation with Cozy or anybody at the DEA or law enforcement? Was there ever any sort of conversation to the effect of like, hey, what's your opinion on this? Are we good or are we not good?
No, and that's very interesting because I don't think that was seen as a possible thing to do. I wound up doing something like that years later after I found out about the story in 2019. I think once I did this because it's not like the DEA that a website has a sign that says, first of all, it's possible people don't even know what the analog act is. And there's the general line of ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? That's something you can out of the way. You're going to have that in the back of your head sometimes. Broke the law. The analog act, that's not 100% true when it comes to the analog act because you still need to show that a person had the criminal intent to distribute this thing that was substantially similar to a scheduled drug. So it wasn't irrelevant if someone didn't know of the analog act. And to put it a different way, it would be good proof in an analog case if a defendant knows about the analog act because that would show maybe that they were taking some sort of steps to circumvent that. But to say, no, they didn't affirmatively reach out to the DEA. They did get in touch with lawyers who advised them that, for example, there was a breakdown in the prosecution for like XLR11. They got a legal opinion saying that it wasn't substantially similar to a drug. This was after the fact, right? So that, and that's an important time. It wasn't something, as far as I know, that they did ahead of time. That would have been probably in a better legal situation if they had done going into it. But as far as the proof that I've seen, I've only seen a letter that they got after during the years. This substance is not substantially similar. It's still a remarkable thing with that. Not something you want to do. Right. Cocaine enterprise. But anyway, bottom line is after lockdown, they're not getting arrested. Cozy's breathing down their neck. They don't exactly shut it down. So if they just shut it down, we might not be having this conversation. It's not in this way. They're ready to completely walk away because that would be a significant financial loss to them at that point. They wind up selling the business. There's a technical business term for having it. Selling so the assets. That's another remarkable thing about the story because they actually had a contract that they entered into to sell this to another headshot entrepreneur. This guy named Tony Notter. There's also a recovery too. I got the stories in recovery somehow it has some sort of drug issue or law enforcement or Brittany and Tony, they wind up receiving that locker evidence and basically seemed like they knew each other, but they were in too deep. And to make a long long story short, they wind up selling the company to Tony towards the end of 2012, beginning of 2013, and they're out of the business. That's a very summary way of putting that much of detail. So crazier back and forth in these all of us. Busted in 2012, busted but not arrested. They get out of the business. Then they move on to totally different lives, film and entertainment. They actually start a film production company and would like working with celebrities and other amazing aspects. Interesting. And then how long after that, they took the rest of it. 3 years. So it's 2015 that they went charged 3 years after.
And then COVID's behind us.
Well, that's kind of an interesting question because they weren't actually charged in Florida. So they wound up getting charged in 3 different states: Virginia, Nevada, and Alabama. Alabama's the least, Virginia, because that was one of the areas that they distributed the product to. They distributed all across the country, so they could see that even if they're charged, probably the safest ever state. Nevada, site of the warehouse, and in Alabama, that's where they moved the call center to after XOR left on the state level. That was more closer to the time where they were selling business to Tony. They've never been tried in Alabama state. They've been tried twice in Virginia and once in Nevada. Nevada was the most recent.
Where are we at with all that?
Sure. So with Virginia, the first trial, again, the analog act was a direct issue. It was a hung jury because the jury couldn't figure out the analog. They specifically told the judge you can't make sense of this substantial similarity standard. And so there's a hung jury that went right back into it, tried that again. The jury was saying they're having trouble reaching a verdict, but convicted them after the judge told them this decision one way or the other. Then they won that case on appeal to Virginia. The reason they won it is something that's arguably the most insane thing about the story, which we haven't even talked about yet, which is Arthur Berry. Okay. So we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at this, you might have a question of, okay, the analog act theoretically outlines an infinite number of substances, right? Prosecutors aren't scientists. How do they decide what is substantially similar to a specific drug? Well, it turns out, and I think a lot about this book, is that internally within the DEA, they have a process where they decide what they're looking to support as substantially similar or not, whether they're willing to provide that extra testimony. Right? And that makes sense. If you obviously can have a position that none of this should happen at all, but if it is, it makes sense to have some kind of scientific back in this thing. It's random prosecutors making scientific decisions about what was closer to a chemical or other than just in that situation and need extra testimony. So in the DEA, they have a small chemist within the corporate version of the you're more of the policy of the DEA in a way, as distinct from another part called forensic sciences. And that becomes important because forensic sciences is where Arthur Berry is. And so as part of the process for reviewing a potential amnesty, you get a chemical off the street, you get a prosecutor saying, take the charges. That goes to diversion control. And they look at it and say, is this close enough or is this substantially similar? They say yes or no. If they do think it is, then it'll go to forensic sciences, which are more of the scientists who actually in the lab. And that's what Barrier was. And Barrier, he was tasked with essentially checking diversion control homework in there. And he usually treated them, but he didn't always. And when he disagreed with them, so it became a problem because now you have someone who's essentially gumming up the works of a potential prosecution. And the DEA was not forthcoming with this difference of people in the DEA, which if you're a defendant charged with selling a substance, that's just big enough. So you're charged with selling a certain substance as an act, it's not a scheduled charge, and you're convicted for it. Now imagine you learn after the fact that it turns out a top DEA chemist actually agreed with this. And so then you could say, well, how am I supposed to know that this drug is illegal if one of the DEA's own chemists doesn't think it evidence available to you to present to a jury, right? So that did not happen in Hernandez's case because once word of this internal dissent with Arthur Berry kind of started making its way into the water because that's a defendant's case. That's like a quality to have someone within the DPA saying, I don't think you're guilty. That's not an overstatement to say because it's not substantially similar and it's not a drug. There's no case. And so obviously if you're charged, you want to put that DPA chemist on the stand or even have the threat of putting him on the stand because if you have that, maybe the prosecution won't even go forward. But for very technical legal reasons, the judge wound up blocking Arthur Berry from being able to testify. Averting that trial scared the victim out that jury knowing about that internal dissent that Arthur Berry essentially agreed that they were not guilty. Why do you think the judge blocked that? Oh, well, I can explain the actual reason for it. There's something called the deliberative process privilege, and it's something that applies throughout the country. Basically, the idea is that in order to have honest, robust internal discussions within the government, you don't want to be able to have those discussions be subpoenaed and talked about in open court. So essentially, on those grounds, that the judge said that the government had the right to not offer their employee to testify in court. Now, that's the rationale.
But even the judgment let that happen though, anyway.
Yes, but he didn't. And the appeals court thought that that was wrong. Basically, for a common sense reason that anyone listening to this reads, that's what the appeals court said. This was an appeals court panel that was not made up of really hard liberal judges. They unanimously and pretty quickly realized that it was ridiculous not to let Arthur Berry testify. So the Virginia conviction was reversed, and this is a 2017. So then,
Look, you can testify.
exactly, without any testifying reversed, but that doesn't mean it's gone for good. It just means they're then on track for a potential third trial. So it's only so much of a prize. It's you are, but you're not at evidence yet. It's you get a new trial with the possibility of his testimony. So the timing of this is important because that's in 2017. Okay, and so it's around this time that Arthur Berrier winds up actually testifying in another case and getting an acquittal in that case for someone totally unrelated to really that. Yeah,
What was the substance in question in that case?
it was another spice case. It was either XR11 or similar because the thing is, so XR11 was tried a lot of these cases, and this kind of goes to how squirrel skull is because there's another substance called UR144, which was basically identical to XR. And I know it's weird to use that kind of term virtually identical. We're talking about substantially similar. There's no question that they're basically the same thing. Defense, government, everyone agrees with that. And I say that because so UR144 was one of the substances that was the subject of this internal TPA review, and it was one that Arthur Berry disagreed on. And so after he disagreed on that, then it was time for XAR11 to use. They didn't even ask Arthur Berry his opinion because obviously they knew it would be, and this is my observation and opinion, they did not want to create a further paper trail or have a bigger issue with this potential getting to the defense, even though basically what was laid out in a common sense way, but you can technically stand up and say, oh, he didn't agree with it, so he actually technically what he thought about it. And they kind of tried to play that a little bit. But
Now, there was something, again, I'm trying to recall like what you and Anderson were discussing, but there was some part of this law that basically they were able to determine the legality of the drug based on not necessarily, like, it could either be, they had the option of making it substantially similar chemically, or they could judge it depending on which sort of like receptors it affected in the body, right?
I think that might have been a different law, not necessarily the analog act. I think he was talking about in discussion about trying to criminalize something based on its interaction with the receptor.
Right. Yeah, maybe that was another law that you guys were talking about, right? Like trying to human nerve probably that affects the human body the same way or causes whether it's psychologically or whatever, and they can classify it as that other drug just because it has the same effect on the human body. But I'm not sure if that live or whatever have legs.
Yeah, that was one that hasn't really, at least hasn't come up in the context that I've seen. I think that might have just been something that was being discussed as a possibility, but might not have come up exactly in that way. But I think maybe that kind of gets to the problem of we're talking about these receptors that are in our body, and so it's where you actually outlook these things that are within our cells, and it gets to that kind of extreme level. Is that kind of what we're getting at?
Yeah, it's like do you want to outlaw the tool, or do you want to outlaw the effect on the human body?
They want to outlaw people getting high and people getting slow. I think it's as simple as that. And once you understand that, it all makes sense. Doesn't mean it's all correct or it's all right, but it makes sense as far as understanding what's happening.
Now, what sort of, as far as like the legality of the case is concerned, what sort of evidence do they have that this XLR11 or the other identical to it, whatever evidence they have that it was dangerous to humans?
So that really wasn't an issue. Like, they don't have to prove that as far as at trial. It's just a question of is that the substance or not? It's not. There's never a question of dangerousness of the drug. That's kind of a separate issue against the actual schedule, where you can say or actually schedule it as a Schedule 1 or 2 drug, certainly as a Schedule 1 drug, you need to be able to show some of that evidence, and there are probably some issues there. But the prosecution definitely did, I think, try to at least get into the fact that this stuff is dangerous, even telling to a degree that wasn't even relevant. I think that was something that was undergirding all of this and saying, this stuff is not weak. This is stuff that's actually dangerous. Of course, the absurd part of that is this all happened when weak was weak.
Right. Because there were at least a handful of cases where people had died after they had used these substances like K2 or spikes. But I don't think it was proven that that was actually it could have been many other things, or there were certain types of people that were involved in all kinds of things. There was other chemicals in their body that wasn't actually proof that this might be K2 causing death.
Right, that was a bit of an issue that came up here too, because there were a couple civil suits against Brady for people who died after smoking their products. That was at least the allegation. But there were issues about causing cases of unsettling, showing no action with the full proof that have shown either way. But in all of the spice cases, there are a lot of them that I've seen, there are these issues of, it seems pretty rare that you're just going to die straight up from smoking. If you're just sitting in a room, it's more of like, you'll be an NA, you'll do something, and then something will happen. In one of the cases that's talked about here, the civil case, this kid really wanted to lose control and wanted to get tased and basically beaten by the cops. And he died after that, so it's clear what was the reason for the death. I think that's a little gnarly when I'm trying to point it directly on the drug. We have these intervening circumstances. In these cases, spoil themselves.
Right, and that's another issue with that too, is you don't know what you're getting when you're dealing with these underground chemists that are making it. You don't know the potency, you don't know how much to take, there's no guidelines or anything like that. You're sort of like shooting in the dark.
Exactly. Maybe there's some people who are educated about it, but
that's the thing with fentanyl too, right? The thing with fentanyl is or with cocaine, rather. When people buy cocaine, they don't know what's in it. It's not like they're buying it from a legitimate licensed pharmacy who has to test it and inspect it or whatever. They're getting it. It's cut with all kinds of crazy shit that they don't know what it is, and that could be and that is what fentanyl is cocaine.
absolutely. It's, again, we're talking about a function of prohibition. Now, someone might hear what you just said and say, oh, get cocaine from a licensed distributor, that's nuts, right? Well, I don't know. Is that crazier than what's happening now? Right, but I'm just saying in terms of thinking of it actually widely available, right? I think the way that we use is becoming more so now. Someone would scoff at that. Maybe they scoffed at me being this way 10 years ago. I think cocaine is discrimination, right, against different types of drugs. You might think, okay, well, okay, you guys have weed now, but you sort of can't do anything like drug code, whereas, as you're pointing out, that's leading to the bigger problems of having an unregulated market, because when people are done, it's not, you might think, oh, this is someone who was an addict or something like that, and that at all makes anything more acceptable, but really, what's much more likely is it's an accident you are going to try and do good. You're not somebody who has a tolerance for something fentanyl. If you were that, you're probably less likely to die if you're taking something unexpected, right? And so you have overdoses getting up as a point you want it. So as crazy as it might sound to have cocaine in the store, I don't know if that's crazy than status quo. It's unregulated market. You can drop dead by taking all the thing that you wanted to.
And when did asset forfeiture come into this whole thing? And I know that became sort of a huge like weapon arsenal of the prosecution and stuff.
Yeah, so that was in between the logjam and charges against them in 2015. So from the start, they were dealing with civil asset forfeiture. They were fighting with those proceedings for basically the whole time after the logjam. It wasn't really like a criminal situation, but the thing there is they were actually fighting the government, which is not something that people usually do. And so there's kind of a question hanging out over this that I have anyway. I always wonder, had they gone forward and aggressively tried to settle and pay off the asset forfeiture, could they have effectively paid their way out of the prosecution? I always wonder about that. I guess we'll never know, but it's rare to actually fight this because if you don't know about asset forfeiture, it kind of flips what we might think of as this due process concept that we were talking about in terms of having the right to have the government prove charges against you, right? Asset forfeiture kind of flips that on its head because to get your stuff back, you need to show that it wasn't involved in crime as opposed to when you're being convicted, you're showing that you were committing a crime, which makes more sense in the latter situation. The issue in asset forfeiture in that case was to show that you weren't breaking the law, but still raised the substantial similarity issue. And so to prove that they were breaking the law, they wanted to get Arthur Berry's testimony. And it actually looked like they were about to get it in a deposition before they're charged. But just as their civil case was looking like it was actually going forward into 2015, that's when they were charged. It was all shut because then you have a criminal situation, which is more serious.
Yeah, I just had a guy on here a couple weeks ago actually who had to deal with that because asset forfeiture is a real estate investor. He owned like apartment buildings all over Portland, Oregon, and then on the side and on the weekends he was like chartering helicopters that was like shoveling cash and weed from Canada back and forth to the U.S. Eventually, they ended up seizing like $14 million in property, even though the three charges were the sum of marijuana charges was like $2 million. They took $14 million in property that when he was doing the arbitration hearings, they kept trying to get more and more. They were like, hey, just give us this building, which is only $13 million. Do this, and we'll send you back to Spain. And he's like, no, he's like, I already signed the extradition agreement with Spain, and I signed on the tarmac, but it's already a done deal. They're like, yeah, well, no, it's not. We're not going to send you back. And then he ended up giving up all of his property, all $14 million. They still didn't want to send him back to Spain. And I had a conversation with the judge in his trial, and he brought up the point. He's like, what was the number that was attached to my case for the marijuana charge? $2 million. How much of my property? $14 million. How does that make sense? He said, son, in the United States of America, if you make one penny with 100 dirty pennies, all 100 of those pennies belong to the United States of America. Exactly.
Again, because I think that's still that's all part of the same culture. And he went home that night as was his race. Yeah, the asset forfeiture thing, I think when people hear about that, past, even more so than we hear about some of the criminal cases when people are in prison. Just the fact that your stuff can basically be taken and for get it back. And again, there's the potential criminal charges for you sort of baked into that. Is there kind of a unstated assumption that you can pay over that? You run a different report. Right, exactly. Yeah, this guy would go fortune to over for the fighter. Or exactly, that's the thing here too. These analog cases, there's so few of them relative that I think the government was caught off guard by the Greenwich. And then from the start, they always wanted to go to trial. It was a civil case or any criminal cases. That's very unusual, not just in analog cases, but in any criminal case. Really, really have a person charged who actually wants to go to trial. It's very unusual. That's not necessarily because there are the only people who ever have arguments in a case. Basically, the reality is, what's the likely result to happen? What's the sentence that's potentially wrong? At the end of the day, if you go to trial and you gamble on and with 12 random people who are kids who couldn't get out of jury duty, you wind up saying that you have to go to prison, obviously. And that's a crude way of putting it out. It's going the other way. You can talk to people who have done jury service, they take it pretty seriously, often, even if they think the license will come out of this is actually something that I feel like was important. But anyway, just to say, there's an element of chance to it, to say the least. You're risking your life on it, you're risking the case. What would have happened if you guys been the offer of plea deal? I think there were discussions. I don't think any of it was public as far as I know. I mean, I'm sure, I'll put it like this. I'm sure they could have worked something out, but I don't think that was ever seriously considered because this is kind of an all or nothing thing. It's not, you can't be a little bit guilty of violation of the animal. It's sort of an all or nothing proposition. And again, it's very different from cocaine and heroin and any other sort of thing. You say, okay, yeah, I had this stuff, but going back to your earlier example, but I had these circumstances where I was finished. I was a low-level person. Here, there's no question that these guys were selling stuff that was getting people high. They're making a ton of money. There's no question about that. The only question is the stuff they're selling totally legal, or were they convicted? There's no other situation in the law where that can be the case. And that's what makes this also fascinating. Right? Just from the outside looking in, that's what makes it terrifying. If there are that's what makes it a dark case. On the government side, but this is just the point is, no matter what you think about any of this is a unique situation within the law, even if it's operating within the normal systems that has all of its existing pathologies that are logged on for us already. Very unique situation.
Now, what is the chance? How long do you think this analog act is going to last? Is there a chance that getting brought to take it down?
There's a chance. I have no reason to expect it to. It's not like it costs the government anything to keep it on the books, right? And so it's not like it's burning a hole in your pocket, even if they're not real using it. They've definitely moved even further away from it. I think in recent years, probably not having zero to do with their fight against burning in bed, which is still a hard joke, which has been kind of a tough road for them, even though they won the most recent battle. At some point, I kind of said the way to see where they're at in their case. But I have no reason to think it's going away, even if they're not using it, because they can keep as many cars in that garage as they wanted to. It's a limited amount of space in here.
Yeah, I'm sure people just think outside of that a lot to go away. I'm sure a lot of the stuff that's sort of brand up that maybe, I don't know.
Maybe it's hard to say. I think it's if you're the government, so why not? Even if we don't use it, we could always take it out. I think it's something that its main use might even be less so than the prosecutions. It's been used as kind of almost a scare tactic, or like a ghost or a boogeyman that's hiding under the bed of anyone who's going to be experimenting with substances, always in the back of your mind, and worried that all that's going to be used against you. And there's no way to know ahead of time for sure, so that either does or doesn't happen. So I think for the government, it's almost the most useful, even when it's not being used, but just given how expansive and, as we said, theoretically unlimited it is. So what are the current states of their appeal? So I mentioned the two Virginia cases, and I hope I got the timeline, the specific years right, and I know the timeline was right. They tried first twice in Virginia, it was first the hung jury, then they were convicted. There were actually a couple of back and forths in their appeals from their conviction, but bottom line is they wound up getting their Virginia conviction reversed. But the reason that they're still incarcerated now is because while all that was being litigated, they were still tried in Nevada for their third and most recent trial to date. That was in 2019, where they were charged, and this was not charged in Virginia. In Nevada, they were charged under this kingdom, which is not just an analog law. That's a charge for continuing criminal enterprise. Yeah. It can be used for any sort of drug case. El Chapo, let's cross over it. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's another great example of it. So probably more applicable than El Chapo, although still further. Perhaps they're easy to cross over in the same sentence as El Chapo. Yeah, and it's well because it's the numbers can only go so high. It's it's talk about hundreds of years, thousands of years. What difference does it make? It's law that has a 20 is the important thing because again, a lot of other situations in law, judges will have a lot of discretion, but they won't necessarily have an answer that they have no choice but to apply. So in their most recent trial in Nevada, that's the one. By now, I'm now following the story in real time on my board as for 2018, 2019. So that was the one time I was ever actually in the same room as them. And I was talking about the phone, email, that sort of thing. But so I was there for part of that trial in the summer of 2019. And the trial in Nevada in 2019, it actually looked like they had a shot of winning that case. They were actually feeling pretty good about it because actually to understand the full context of that, you need to bring back into the picture Arthur Berry's dissenting DE chemist. Because remember, he was the one who the judge in Virginia didn't want them on their trial. But that's why their Virginia conviction wound up getting overturned on appeal. Berry actually wound up being allowed to testify for the first time for them in their Nevada trial. And so then how did they wind up being convicted? In between the time that Barrier was initially testifying for defendants and helping people get acquittals, not Burton Bend, but acquittals. In the time that he testified for Burton Bend in Nevada, Barrier himself was arrested and no longer works for the DEA. Again, that's the internal DEA dissenter was arrested for a charge related to trying to solicit a minor online for sex. Really? Yes, that's what, again, that's one of the most remarkable things about this story. But the important thing on the timeline is that when the judge blocked Barrier from being able to testify in proceedings, that was before he was arrested. Right. At that time, he still was pursuing DEA witness. He works for the DEA. He doesn't think the defendants are guilty. That seems like a golden ticket, right? But now, in Nevada, after he's no longer working for the DEA, he's this pariah there. He's been convicted for a charge. He's now testifying not as this pristine DEA witness, but as a felon. So, okay, if you're a juror in this case, you're seeing not Arthur Berry, DEA witness, right? He's testifying opposite DEA, which is baked in reasonable doubt. I mean, if there's a definition of reasonable doubt, it would be two people from the same government agency. I mean, it's even more than reasonable doubt. It's just doubt, right? But so by the time they actually got Barrier on the stand, he's now the bizarro version of Barrier, you could say. He's testifying as a felon. They wind up getting convicted. You can't pinpoint it necessarily to that, but all I can say is he's testified, and at least one other guy having to do with Burton Bend helped lead you to an analog. Every case has their own things going on towards its hard to isolate one factor. But the fact remains, he testified for the defense in another case before he was arrested, led to an acquittal, and in Burton Bend's case, he wound up not saying he was, but despite that, someone saying, yes, I work for the DEA. to that. But that was very memorable because the judge, he seemed like a fairly down the middle kind of guy. The Virginia judge hated these guys, by the way. That's its own. The Virginia judge did not like these guys. So the Virginia judge actually before his sentences were getting overturned, he sentenced them to about 30 years each. And so those were the convictions that aren't getting overturned. That was even without any mandatory minimum. And so now in Vegas, they don't have to deal with 30 year each conviction. So now they're looking at, okay, what's this judge going to give us now that we've been convicted under the Kingpin law? It's 20 year minimum. Life maximum, possibly, stands for life. And a bunch of other charges that don't have mandatory minimums besides. The Republicans, that's the 20 year minimum. As he's doing it, you can tell, I can tell anyway, the judge did not even want to sentence me to that much time. He wound up, again, I want to emphasize, this is not an extreme type of judge, one way or the other. He did not rule for every way that they wanted him to during the trial. There were some other mistakes that he made, but nonetheless, that I think makes it even more remarkable that he called out not just the analog acts, but also mandatory minimums. He said something, paraphrasing, that a method of dealer, they know what they're doing. And if you're selling an analog that's more up in the air, he said he was troubled by it and called on Congress to do something about it. He's mandatory minimums in general. Nonetheless, his hands were tied because of the mandatory minimums. They were sentenced to 20 years, and whoever sentences on some other charges are concurrently, which means not exceeding 20 years. But if hypothetically that 20-year sentence were to be overturned, they still have to deal with those lower sentences. But as it stands now, they serve that time section. They have that time in because they've been in for several years. They've been in the whole time, basically, since they were convicted in Virginia. And I want to say 2017 or so. So they basically served the time that they would have on the non-convicted. So now they have an appeal that's pending in the Ninth Circuit, which is the federal appeals court that covers Nevada and other states out west in California, where they're mounting basically a kitchen sink of arguments. One of them, which we talked about, the Kingpin charge itself is freedom, and it gets sent back to the judge to figure out exactly what the calculation would be. But if they got that conviction overturned, they'd be getting that, if not right now, in very short order. Whereas if you have still that Kingpin law, they're still looking at another trial. So how are they talking about Kingpin laws, but not like supermax prisons, like Rothschild or El Chapo? Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I guess the answer is that being convicted as a Kingpin doesn't. I think the answer, I guess, is that you need something more than that, right? The Bureau of Prisons aspect is a whole other act. Like, even the judges don't really have control over that. So the prisons are their own life cycle of the case that lawyers and judges don't even really know that much about. They don't really need to. They don't have that much control over. But if they've been if the answer to your question, no, there's no violence at all that's associated with them. I think technically they've been in some facilities over the years. I think the Talladega facility there in one state was security, but they were never in any sort of place because of that seeing violence or anything like that. I guess in the Holbrook case there was that situation that, again, that was more complicated, but theoretically involved violence or that sting operation or sort of thing. Yeah, I have a vague impression of it. I don't want to misremember what that was. There was the undercover at a young age and baited him into talking into hey man, you got to take care of this guy. All of a sudden, right? Exactly. So whatever there is to be said about that, there was nothing like that in Brittany Ben's case. So whatever factors going into the prison stuff is very complicated for at the time. Actually, this factor where it's its own insane bureaucracy, even aside from the judiciary, not something that's easy to shine a light on. It's a very basic system of its own, but they've always been in relatively low level type of facilities.
So you mentioned when you first got interested in this book and reporting on this law thing,
is the fentanyl law. I don't know. There's been a more recent law. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. Yeah, what is the fentanyl law? Yeah, so in the last few years, it's become one thing. Obviously, it's fentanyl has become more of a national topic of conversation. It's all for fentanyl-related substances. So basically, there's now on the books what I think of anyway as a supercharged version of the analog that it does what's called class-wide scheduling. So, for example, we're talking about a substance like XOR11 when it comes to the analog. It's an individual substance trying to be proved to be substantially similar to an already listed drug. Right. There's fentanyl-related substances law. What it does is it takes a much broader approach. And I don't want to botch the science, but the bottom line takeaway is it's not necessarily just outlawing whatever you can look at excellent whether there's a version of whatever fentanyl technology might be. Let's say if it does a type of thing, but it comes as a much broader range of chemicals. So it's much more overbearing in the sense that it outlaws much more things, but it also doesn't even have that component where it automatically is scheduled as the DEA wants it to be. And this is something that I haven't seen tested out in the courts to the extent as the has practiced it, relatively few as it's been. So I don't know exactly how that's playing out. All I know is it has the same political actors on each side of it, in the sense of you have people who are on the more liberal side saying this is over criminalization, that won't substances, also affecting scientific research potentially, because it outlawed such a broad swath of things. It's outlawed things that not only are harmful, not only are it's saying things that are potentially even helpful. So it's a similar issue, but kind of to an even more extreme schedule. It's a beefed up version, but specifically the defense of the substances realm. Sort of think there's been more attention on that because of what we don't see in the prominent topic of the conversation. The analog act has played kind of a funny role in this discussion because you have that again using this kind of the tactical and precise, but sort of the liberal side that's against the fentanyl related substance classified scheduling. They're saying you don't need to do that because we have the analog act on the books that you can use. And so they're kind of holding that up, not necessarily saying the analog act is good, although in doing so, the Democratic politician dealing with that was very fond of it, probably might not have even understood what the analog act was, because there's no reason you don't have to. He said something like the analog act protects against over-criminalization and protects due process rights, which is just an insane thing to say if you know anything about it. But he wasn't saying that in support of touting the analog act, but saying we have this, so you don't need to do this relatively more overbearing defensive substances.
Right. Okay. And there was an element of some of these things being labeled as not for human consumption.
Yeah, so under the Analog Act, it's not just that you can be prosecuted for distributing something that's substantially similar to a scheduled drug. Part of the law is that it needs to be shown that it's done for human consumption. And so I haven't really thought that that's been too much of an issue, although I think other people think about it differently. Because, yes, if you're a prosecutor, it's part of the case that you need to have that show they intended this for human consumption. And so on the labels of spice products, not vaccines at the time we saw that they would say not for human consumption. No one believed it, right? But that was just something. It's like any other sort of business, like even for quote unquote legal businesses, you do things because it's a part of government regulation, right? And also even broader than the Analog Act, because the FDA regulates things that are for human consumption. Because if you're selling something that's being consumed, then you're potentially dealing with the FDA too. So it's not only the Analog Act, but also it's not actually the FDA regulations too. But so anyway, so it's technically something that prosecutors have to prove, but I actually think that, again, this is putting my prosecutor hat back on. You might think at first, oh no, this is another thing I have to prove, it's another challenge I need to meet. I actually would like having to have to prove that if I was a prosecutor. selling, very clearly trying to circumvent this law on the face of it. And so, regardless of what all the scientific mumbo jumbo is, the prosecution would say is substantially similar. Let's say it's not. You can talk to the jury in a real world way. What they can understand is trying to get something over on someone, right? And so, look, these guys have this stuff, it's legal not for human consumption. Obviously it is because everyone's supposed to live. The law says you can't sell for human consumption. That's obviously why they're doing it. So that just adds to the level of shadiness in the picture that the prosecution would try to paint if they're trying to convict someone over the analog. So the reason that they're actually doing this is to try not to violate the law. But in doing so, they're looking like they're trying to violate the law, right? So, and on the flip side, if I'm defending one of these cases, I would see that element. I would say, look, yes, there's no question that people are consuming this stuff. You have to do idiot to try and pretend that they weren't, but you still have this substantial similarity issue that's inherently failed that the prosecution and defense can't agree on. And that's where I was probably want to focus the jury's attention on if I was the defense, aside from trying to talk about this more common sense fraud type of thing. Yeah, once you're in a position where you have to explain, like, oh, no, it's you're good, you sound defensive. You defend yourself. So just say, yes, people are smoking stuff that you're selling. There's no question these guys are making a ton of money, but it's substantially similar. Even scientists can't agree on this. That's, I think, where the smarter defense attorneys have focused their attention on it. Versus where smart prosecutors have focused their attention on the non-human consumption part, whether they realize that.
And I think Hamilton touched a little bit on how there's actually some weird aspects of the Analog Act that help people like him be able to study other drugs. How did you explain that?
Yeah, I'm remembering what you're saying. I don't want to misquote him about that, but there was something that was sort of counterintuitively beneficial about it. I don't know if this was exactly it, but I think for someone like him, he's not making things for human consumption. And so that stands in contrast to someone who is potentially violating the act. So I don't know if it's then whatever he's doing looks better by contrast or other people in the world making things that are not for human consumption.
I remember you studying things that are very, very similar on the fringes. So it's like weird chemistry.
Exactly, and I couldn't even speak to the science of that, but I remember that, it had this sort of counterintuitive thing. So it's, the Analog Act is a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but I think I want to that's incredibly great.
Yeah, for sure. What sort of feedback have you gotten from people that have read it?
It's all been good, I'm happy to say. Definitely still trying to spread the word about it. I think more people still need to know about it, and I don't try and tell anyone what they should think about it one way or the other, but I do think it's something that people should know about, even lawyers, I think, even people, even prosecutors, even drug lawyers. I didn't know about the Analog Act when I was a state drug prosecutor. I think I had some vague idea about it, like sometimes if we had a bust that we go back to that, there wasn't something that was listed under the bed, that like maybe there was some chance of it being prosecuted federally. And I had some vague notion of that in the back of my head. Maybe that was what the Analog Act was, but it wasn't something that I ever had to think about in a meaningful way. And as a prosecutor, I don't think it's something that prosecutors are happy not to deal with these other cases, especially on the federal level, where you really just want something that's a short thing. It's not like they're looking to try any case possible. They want to win, right? And so there's reasons for everybody to hate stuff. That doesn't mean it's going to go away. Again, going back to the fact that the government's not paying rent on it.
Exactly.
But if they had to choose some other, if those guns were having to say, oh, you can't have some other thing, just want to be out of that. Goodbye. So, goodbye.
So, District Director of New York, or you prosecutor,
Not in that district.
so New York County. Oh, okay. So it wasn't federal.
No, the state.
It was state.
Okay. So it was in the same place. The federal district where that was the Summit district that New York was down the street. It's the state branch of that.
And you being a prosecutor working for MSNBC, what kind of stuff do they on the TV talk about?
It's a lot for prosecutors. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of talking about like the Trump stuff right now. That's been the big thing. As much as I'm reading last night, you see bags under my eyes. We were dealing with last night, the latest January 6th indictment. That's a big part of it, I would say. Yeah, some of the legal document that keeps us pretty busy, but a relatively new thing. Still feeling it out. And I think that's probably a lot of it's the Supreme Court, so not necessarily related to that, because that's the main thing that I was covering. How does that must work when they ask you what report on the Trump indictments and all that? Meaning what? Like when they listen to see, they're like, hey, we want to talk to you about the Trump indictments. Like, what is the process as far as like, hey, what your opinion? Let's start rolling this time. I guess I mean it's mainly a writing job, so it's not the it's deadline legal blog is the blog where most of my stuff will be, but it's something on TV will usually be something just happening, kind of doing. I guess it's more analysis, maybe you can say, than anything. Although I guess whenever anyone's saying anything, there's something to take into it, right, or perspective, or in news in general, because I still see myself as somewhat new to the news industry because it's a new thing that I've worked on. Coming from law, you're always making choices, right? When you do or don't cover the arts and what your perspective is. There's only so many hours in a day. I guess the internet's limited and stuff like that. You don't have to focus on or take your time. But I think it's more of like, I guess the value is at least what I try to do anyway, because trying to break things down and explain usual concepts to people are not what those stuff would be incredibly confusing. So yeah, it's great. It's great to kind of follow all of it and just see like pay attention to what you report on and don't report on. The thing about the Trump thing is like it's interesting that they decided to bring it 2.5 years after it happened versus January 6th. Yeah, what's your opinion on all that? On the timing of it? The timing of it, the whole thing. Like, what is your like the overarching 30,000-foot opinion on? I think it's going down right now. She is presidential race. All of the lawsuits are being brought down, and then simultaneously the stuff going on with Hunter Biden. I don't know if I have an overarching 30,000-foot view of it. I mean, as far as I could probably provide more data trying to answer specifically. I mean, I think as far as the 2.5 years, I mean, I guess it's just like anything else in the sense of, and I'm not speaking in defense or against anybody, but just trying to explain it. I mean, unless you're doing like a simple kind of direct crime, right? You're stabbing someone, you're selling crack or whatever it is. It's unlikely you're going to have cases being brought that quickly. I mean, I think people on the other side of it who had wanted Trump to be charged did want to have it sooner, right? So I mean, I think there might be people who have a similar question for different reasons, right? Like why would they bring it down right so it's a presidential race? Like it's almost like perfect timing, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying. I don't know if let me put it to you like this. I don't think there's no convenient time to prosecute, right? And again, this is kind of tying back into the story that I'm writing about here. I mean, I think I have a pretty good view of kind of what it means for the government to be using their power, right? So you never want to be on the other end of that, whether you're a regular person, whether you're one of the most powerful people in the world, right? So, I mean, I honestly don't think there's a lot to like the timing argument of it, just because I think if that's what someone is saying, you could have something to say about it happening. That's the way that I would think about that. I don't know, maybe not. I don't think it's like, okay, here's the appropriate window where we think it's okay for you to charge someone who's a former president who's running for president, right? Like, if I had to guess, I think it would be hard to find somebody who says, yes, I would be okay with this having happened a year ago, but not now, right? Like, I feel like we would have a hard time finding that person. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it seems like with the 3 different indictments, it seems like the one with the Mar-a-Lago documents is more of a screenshot. Like they have way more evidence. It seems like more of a slam dunk for prosecutors than this one does. The January 6th. I think that, so, I mean, this is something that just came out last night, that severe case that I don't know if I think the biggest question is whether and when it actually goes to trial. And so I think for all of these cases, the federal cases anyway, and I don't mean this would really his best defense is becoming president again, and then for the cases that way. That's why the documents case is if I'm a defense attorney in that case, and it's not something you can say to literally anyone else in the world who doesn't have a shot at becoming president, but it's the best defense is making the case go away. No one else has that power aside from the prosecutor yourself or the president. As far as I think, it's a good question in terms of like straight shot versus a more expansive January 6 case. So in the classified documents case, that one was just superseded. It actually has a little bit more to it even than at the beginning. So there's the potential that could theoretically happen with the January 6th, the indictment 2, right? And you were more, it could have, the January 6th indictment could have been, I think, even more expansive than it is right now. So it is, I don't know if it really is that kind of fun. Did you read it? Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, no, that was last night. Okay. We're reporting on that. I don't know. Slide blog came out. But I think that, yeah, the classified documents case, same as like a free speech argument. So I think that he might bring that up. I think that was going to be more of a case in a more expansive charge. One thing that wasn't in there was the seditious conspiracy charge of it. Something we were looking for whether that was going to be there, like some of the Oathkeeper people end up getting charged or something like that, like for Trump's speech on the ellipse that was sort of, looking people up before winning, whether that was going to be the free speech issue there. And he still might raise that sort of argument, but I don't know if that issue is going to be as present. If this indictment is the last word on it, if there is an additional charges, I don't know if it's going to be, at least not in that way. He might still raise it, I'm sure. And again, this just came down. So I think on all sides of it, we're still trying to make sense of it and see what it is.
Yeah. You're kind of right to the point where there's really two options for him. It's either win the presidency and farm himself or not win the presidency and jail, right?
Well, a couple things about that. One is that I don't think it needs to get to as drastic as pardoning. So it's certainly an option, but I mean, really, when you talk about pardoning, ideally, he would then have another Republican win the presidency and then they would pardon him because the self-pardoning question is a bit of an ambiguous legal question. Oh, is it? It hasn't happened yet. Okay. I mean, so again, I'm just saying, like we can gain it. There's a bunch of different scenarios, but it's not either pardon or nothing. But look, if it's going to be a Republican, it would probably be Trump, right? And I think that what I'm trying to say is you don't need to go to the step of pardoning because once you're the president, when you control the government, you can make the case go away without having to take the step of an untested self-pardon. Although he could do that too to sort of belt and suspenders. But to your flip side, it's not that or go to jail. I mean, look, it's a trial is asking a question, right? It's not a predetermined outcome. So it would be guilty or not guilty. That's if we're looking at it for really what it is. So you never know. Either that or what's the point of having a trial? Crazy things happen in trials. Again, we're still at the indictment phase in both of these cases, and you would think that the government is going to bring the A game that it has, especially in such a closely watched case. But stuff comes up all the time. You never know. And again, going back to what we were talking about with jurists, you never know what's going to happen in a case. Right. Look, both cases look very strong on paper. I think most objective observers would agree about that, but that does not necessarily mean there's going to be a conviction. There's a trial. It's a question, right? It's not a statement. So
it's almost like a prerequisite to be a politician. It's like corruption is ubiquitous, right? It's like, and people kind of accept that, right? People are they're okay with corruption. It's a ubiquitous thing. We all know these people are corrupt. They're not just playing golf and then going to dinner. Like they're they're fucking. It's a pay to play game. But it's the hypocrisy that I think that really gets people. You know, when you see that you're going after one person and the other person doing the same thing, they're not going after the other person. I think that's where people start to get riled up, the hypocrisy side of it. And that's just something that I've noticed paying more attention to stuff ever since I first got into office. And it's bizarre that, it's a whole other thing that these are the only two people that we have to pick from. It's Trump and Biden. It's fucking crazy. Like, there's no other option. And I think he's winning by a landslide compared to the next two. Yeah. Oh yeah, but it's just like holding me down. Even with the latest, I think it might have come out before January 6th indictment, but I wouldn't think that would change. If anything, it seems to be kind of some kind of like superpower, like more from what I was alluding to with the 2.5 year thing waiting. And I don't mean to dismiss that, but it's kind of like something that I think you need to unpack it, right? It's like, what are you actually saying? You're saying it's like I need to buy. And it's more of not just what are you saying, but like what are the other options of this? Like, are you therefore saying, yes, I'd be perfectly fine with a case being brought in this time period? That's what I'm saying. Like, my skepticism is that someone who raises that question of why now, I'm skeptical that they would be okay with it at a different time. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Definitely. I got what you're saying. But like the idea, okay, say you want to accept the fact that they decided to indict you at this point in time because it's like leading up to the elections, right? And they want to sort of like, throw a wrench into this whole thing we got going. I think it's only going to work against them if that was their plan, because it only makes him more of an underdog, and people fucking love an underdog. Yeah, like imagine if his presidential poster was a fucking mugshot. Are you kidding me? You might as well just fucking hand it with the presidency right now. Right. Well, that's what I was going to kind of say. They'll go in the other way. Yeah. Because if you really follow through that theory of the case is being brought now in order to take Trump out of the running, the flip side of that is saying the Democrats don't want Trump to be the nominee. And I don't know if that's really the case. So there's sort of, if you're going to go down that road, you have to go down all the way, right? And so it's sort of, I'm sure there are plenty of Democrats who want Trump to be the nominee because they think that they would be able to be there, or that maybe they would feel comfortable being whoever the next person is too. I mean, I don't have all the polls in front of me, but it's sort of like, if you actually go down the road of playing out the scenario per se, you can't have these both ways. Though. It's like either you think this guy is so bad that you're trying to take him out, or it's, oh no, we actually think this guy sucks so much that it would be so easy to beat him, right? It's like, you can't do both. Right, yeah, I see what you're saying. And the other case was what, the Georgia case? Well, that hasn't happened yet. I think that's going to happen soon. There's the New York case. That's the one that's the hush money. That's one. Okay, yeah, that's in my old office. Oh, is it really? Yeah, okay. That's where I was stuck. So the fourth one will be the Georgia case. Most likely. Yeah. And that's the one. And that one's kind of damning too, because I think there's a lot of evidence people that were around him. There's overlap with the one that just came down, the federal January 6th. Because if you read the indictment, for example, that just came down last night, there's a lot of Georgia evidence. Right. Like, remember that whole thing about the call to the Georgia Secretary of State, I need you to find the right violates. Yeah, right. So that is actually inserted in the federal indictment, and I think that's going to place the Georgia indictment too. There's actually kind of an interesting thing too for people who might be wondering, or might start to raise a question in their minds about this. This isn't a Trump thing. This is kind of a general ego point when people start talking about double jeopardy, because this comes up to the context of the fake elector scheme, where people from all different states get false verifications saying that are actually elected from people who are actually chosen by the people, whether you can actually prosecute them at the state and federal level for the same crime. And as crazy
crazy as it sounds, you actually can. There is a constitutional issue with that, even though it sounds like in a common sense way.
Right. Yeah, I remember that period of time. It was so confusing. It was just like the fucking soup of different fucking. That was
It's right after January.
right after. Yeah. I remember I was somewhere and I had like one of my uncles.
Where were those goddamn Dominions? You hear about the motherfucking Dominion machines in Venezuela?
So he's an MSNBC.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big MSNBC. Big fan of Rachel Maddow.
Yeah.
And then I was like, what the fuck? And then now you kind of like see the stuff that's going on now, and like sort of like the evidence and find the votes, and it's just like, and then the whole fucking Fox News lawsuit with Dominion and the settlement and Tucker Carlson and Fox News.
Yeah. What did you think about that?
I don't know what to think about that. I mean, what did you think about it?
I mean, I don't really have a distinct thought about it. I mean, I think this is maybe just more a personal thing about who I am, just to say, like, I covered some of that lawsuit, the Fox Dominion lawsuit, and I guess I just saw more of my role is trying to break down the legal issues of it as far as where Tucker Carlson works or doesn't work on these or not. It's just not something that occupies a lot of my thinking.
Well, it's
one
like
or the other.
it's like it's a weird thing where like you have these people like Tucker that
Also, someone else new comes up kind of like that too. Again, yeah, we're not talking about take it from another analogy. We're talking about Rabbi or whatever it is. It's another. It doesn't change the game. There's a new figure that arises, and it's the same story once again.
it's just crazy that you have people like him. There's a lot of other people like him on the other side of the aisle too, who are just as popular and have just as much trust. That are saying things they know are false, which is like the evidence of him saying this is bullshit. I can't believe this. Like, and then he goes on the fucking TV, basically saying that the thing was stolen. And Tucker, yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess the answer to that is someone should sue somebody. That's not right. Do what's going to do. You have the cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It really is.
It's a lot. I mean, even just as someone who makes my job to try and know everything that's going on, it's incredibly difficult to actually really take your head around it. Because that's one of the reasons I would like law in a way, and in terms of talking about court cases and things like that. For at least you have kind of a primary document to work off of, talking about legal things, all sort of things that go into it that are fallacious and corrupt and all sorts of weird things happening behind the scenes. But there's kind of like a place to start with. A lot of times the issue is just not even having the same conversation or speaking the same language. So when you in situations where you're at least working from the same document, we can at least be talking about the same thing. But that's
Yes.
not always the case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it. You tell people where they can find your book. I'll link it below, obviously. But
Sure, JordanRubin.net. I'm on also the bookstores. The audiobook actually just came out too. If you're
oh, really?
a ear reader, that's just out now.
A lot of ear readers.
Tantor Media. That's on all this audiobook places too, wherever books and audiobooks are.
Perfect. Thanks again. And like I said, I'll link it all below. And, good night, everybody.
Thanks, Dave.
study theoretical physics. I went to MIT for undergraduate studies, and then I went to UCLA for my PhD.
Theoretical physics. Theoretical physics. Okay, cool. And what are you studying at the what's the name of your company again?
Quantum gravity research.
Quantum gravity research. So you really spend your time researching quantum gravity.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out ultimately how to unify the fundamental physics with consciousness eventually. So maybe leading up to that, we're going to look at the fundamental forces in nature. So that's one of the things that I'm interested in. Looking to extra dimensional geometry and quantum gravity research.
What is extra dimensional geometry?
Okay, well, dimensions are really just numbers. So if you look at space around us, there's a coordinate, and it's just three numbers, your x, y, z position. And then extra dimensions are just extra numbers. So Einstein's relativity unified space and time. So now we have this four-dimensional space-time. And there, the geometry is a little different because time is a little bit different than space, but still, you can look at it as an extra dimension. But you can keep on going. I mean, you can go to extra dimensions mathematically. It's certainly well defined to talk about an arbitrary number of dimensions. And so that's something that physicists have been exploring.
And what is quantum gravity?
So quantum gravity is basically trying to figure out what is the high energy theory of gravity. So we know that general relativity from Einstein is a good theory of gravity that describes a lot of things, especially at lower energies. And when I say lower energies, I still mean very high energies for human terms, astrophysical processes. And then there's this other theory of quantum mechanics, which typically describes how really microscopic things work, say at the atomic scale. And we know that, you don't really feel a gravitational force between you and the moon. It's really relevant for the planets because gravity is such a weak force. So it's been a real challenge to figure out what experiments can we do that merge the small and the big, where we can actually measure something. And so there are certain types of phenomena that you expect would come into play for both the gravity aspects and the quantum aspects. So there should be some theory of quantum gravity that can describe all scales.
All scales.
From the small to the large, from the atomic scale to the stars.
Okay. So something that is basically the same, relatively the same from each side, from the smallest possible atom to the size of the star.
Yeah.
Like an equation that fits both things.
Exactly. So we have some equations in quantum mechanics that are really good for figuring out how computers work. And then we have astrophysics collecting all the data from how the planets rotate around the stars, how the galaxies, all of this. And we have general relativity for that. But there's kind of issues. You can treat general relativity and attempt to quantize it, but for whatever reason, that has been challenging.
How old are you?
I am 33 years old.
33 years old. What made you want to be a quantum physicist?
Well, let's see. It started out, I always had a skill in mathematics, and then I wasn't really that passionate about learning. I ended up doing this summer minority program at MIT in high school, and I just had a really good teacher who taught me wave mechanics in high school, which required all these differential equations and advanced calculus. And so I was just exposed to all this difficulty, and I was just surprised to realize that while I wasn't a straight A student in high school, when things got harder, I tended to not get that much worse. So I guess I was just attracted to the complexity of physics eventually, just because it's typically pretty complicated. So, and I just realized I was kind of good at it, and I started looking at the classes. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be an engineer or not a computer science, but I was just fascinated to learn about all these different physics things, from quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, general relativity, all these different things. It just looked interesting, so I figured, why not?
And you studied this at MIT for how long?
4 years of undergraduate.
4 years of undergrad at MIT, and then you went to UCLA.
Yeah. So that was about 6 years.
Wow.
So about 10 years of study dedicated to that.
So was there, what sort of like outside influences were there for you to get into this? Why were you so interested? Just you were interested in the complexity of it and just the difficulty of solving some of these problems? Or what?
Yeah, also eventually I just thought, well, how can I help humanity as well? And I just thought about, it just seems like the natural progression. I think really it's all about trying to maximize our freedom. And to me, I think good technology is meant to make us more free. It can have negative aspects as well, like anything. Nothing's purely good or purely bad, but there's just a natural flow between science to engineering to technology. And I think the goal is how do we maximize our own free will? And I think that science can help with that. And so I was just trying to think about how can I help the world the most and what would be enjoyable to me, how do I balance those things, and just thought it seems like a good shot. You know, it's something where I felt like I could get a job, yet I still, it's a balance of being interesting, yet maybe I could find a job.
And so at your lab, what specific problems are you guys trying to solve?
Well, right now we're trying to figure out how to come up with simulations in a computer that accurately model our world. So we're trying to essentially reproduce on the computer with code, just try to figure out if there's little games that we can make that have really simple rules that get close to what we see in our reality.
Like, can you give me an example of that?
Well, I mean, for instance, you could consider particles, like particle scattering or something like that. So, I mean, the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC, that's one of the largest experiments. I mean, you do proton collisions, and so that when the protons interact, they actually interact with the quantum vacuum, which opens up to all of the particles in the universe. Actually, so it's really bizarre. This quantum vacuum has the potential of all of the other particles. So when you do these high energy collisions, it opens up different particles and it allows for different conversions. Like you can have different particles turn into other particles, or certain particles might get created that are short-lived and then decay, and then you see what decays after that. So one thing we're looking to prepare towards is, okay, can we set up the simulations to try to see, okay, if we're modeling a particle as this type of object with the geometry that we have, is there a way that we can eventually hook it up and get those simulations to match the experimental data?
How many people like you are looking at this kind of stuff, spending their time researching?
Well, quantum gravity in general?
Yeah.
Maybe like 1,000 or so. I mean, there's a lot of scientists in the world.
Didn't you say that when you were applying for graduate school, you got a lot of trouble?
Yeah, it's a very competitive environment. So there's kind of filters. First, you get an undergrad, so right, or you might get into a good school, or get into a worse school. The better school you get in, the higher chance you would have of getting to the next level.
Right.
And then there's graduate school, and then you have to become a postdoc. And so you're not a professor yet. You're still making maybe a little bit better salary than a graduate student, but not a great salary. You're in your late 20s or 30s at this point. You know, maybe you're married, maybe you're not, right? And you have to become a postdoc. That's usually like a 2-year assignment. You have to do a couple postdocs. I was told that I had to go to Europe to get a job to stay in academia. That's what my advisor told me. He said it's so competitive, and because UCLA it's a good school, but it's not like Stanford, MIT, Harvard, Princeton. It's like the chances of you getting a job at the next level are probably gonna have to go to Europe just to stay in the game. Yeah. So it gets competitive, and then I mean I have a friend, a collaborator and friend who's published like 150 papers, and he's had like 5 postdocs, and he's probably 10 years older than me, and he's still trying to figure out how to get a professor, and he's published with some of the top experts in his field and has more papers published than some professors, but things are just getting so advanced. There's so many subfields within subfields that honestly we can't keep track of all the progress that's happening, which really excites me actually.
That seems like it's a really makes it confusing for some different subscope, some different categories where people aren't sort of like paying attention to all of it. It's all sort of like siloed or compartmentalized.
Yeah, so there's also interdisciplinary studies, so that does happen. So obviously you can imagine that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit when you combine 2 different subfields and try to find the connection between them. So that is getting more and more popular as time goes by, and even in going out of physics, even so, there's like biophysics or even chemistry uses a lot of physics. So especially when you get to quantum chemistry. So that's. Yeah, at the end of the day, all of chemistry relates to atoms and molecules, and that gets down to quantum mechanics to really describe what is happening. It's more or less described by quantum mechanics.
And quantum mechanics, correct me if I'm wrong. Quantum mechanics is basically like a flower. That's quantum mechanics, right?
Maybe that's one way.
That's how Michikaku described it. That's how they would understand it. It's like flowers and plants. It's like those things are all quantum mechanical.
Okay, sure. I mean, I wouldn't describe quantum mechanics as a flower, but yeah, you can get a little poetic at times.
Yeah. So how would you describe it, like in its most basic form?
Well, it's actually embracing this notion of probability and possibility. So in classical physics, we think of kind of this static reality, like you and me, we're definitely here 100%. And, the system might evolve over time, but it's always well defined. And quantum mechanics allows for this bizarre thing called superposition. And so you can be in a superposition of two different states or an infinite number of states. And so you can have, in a single moment, multiple states coexisting at the same time. And so that's why you have things like the Schrödinger cat paradox, where you put a cat in a box, and let's say you have some poison that's connected to a timer, and you don't know when the timer is going to go off and release the poison. The quantum theory predicts that the cat could be 50% alive or dead. There could be a probability, but we're not sure if quantum mechanics is actually stating the true state of reality, or if it's just a tool to model reality based on this information we have. So, right, like you can imagine, there's this cat in this box. You don't know. Let's say there's a 50% chance that the poison gets released in an hour. We're going to wait an hour. In your mind, is the cat alive or dead? You don't know. You haven't opened the box to look, assuming you can't hear if it's meowing, right?
Right.
So, logically, if you know how that poison is released, I mean, just from a logical perspective, you could say that you could just create a tool and say, what's my best chances of getting this right? It's 50% of the time, it's probably the cat's alive, 50% dead. So, the cat could just actually be alive or dead in reality inside that box. But it could just be this mathematical tool that helps us evaluate how to assess different probabilities. That's one way to look at it. Other people are saying, well, maybe quantum mechanics is the final theory. Maybe reality is actually like this. Maybe the cat literally is alive and dead at the same time. So that's where it gets into all these paradoxical things, and people are like, oh, quantum mechanics makes no sense. I tend to just look at it as a tool. Science is always improving, so I'm not going to assume that quantum mechanics is the final theory. I have no idea what reality is actually like. But, I mean, it seems that one of the experiments we do, quantum mechanics does a good job of describing those experiments, such as flower, maybe. I mean, but then again, no one's actually calculating the exact solution of how a flower operates in quantum mechanics. It's way too complicated. So really, the only thing is just hydrogen atom, like one electron from a single proton. And even using quantum mechanics to accurately describe large atoms is very challenging. So then eventually we have approximation methods. So it's, we have this theory that can describe how things work, but reality is so complex, you can never find all of the exact solutions to these things. So at that point, yes, we could say quantum mechanics is describing a flower, but it's actually not that useful for us to describe a flower, because to actually solve how a flower works in the theory of quantum mechanics is way too complicated to do exactly. But it's still a framework, and it is influencing how we perceive the world. And I think it is a step in the right direction, but maybe it's not the final theory.
How much internal strife is there within science and academia? People that are developing theory or analyzing theory, whether it's up to them and think I got it, I got the silver bullet.
Yeah, I would say it's very much just like human culture. We like to think that science is separate
competition.
At the end of the day, there's always politics, there's always humans involved. Yeah. However, when you compare academia to the business world, one difference is in business, everyone agrees that you care about making money, right? So you can kind of put your ego aside a little bit more in business, because you might do a business deal, you're compromising. Okay, you don't like how that partner is making you feel, but he's giving you some money. And that's okay. Like that's your end goal. Now with science, right? It gets a little. It's like the currency, the money, are the ideas themselves, right? Because your reputation is all about the work you put out. And if you become a professor and you have tenure, you have job security for the rest of your life. So you're not worried about, I mean, there's still a politics involved because you want to get money so you can get graduate students and all of that. But your ego of your own work is definitely more involved. So that it does make it a little, especially now because everyone's after trying to figure out ways to find a few of everything. And then it's basically everyone's trying to say who's going to be the next Einstein, right? And so that puts a lot of pressure on the entire community, and it turns into this thing where a lot of scientists are so humble that they won't even go and try extremely ambitious things because it's like, how can I be better than Einstein? He was a genius, right? So the types of people that end up looking into the most advanced stuff, you end up getting these oddball characters, right? Because you kind of have to you have to kind of go against the grain to some degree to be ambitious enough to really dive into the most difficult problems. But at the same time, I should just say there's also just tons of scientists out there who are doing the right thing and are hard workers and are doing a great job and are making progress, and it's very helpful.
Well, I mean, you should have ambition in this kind of stuff, right? You got to sort of like inspire competition. I think. And I think it's healthy to like create innovation, and I think that was one of the things that DARPA did when I was reading that book. I was telling you about the DARPA book by history, and she was saying that they basically hired different labs simultaneously. Instead of hiring only one lab specifically, they hired two so they have to compete against each other to make better shit.
Yeah.
And that was interesting because that's a great example of science being next to business, or specifically for profit or for financial gain. In the military specifically. And, I think a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people that are in this field of study, whether it be physics or whatever, a lot of them just get complacent and they get tenure and they become professors and they just have like this job for life. And they don't have, nature, worry about money, they just don't show up and do what they have to do.
Yeah, I would say most professors are doing the right thing, are trying their best. They feel a sense of responsibility, but obviously they're humans at the end of the day, so there's a spectrum. And it depends on university as well. I would say at the top universities, to get at that level, I mean, everyone's looking at you, so they're going to be top performing all the time, 100%. And it depends too. There's also, when you're a professor, there's teaching, and then there's the research. And so some professors, they care only about the research, so they might neglect the teaching a little bit more. That's kind of a common trend. But yeah, and then, so there's everyone's a little different. But I would say for the most part, it's not like a huge problem. I wouldn't try to advertise that there's too many professors being lazy, but I think it is a curious model in today's world where it is a little bizarre when you have this job where essentially it's a high risk opportunity to either become a professor or fail. Right? You either make it or you don't. And so it's this weird dichotomy of either get a job for life or you're on the streets. And it's a little strange because there are a lot of really smart people who just barely don't make that cut and then go in the industry. And it is bizarre because a lot of people who stay in academia don't, in my opinion, I feel like a lot of them are just trying to figure out what do I want to give this job at? I don't know. But I'm good at school, so I'll just stay in school. And they get stuck there, so they're actually very conservative, but it's pretty risky to try to become a professor. Even when I was at MIT, I had an advisor that told me do not try to become a professor because it's like trying to go to the MBA. It's more or less that competitive. Maybe not that competitive, but it's definitely close to that in terms of getting a top job at a university.
Professor make good money?
Yeah, they make good money. I mean, it depends as well. It depends how you're getting grant money as well. But I mean, there's a base salary. Usually, in public university, the salary is public. You can make $152 a year. A little more if you're legally at the top of the field.
Right. One of the things that Eric Weinstein was talking about recently was that he was talking about this crazy stagnation that's been going on for physics for the last, 30, 40 years.
Right.
Since like the Hadron Collider, they started colliding particles, and then like nothing's really been done since.
I think that's a gross oversimplification of the situation. I would like to ask Weinstein, how many papers has he read in the past 10 years? If he's saying there's been no progress, then clearly he must be reading papers to come to that decision. Otherwise, he's just saying that, right? So many scientific papers that are being put out. 100 years ago, there might have only been a few physicists in the U.S. Maybe 150 years ago, there was literally only a couple of physicists in the U.S. that were top quality 150 years ago. And now there's how many? Hundreds, thousands. And the number of papers that are coming out is just exploding. It's happening way too fast. Nobody knows how to keep up with it. Now you can have a paper that gets 10,000 citations if you're top in your field. And so imagine if you publish a paper that gets 10,000 citations. Now it's your job as a scientist to follow up. The first step of research is doing the research and looking at what people have done in the past and building on it. If you have to read 10,000 papers, that's just building up one idea. How are you going to keep track of all the progress that's happening? And so once you get overwhelmed by all this data, it's kind of like saying, oh, there's hundreds of thousands of papers coming out, but all of them are useless. That's essentially what he's saying, right? I just don't believe that. I think there's a lot of progress that is occurring, even in the differential geometry, even mathematics that he's talking about that says is useful for anti-gravity. Just in the past 5 years, the number of papers talking about the topics that he sees, like what's happening to stuff in the 1950s, has he been reading what's on the internet? Because it's been exploding in the past decade. There's so much research.
I was simply talking about anti-gravity, like with Lewis Witten and Ed Witten, right?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, what that was all about, I haven't looked at it in great detail, but they were interested. There was some people who wanted to fund anti-gravity, and they got top scientists to start looking at it. And so they started playing with all of this advanced differential geometry, this advanced mathematics that goes beyond Einstein's mathematics. But even Einstein himself, after he came out of general relativity in 1915, he still explored a lot of other ideas, including some of these exotic forms of differential geometry, such as torsion. And so people have looked into these, but Einstein is remembered for his 1915 theory, and then he tried unification, and everyone says that didn't work. So Einstein's failed field theory didn't pan out. But the experts in that field were still looking at this geometry, and so that brings us up to the 1950s. The general relativity came out in 1915 using mathematics it had. Some additional mathematics was developed in the 1920s that's relevant for new theories of gravity. And the community is trying to figure out, the problem is there's too many good theories to explore. That's the real problem. There's literally an infinite number of theories that limit to general relativity at the low energy, and we're trying to figure out which one is the right one. And so there's a lack of consensus on what is good, so everyone just goes back to general relativity because we know that it works. And so Eric Weinstein is saying, hey, look what happened in the 1950s, that everyone's just doing general relativity now. What about all this exotic mathematics, all this exotic space-time effects that you can have? Is that relevant? And literally, I looked at the number of papers for it. It's not anti-gravity. Not all the papers talking about are specifically for applications of anti-gravity, but they're just studying mathematics. Before you get to the technology, you have to get to the engineering, and before the engineering, you have to get to the science. And a lot of times, the science and the physics, the mathematics comes first. So we have to go through that mathematics, and now we're in that process of doing the science, and it takes time.
How many papers are out there right now on this kind of stuff? This anti-gravity.
Well, anti-gravity, I don't know, maybe dozens or hundreds, but
have you looked at any of them?
I've looked at some. Yeah.
What's your process of looking at one of these papers? What do you have to do? Where do you go? What do you do? How long does it take to read?
Yeah, well, at this point in my career, I typically always try to skim papers. I tend to not read the words very much, and I try to just focus on the mathematics. So I'll look at the title, look at the abstract, and then just skim through the paper and try to see if there's equations that I've seen before. And then and I try to see where they go from there. And so that's typically my process. I would say within this, the exotic differential geometry, like torsion and monotricity terms, there's maybe 10 years ago, there'd be 10 papers here, let's say, but it's kind of exploding. Now there's like 100, 200, I forget the exact numbers, but it's going up the curve. It's exploding right now.
Is this because of like the recent explosion in UFOs and alien interest in it?
I'm not sure.
Do you think there's like an explosion of like new young people in college wanting to study physics and stuff like this?
I think everything is just expanding. I mean, our capability of making progress is expanding. So I think it's just everything all happening at once, and it's hard to figure out what's causing what, but they're all happening quickly. So in my opinion, I don't think it's literally the anti-gravity that's driving some of this progress. I think it's just due. It's ready to, like, the time is now to look into explore these ideas. I mean, things have been stagnated to some degree, you could say, but it's also because we've run out of experiments to try to. So it's not the theory. Basically, we have too many theories to choose between and not enough experiments to confirm which is right. And someone like Eric Weinstein is blaming all the theorists, saying everyone got stuck. And it's like, no, everything's not stuck. There's hundreds of ideas that we're exploring, and yeah, it's difficult to figure out how to experiment and test these different theories because what we already have is already so successful. And so it is a challenge, and there has been some slight stagnation, but as time goes on, people are just exploring more and more ideas, so the more exotic ideas, over time you see it explored more. And it's the type of thing where I've even found papers where a paper came out, about 10 years ago, and I noticed it didn't cite the original source of this theory that they were talking about. And I had that paper, and then I looked back, and it was from the 1960s. And then very recently, even before that, I looked at this paper about 3 years ago. About a year ago, I found a letter to Einstein in the 1920s showing how Einstein's unified theory was just a theory of gravity. And so what's happened is the mainstream physicists, even the experts in the community, haven't realized this. Only the pure gravity experts, a few of them have figured this out, where Einstein had this attempted unified field theory. It turned out to not quite have electromagnetism, but was actually a good theory of gravity. And nobody seems to be paying attention to that. Well, until maybe 10 years ago, it's been starting to explore more. Well, it got explored in the 70s a bit, and then it kind of died down. And then another version of, so that used torsion, Einstein used torsion. So what is torsion? It's the torquing of space-time. It's the torquing of space-time. So general relativity has energy and momentum that sources gravitation, which is curvature. So like a sphere is curved, but it's not twisted, right? Right. So Louis Cartan, a mathematician, eventually invented, he was studying the physics theories as a mathematician, and he realized, wait a second, from the old mathematics from the 1800s, there should be something to twist space-time as well. He introduced this space-time torsion. And then this other guy, Barrow, introduced monotricity, which is even more exotic. That's even crazier than torsion. But it's like torsion is already so crazy that no one even hears about monotricity, because that's even more out there. And so these are the types of non-linear geometry that Rothschild is talking about. And you can see in his theory, he actually kind of is inspired by trying to make sense of some of those things, but I don't think he fully has studied all of the work that has come out in the past 30 years, which helps clarify much quickly how to get into exploring these topics.
Okay, just see an example of torsion.
Yeah, I mean, torsion is somewhat of a general as well, so there's other applications as well. So that's why I like to use the term space-time torsion. But yeah, exactly. Right? So you can imagine that rod or bar was space-time in some sense. And so the idea was that maybe spin should source torsion. That was the idea. Right? Like if you have matter that's rotating, shouldn't it sort of drag or twist space-time in some way? That was Cartan's motivation. calculation. And he wasn't even interested in quantum mechanics. He was just interested in spin in the electric, planets in space. But it turns out that quantum theory really, a big part of it is about quantum spin. And so it turns out that quantum spin is due to source torsion. So the electron, it's just kind of a fact. If you want to go into how to look into studying the electron in curved space-time and do it in a standard way, it requires torsion, but nobody likes to admit that in academia for the most part. And so no one is just trying to study quantizing the theory with torsion or Einstein proton theory. I've done the research because I wanted to do this myself in graduate school. I realized that this should be computed to see if it's how it does for quantum gravity. It's the most reasonable thing to do. It's the most conservative thing to do. It makes mathematically, if you forget all of the stigma of human culture, you just look at the math, it's obvious that this is going to try, but my degree let me work on it. I just thought it was too risky. How would you try it? It would involve calculations. So this would be trying to calculate the scattering of electrons with gravitons, the force carrier of gravity. And trying to see. So the problem is like gravity waves. Gravitational waves, yes. Yeah. Okay. Right. So gravitons are the particle aspect of gravitational waves. And so some people get tripped up on this and they say, oh, well, we know gravitational waves exist, but gravitons, we've never measured that. That's crazy, right? Okay. But if you think about light is an electromagnetic wave, but it's also a particle, the photon. Really, there's the photon phase that has particle-like and wave-like aspects. And so I admit that I'm coming at this from a quantum field theory perspective, and I'm saying that if you just think about what the photon is, and you think about gravity, this is the interpretation, and the gravitational field is it contains gravitons and gravitational waves, just as the photon field can contain photons as particles and electromagnetic waves. Okay. So it's really not that ridiculous to imagine gravitons, and I actually, in my thesis, I computed how to use Feynman diagrams, which are these diagrams that get used in quantum field theory, but I use them to calculate general relativity results. And so this is kind of a thing that physicists are figuring out how to do better and better. They're actually figuring out how to use the mathematics developed for the Large Hadron Collider, which is colliding protons, and we kind of spent all our money. We put it up as high energy as we can, we got all the tax dollars we could, and found everything we could. We found exactly what we thought we'd find. And now we're moving on to LIGO, which is this gravitational wave detector. Now we're, instead of LIGO, that's the world's largest gravitational wave detector. They actually have 2 or 3 different locations around the globe, and they get signals from outer space, and they correlate the signals across the entire Earth to identify the triangulate the signals to figure out if because the experiments are so sensitive that if you have an earthquake nearby in one of these experiments, it's not the detectors. Or even just like a car driving by, so they have to set up. Is it? Yeah, that's one of the detectors. So it's set up with that geometry to pick up on polarization, basically the spin of the graviton or the polarization of the gravitational waves. It's related to the design of this experiment itself. That's why it has that L shape. And so that's an interferometer. And so they're bouncing the light around on mirrors, and the mirrors are sensitive down to 10 to the minus 18 meters, which is some of the most sensitive measurements in the world. So if those mirrors move by the tiniest fractions of a fraction of an inch, it sets off a signal. So this looks like 2 giant chopsticks crossing each other with mirrors inside them that are bouncing light exactly into the center. So what happens is you send out the laser, and the laser goes through a beam splitter. So you have the same type of light getting split going down 2 directions, and it's bouncing off the ends and coming back. And so the two lengths, the two arms are exactly the same length. And so it's trying to measure, do the photons come back at exactly the same time? Or is there a gravitational wave that came through and messed it up? So if they're coming in, they're going out into the two arms at the same time and coming back. If there's no gravitational waves, they're going to come back and reflect off again, or is it at the same exact time? And so the detectors, so you see how the detector is kind of flanking the laser, right? Because after it bounces off the test mass at the end of the arm, it comes back and it gets merged together and goes into the detector to see if the two photons came back at the same time, or if there was a slight time delay. If there's a time delay, they're implying that there must have been some space-time curvature that caused light to get deformed, so it actually had to travel a larger distance from one of the arms than the other.
So what are they finding with their tests?
They've already found, to their surprise, they found signals way before they were expecting. Part of the reason is because
They found signals before they were expecting.
yeah, because you can't control when signals come in. Like the LHC, you control the protons. Those are what's colliding. The LIGO is they're using stars in the universe as their protons. So they're waiting for some random event in the sky to happen where two black holes just collide. And it's one of the most energetic processes in the entire universe. It's so chaotic. The explosion that went off that they detected, it's so crazy how big of an explosion was. If you were a solar system nearby, you could obliterate it, absolutely exploded. So we got lucky. There happened to be this huge explosion of two black holes colliding. And now they've measured other stars as well. There's neutron stars.
How do they detect this?
So the idea is
How far away these black holes are exploding to each other?
sorry to interrupt. Right. So they're very far away, in other other solar systems, other galaxies. And basically, the idea is that by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's very weak. It's very thin. And that's why it's so hard to detect. Because they're so far away, you have it exactly right. So the basic idea is there's a trade-off, right? You make gravitational waves in a lab, and then gravitational waves are kind of like light. If you turn on a light bulb, the further away you get from a light source, the less light you see because the light's going everywhere, right? So it doesn't make sense to put a light bulb in the other room, right, and light the room. Same thing here. So you could say, right, it might be a smart thing to say, well, can I make it in a laboratory and just create the gravitational waves and then detect them immediately? It actually turns out some people tried that, but there was some controversy. It wasn't clear if it was detected or not in the 1970s, perhaps. And so now people realize that, well, if we get lucky enough for the right explosion to happen out in the universe, then we can actually detect the gravitational waves. So the gravitational waves near the source where the collision happens, they're very chaotic, very difficult to predict. It's a high energy process, and it's very complicated. And so, but by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's so faint, it actually makes it easier to try to understand because you can use the low energy theory. Because by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's not too chaotic.
Right.
So you have a better view on how to detect that. It's much more established. There's a very solid consensus on how we should detect that.
So how did they even try to make or how did they successfully make a black hole in a laboratory?
I'm not aware of that. There was speculation that maybe protonic collisions could lead to the creation of a black hole, but that was a little bit of a speculative idea that gets caught in the press and hyped up a little bit.
You try to find that Stephen black hole being in the lab. I swear I saw that somewhere. Oh, it disappears real quick.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get some credit too, but that one. Okay, that
Researchers at the University of Amsterdam were able to create and simulate a black hole from a lab. It published with the Journal of Physical Review. Research and scientists claimed that they were able to create a chain atoms. The electrons stick along the chain, creating a sort of wave.
So if I remember correctly, that might have been this experiment where they also do something like quantum computer, the same one of the field, I know there was some extent where, yeah, it was like an analogy. So that there's different analogies in this. Maybe this is different than what I'm thinking of, but I know there's one experiment where they kind of simulated a black hole in a quantum computer day, and so people, people thought it was support for the idea that the mathematics makes sense, but it's a little. There's like this analogy in there, so it depends on assuming that analogy is right. Yeah, I like to look more into details for this.
Okay, it's another. That's the one I saw. Created black hole in the Netherlands.
Okay, then maybe that one's a little bit.
Using a single file chain of atoms simulated event horizon, Merton allowed electrons to skip from one position to the next and certain properties of the element advantage, creating the wave-like nature of the surrounding electron.
Well, it's hard to tell, right? Because they're saying it's simulated an event horizon, which to me means, was it a real event horizon? It's hard to tell. What does that even mean? Also, there's a theory that all of the fundamental particles could be black holes. We don't even know.
Wait, what?
Some people, Frank Wilczek he's another laureate, has said that elementary particles such as an electron could be an extreme black hole, a black hole that's kind of at its limit. And so that's an idea that we're not sure yet. It has been studied extensively a lot as well, but they're still trying to figure out how to connect string theory to string theory. But so, in some sense, it might turn out that once we have a unified field theory, the notion of creating a black hole could be a trivial thing, because a black hole is just a massive particle. Really, it's a point source of mass at the end of the day. It creates an event horizon. I mean, even the sun, if you're really far away from the sun, mathematically, the first approximation is just to pretend the sun's a black hole, because it's a point object.
Right.
When you're really far away and you don't care about the size of the sun, you might as well just pretend it's a black hole. If you're far enough away,
okay,
it's just a mathematical approximation that does the trick with no. So when you think about what a particle is, right? What's the difference between the sun? When you zoom out, and the sun just turns into a dot.
right.
How is that different than an electron? We don't know yet. We're still trying to figure out how an electron should work on gravity. And so one possible solution is to say, well, maybe electrons are actually black holes. It's stable black holes. So, but now what's more established, what's taught is to say, well, we know that black holes can radiate positive radiation. There's more and more evidence suggesting that this is possible. So it suggests that black holes are in some sense, especially when they're really large, they're unstable. They still radiate energy away. They eventually become smaller. So we don't understand exactly these different theories. There's a lot of work actually exploring this. I haven't even looked into all the literature, so as I mentioned some of the papers. But some people are saying eventually everything will just start to radiate away and the black hole will disappear. Other people are saying, well, no, eventually it's going to reach the limit where it can't radiate anymore and it can become a stable particle. So that's something that's still, I would say, up to debate.
Going back to string theory, what basically is the debate between scientists and string theory? Like, what's going on with string theory? Why did Einstein call it crazy out of his mind?
Well, okay, so I would say that there have been some political issues. I would say string theorists are very bad at PR. They're scientists, not marketers. And also just the way that the culture works. Academics got comfortable with getting support from the government after World War II. And so they got comfortable to not explaining their ideas to the public because they're getting funding. They're saying, hey, look, if you research this, you got to stop Russia. You got to stand up for Russia. That whole mentality in academia is dying off. So now when you get it, well, to some degree, I mean, it's not the Cold War anymore. I mean, yeah, things have been heightened to some degree. To me, I didn't realize it. I feel the tension after World War II was a little heightened, I would say. And so now we're at this point where people are asking for money in the same ways that they used to in the 70s, and it's getting a little bit harder, and they lost their skills at communicating. I mean, scientists are always the best communicators. But okay, let's dive into the details a bit more. So string theory at first, in the 70s, was just an attempt to describe the strong force, which relates to the proton-proton collision that along with the forces involved there in the strong force. And so they were trying to figure out what happened there, and they realized that the math kind of got simpler when you look at high energy processes. And notice that keyword, the math got simpler at higher. Yeah, that's true in general. And so what they realized is, when you look at this high energy physics, it actually looks like the force carrier of the strong force might actually be a string, an extended object rather than a particle. And so that was the idea. And they ran with it, but they started studying this theory more, and then they realized there was a theory called gravity. So that got exciting. But then it kind of hit some other roadblocks. Eventually they started to realize that it seemed to solve problems that other humans ran into. But there's a debate over that. It's some people, it's a very small community, a very small minority thinks that result may not be as important. But anyways, basically what happens is the string theorists find successful things that make the theory look like it might be a good theory, but there's no concrete experimental evidence. And so one of these things that was predicted was extra particles. And so, but part of the problem is they haven't explored all the ways to use the math. And so they developed one theory, the minimally symmetric, supersymmetric standard model, okay, and that predicted symmetry. They didn't know the mass of the particles, and they wanted grant money. So they said, hey, maybe the LHC can detect these particles. But there was actually no reason to ever suspect that the LHC would detect those particles. They had no idea what and it seems like the mass of these particles had been really high. And Einstein said E equals mc squared, so high mass means high energy. Right. And so as I was mentioning, this high energy theory sort of things, that's the unknown. We don't know what's going on there, right? And so we know the string theorists were saying they think that these particles should exist, but they have no idea what energy. I mean, it could be way higher. But they said, hey, maybe it's low energy, even though there was kind of arguments suggesting it shouldn't be that low energy. And they ran with it, and the entire community didn't, like a lot of the experts in the field, latched onto it and believed the story to get the grant money, and it didn't work. The LHC never detected anything else. But there was never actually a good reason to expect it in the first place. So then a lot of people say, oh, that proves string theory is wrong, because, and so they could always say, well, these particles come in at higher energy, so it's unfalsifiable. And a lot of string theorists also aren't sure if it's falsifiable or not. I think it actually is falsifiable for other reasons, but and I want to stress that I don't see myself as a string theorist either. I didn't want to study string theory for expert because I did it in community. So I'm not saying this as from the inside. So to speak. I looked at myself as an outsider string theory. I cared more about quantum field theory, quantum field gravity can be treated as quantum field theory. And the string theorists are basically saying, no, quantum field theory doesn't work for gravity. But it turns out even to get good string theory, which is some of the work that Michio Kaku did, was for string field theory, which means wave strings. So it's from my perspective, string theory is kind of ripping off quantum field theory, because at the end of the day, string theory is just another quantum field theory. And so they're trying to portray it as this different final theory, when really we know quantum field theory works well for the LHC, or the particle collisions. And there's kind of this dilemma, right? This marketing campaign issue where people are labeling, to me, it's all the same stuff. That some theories have supersymmetry, some theories don't, and then ones with supersymmetry often get moved into string theory, which is just some weird symmetry. It's just some weird mathematics that they like, but gets around some yoga theory. And so Eric Weinstein is basically saying, can't we just ignore all the other things and play around with ideas? And I mean, in some regards, that's a little disrespectful to previous rule of things. if someone puts out a paper and says this whole direction doesn't work for some reasons, I mean, typically, if you want to publish something else, you have to describe. If you come up with a new answer, that's fine as long as you can describe why that no-go doesn't apply to your work. But Eric Weinstein is saying, let's just ignore all these no-go theories. Let's just carry on anyways and just disregard what other scientists are saying. Okay, yeah. So this happens a lot. We'll come up with some like math theorem that says you can't do this. It's a no-go. Okay. And so it's a little problematic because a lot of times there's kind of baked-in assumptions that don't get articulated. Really, what usually happens is the paper is written really well, and the assumptions are stated very clearly. And so they'll say, assuming A, you need C, D is impossible. But then culturally, people read the papers and they start to get about the assumptions. And they start to get a little dogmatic with it. I've seen this happen in the street where I have some work that got around some of the no-go theorems, and I can't even, it's difficult for me to share my work with the street person because they won't even look at it because they're, oh, well, there's this no-go theorem that I heard about that I haven't even looked into because there's so many papers. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how to, I feel uncomfortable, so I'm not going to touch it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's pretty common, where really everyone's overloaded with work and trying to identify what's something concrete that they can actually understand and make progress with. And so that's why I don't get too mad at people for suppressing. It's not suppression. It's just that everyone has a finite attention span that's trying to focus on what they can grasp. And so if you haven't studied this no-go theorem in detail, and someone is presenting a new idea that claims to get around the no-go theorem, but is different, you have to evaluate whether they actually get around that no-go theorem, yes or no, which means you have to read that paper. And sometimes they can get pretty technical, and some people don't want to spend their time doing those things, so they prefer studying something that they understand better. I mean, one time my advisor told me, why do poets write poetry? I was trying to say, if we're high energy theorists, and there's this energy crisis, shouldn't we eventually try to figure out how to use high energy theory to solve energy crises that humanity is facing? And I got it down, that's not the idea, right? And I was doing a little bit of play of words there because high energy theory isn't high energy in the same sense of what humans might do, but still, like at the end of the day, people have the freedom to choose to do whatever they want, and we have to respect that freedom. It's all about maximizing our potential for freedom. So
that's what Eric's talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, so
I think there needs to be more of this quote-unquote blue sky research.
He wants more adventurous research, which I think you can make the case for it could be helpful. But, I mean, there's also people that do that. I mean, so it's a balance. And, so it's all about where's that balance. How many do you have chase after the conventional ideas, and how many people have chase after the conventional ideas?
What you guys are sort of doing in your lab, right? You guys are chasing unconventional stuff.
Yeah, I would say that we are willing to look into arcane topics and really thinking about consciousness. I mean, some physicists don't even think about consciousness at all. It's almost, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't even bring consciousness into physics because we kind of figure out from this first point, maybe from a materialist point of view, it's all just physics anyways. Maybe consciousness isn't a thing. It's just emergent from matter. But we do take, as part of our research, we do take more panpsychist view where we try to think of consciousness as the substrate of reality where matter emerges out of. So it's just a different perspective to take. But so we're open towards things like that.
So what do you think consciousness is?
Well, the problem is you can come up with different definitions. And that's what most people think of as consciousness isn't very precise. It's a vague collection of things. Even the word in the dictionary, right? It's all defined in a circular way because we define the word in terms of other words, which are defined in terms of its word. And so it turns into a semantic nightmare. Sometimes I just think of consciousness as abstract thinking. information, but the more conventional definition relates to this notion of experience, or qualia, or having this notion of like feeling like you're, feeling an experience rather than just raw data in the process. But I think of consciousness personally. I think of it as data that you take in from the external world and you modify that data in a way that isn't based on external data. So it's like light comes in your eyes, and it might be photons at a certain frequency, but then you have this experience of resonance, right? And that's often associated with qualia. People might have an emotional response to color. Those emotional responses aren't based on the external world, those are based on our internal memories. Right. So I think of it as data conversion. So it's like you're converting from one basis to another, and when the basis you're converting to is constructed from your own internal like neural network that you created, to me that might be consciousness, because it's you're using more freedom to decide how to interpret the data, which is in this experience. In my opinion, that's just how I look at it.
Right. And who's the guy who started this research?
Yeah, Clear Owen started this nonprofit as a what's the first name? Owen?
Clear.
K-L-E. Right. And so yeah, he basically was this entrepreneur. He was a materialist, and then he had this son who had psychic abilities and could remote view it, and that blew his worldview. It just shocked him. He didn't know how to think about it. It made him think deeper about what is reality.
How did you discover your psychic abilities?
I don't know exactly how he first noticed it, but I've just heard some of the stories of some of the things he did, where he would start testing his son. Like he would put his banana, he would take a banana and then like hide it somewhere in his house, and then ask his son, "Where's the banana?" And his son would just tell him. And there was a few other little things that he told you. That's what he told me.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, is that?
yeah, exactly. So he, based on his own son's experiences, he started creating remote viewing, and then he started thinking about, well, how does that even possible if I'm a materialist? And so he eventually started asking more questions where like, what are the experts saying? What are the scientists saying? And they started to realize we don't understand as much as maybe he understand. We have theories that can give you solutions, but they don't always explain why. Why is always a very difficult question to answer. You can answer what, or what. You can say what might happen next, but why it happened is a little deeper. And so I think that question of why kind of motivated him to start this institute, where he decided, well, he was a successful businessman, so he decided that he wanted to help and give back to the community, and that's how he thought he'd help the most. At first, he thought of looking at solar cells. He wanted to help the world with the energy crisis, the issue there, and then he looked into it and realized, well, there's actually a big impact when they're making the chips that go with the solar panels. So he stopped that business venture because he realized it wasn't helping the world as much as he thought.
Manufacturing the chip.
Yeah, there's silicon that goes in the solar panel. So once the solar panel is built, it's very efficient, but low impact on the environment. But to create those solar panels in the first place, if you make a few of them, it's fine. But if you're trying to make it for an entire planet, eventually you're running into resources that you create those solar panels, and that has an impact as well on the environment. So he was just self-motivated to try to figure out how the world works, really.
And he's basically just dumping all this money into this with no expectation for any sort of return on the investment. He's just fascinated by this.
Yeah, for him, his return on investment is developing this theory. So it's not exactly like we have full freedom to explore whatever we want. He's very mission critical. So he's also in the research process. He's one of the scientists now. He's the co-authors on all the papers that we've been doing. And so he's helped out to guide that process. He sees it as almost like a Manhattan Project where we're mission critical. We're trying to figure out what this theory of consciousness and information and energy and how it all fits together, most people aren't even attempting it because it's too taboo.
What does he think you can say?
I mean, everything to some degree. Well, I mean, you could ask about how far we would eventually get, or maybe we'll just find some approximation that gets us closer to the truth. That's a possibility. But I mean, trying to describe how the world works always leads to unexpected consequences. It's very hard to predict. Sometimes you can predict some of the things that might occur. I mean, electricity, maybe. I mean, Nikola Tesla was a great example of someone who could see where the technology would go. Because he invented alternating current, and he even had designs for crafts. He saw this vision of transferring files to the air, like Wi-Fi, but he wanted to do it differently, a little bit differently, but he had that vision to see where the technology would come from the science. But sometimes it's hard to predict what will come out. You develop the theory, and then a few decades go by, and you get surprised all the time.